Audio 1 2, audio 1 2, testing the audio 1 2, 1 2 3. Audio levels check check. Audio levels 20 dwarves took turns doing handstands on the carpet. 20 dwarves took turns doing handstands on the carpet. She stood on the balcony mimicking him hiccuping while amicably welcoming him in. Hey guys, how's it going? Thanks for coming to hang out. I'm going to share my progress on Silver Falls Ruby River with you. I can show you Guiding Deathly Delusion Destroyers as well, but that one's got quite a few visual glitches, which I think are very funny, so that would be fun to share as well. So I always work on a number of games simultaneously, and this one I'd had sitting because I ran into a logistical challenge that was making it very difficult to work on, in that this game was designed specifically for the 3DS touchscreen. So not only was content split between two screens, but the Ruby River and Guiding Deathly Delusion Destroyer rely heavily on the touchscreen, and it was an immense logistical nightmare to create a new control scheme for games that require the touchscreen. And working with Unity it can be very frustrating, because when you're developing on the Switch, Unity keeps forcing you to update to the newer version of Unity, and when that happens, they tend to break your systems. So the systems that I was creating for this game kept breaking over and over and over again, and every few months, just when I've made progress on this remaster, Unity would go, "Oh, you have to update again," and pardon my French here, it would break all my shit. And you can only do that a number of times before you get really frustrated, and then you just start working on other projects. And so with this game, I was going to work on this in a couple months' time, but I was working on Top 15 Caving Disasters, which we've been talking about here on the channel, and we've been doing live streams and sharing Top 15 Caving Disasters. And I wanted Top 15 Caving Disasters to have a feeling that made it feel like a YouTube video, so I created an on-screen cursor for Top 15 Caving Disasters, and then I realized this on-screen cursor is the perfect solution for Guiding Deathly Delusion Destroyers and Ruby River, and so I want to share with you my project. So I've started implementing that new control scheme, and I've had to implement a new lighting system, volumetric lighting and fog for this game, and this is so exciting for me, and I've just been 100% hyper focused on this, because finally making progress on this is so exciting to me. My analog stick is freaking out, man. Okay, here we go. Hey guys, how's it going? Yes, this is the very first showcase for Ruby River on the Nintendo Switch. So this is the first time I'm actually showing how the game's actually going to look. So I'm going to share, if you haven't seen it before, I'll share with you the building system. People have asked me since, for a long time, people have been asking me for a snapping system. So I'm working on adding a snapping system so you can build more precisely. But that complicates things, because you're kind of meant to overlap components a little bit so that you can build these second story houses without having to put pillars. Otherwise you can put pillars down on the ground. But I'm going to work out a way where you can toggle the snapping with just a button press, so you can either have your building components snap or not. We are also giving away 10 copies of The Hero of Destiny today on Switch and Steam. So I'm just going to show you guys my house real quick. This is what I've been working on during testing. Hey Ray. Oh man, Ray, I saw that insane digital DRM that Sony put in their DRM policy. Is crazy. I don't believe it. Hey Mouse fan, how's it going? Good to see you guys. Less Than Pi, Matthew. Great work on your sprite work, Matthew. There's a program that I wanted to share with you because I saw it. It's for it aids with pixel animation. I have to look it up. I saved it, but I'll make a video and share it with you. So keep an eye, Matthew. Richard Rogue, how's it going? Is the enemy functionality in Spawn the same? In this, yes, but there will be more enemies. So the spawning is the same, but I always wanted more. If we can, I should have a little, like a soundboard where I can make Kylo Ren appear and he shouts more. But I always want more in my games. And I wanted more cryptids, For people that enjoy the Silver Falls games, I think you get the understanding that I just love monsters. I love creature design. I love coming up with monsters and making the monster designs, and then putting the monsters in a situation where you get to interact with them. I think if you guys played my Silver Falls games, I think you get a sense that I'm crazy about monsters, and I wanted more. I wanted more monsters. But with Ruby River, I had to get it to work on the original 3DS, and I'm going to show you some of the cryptids here. And I had to cut back. So there's only 3 different cryptids that appear in this, and then there are 3 animals that attack you. But there was so little memory available. If I had added even one more like item icon to this game, then it would have crashed the original 3DS. Let me see if I can just adjust the video capture device frame rate here. Hold on. See if I can fix this here. I don't know, this is a little funny. Anyway, the fact that this runs at all is a huge deal, because the newer versions of Unity, the performance keeps getting worse. So this is actually running, this has halved the frame rate that it used to run at. And it's too bright right now. You see the sand is too bright. This is running at half the frame rate that it used to run at. I'd spent months optimizing this game, getting it to look good and run well, and then when I hit that point, Unity rolled out an update, and they said you have to use the newest version, and then the newest version of Unity just destroyed my game, and it halved the frame rate. So I've been doing a lot of work to get it running reasonably again. So this has been really frustrating for me. This project has been soul-crushing. Yeah, I can't believe what is Sony doing, man? Like, there's no benefit to that. Sony, if you guys haven't heard, Sony has made it to where for your games that you purchase digitally on PSN, you have to sign in every 30 days or your game will be deactivated, and they said your game could be revoked. And there's no further explanation. It's just your game could be revoked if you don't sign in every 30 days. That is insane. That policy is genuinely insane. Yeah, that's crazy. I don't know. Sony does not care about their customers. They have not cared for more than a decade at least. They do not care about the end user experience. They just don't care. And this policy, there's going to be a reason for this policy that is beneficial to them monetarily, but they just won't say what it is. Here's a house that I was building earlier just as a test. I'm just walking to a point where I can show you some of the enemies here. So yes, Sony's policy it's belligerent, and it really sucks, because at any point they could revoke your game. And I was going to do an episode talking about it, but I've been so busy, I've been hyper-focused on working on this. I'm going to make it to where the sparks don't rise up. It ends up looking like a little fire at nighttime, so that's the item pickup. Something to do with jailbroken PS4 exploit they want to work around. Sony's wasting their time. Sony should have learned their lesson by fighting this. If you're trying to retroactively stop exploits, you are wasting time and resources. The only thing that is effective is preventative measures. You are fighting an infinitely losing battle if you're trying to retroactively stop exploits that have already become widely available to people. So this is one of the adjustments. Like, it takes so much fine-tuning with this new volumetric lighting system. The sand is way too bright right now. So my capture card is a little wonky. The game does run better than this, and I'm going to keep improving it. My capture card is a little bit wonky, but I'll just show you an example of the volumetric lighting here. You get these nice sun shafts and the shadows, the shadow shafts as you see the tree. This combines a number of different visual effects, and it's just taken days and days of fine-tuning, but it's at a point where I'm really pleased with it. I will switch to different times of day so you can see what it's like. You know, I'm really... I always want it to be better, but there's only so much you can do given your abilities, and I need to keep improving my ability with game development. I want more intense subsurface scattering. You know, I want the trees, you know, I want you to be able to see the sunlight shining through the trees, you know, and something like that I think it's just really nice. It's just nice. I'm trying to walk on over to the cryptids that I have posed over here so you can have a look. What about Steam? Sony games, if those still exist. If you're on Steam, Steam is not beholden to Sony's weird oddball policies. It's crazy. Happy that the majority of my games are on physical. I try to get physical games as much as I can, but sometimes you go on the digital stores and there's a sale for a game that you really want, and it'll be, you know, $7, and you think, oh, hell yeah, I'll buy that for $7. You know, what are you gonna do? So this is a cryptid that I had designed for Gaiden Deathly Delusion Destroyers and Ruby River, and for some reason this kept crashing the 3DS, and I wasted about 4 days. There was absolutely nothing I could do. So this creature is cursed. He would not let the game run on the 3DS, so I had to cut him. And he's the reason why I created a new cryptid for Ruby River, and it's exclusive to Ruby River. And if you've guys played it, it only comes out at night, and it's the thing that's got a bush on its back, and from a distance you think it's just a bush that's blowing in the wind. And it's that long skinny thing, and I created that design specifically because that design has very few polygons. It's a very thin, skinny thing, so I created that creature specifically so I could have the least amount of polygons on the creature for performance and memory reasons, because this thing kept crashing. And this was, you know, at this point, this was the low poly count version of it that was appearing on the 3DS, and it still, no matter what I did, it was cursed, and it kept crashing. So that's what it would have looked like on the 3DS. This is what it looks like in Ruby River. I ended up taking the creature and pre-rendering it, and you fight him in Gaiden Deathly Delusion Destroyers. Thought it was a Demented Goo Buddies. In a way, Silver Falls cryptids are Demented Goo Buddies. So you can see the difference in that this is vertex lit. It's not able to take into account reflections and advanced environmental lighting, whereas this cryptid fits in more naturally. It takes into account reflections and reflection probes and environmental lighting much better than this vertex lit one. We have this guy here. This is the balloon. He appears in this game, but this is actually the cryptid that I designed for Ghoulbusters. And Ghoulbusters is, I think that's probably one of the games that people tell me they like the best in the series. It's just so fun. And I thought it'd be fun to take that creature and bring him in, so I created Balloon, the 3D model for that. Here's one that I wanted to appear in this, but I just couldn't get it. The poly count on this was insane. So this, you encounter this cryptid in Gaiden Deathly Delusion Destroyers, but I'll make it to where you can encounter him here. And this is going to be fun animating. It's just going to be all pulsating and throbbing. Hey, Phantom GB, how's it going? I'm sharing Ruby River today. So we're taking a look at Ruby River HD running on the Switch. And I can show Gaiden Deathly Delusion Destroyers as well. So these are the cryptids you'll encounter, and you can see, you know, I'll still do more detail work with detail maps, so it looks, it doesn't look as pixelated up close, but this is the resolution the creature is rendered at, and then I'll add detailed maps on top of it to add more texture, so it hides some of that or it obfuscates the pixelation. This is one of the, I just wanted to create just an upsetting creature to look at, and it's meant to just sort of grab you, you know, and be really unpleasant. So this is one of the weirdest designs that I've done. Good to see you, Phantom GB. Is it your birthday? Happy birthday! Happy birthday, Phantom GB. So yeah, these are the cryptids. So let's go ahead and rush on back. And the sand is kind of messed up here. What I'm going to do is I'm going to switch the time of the day. So I need to remove this from the dock just so we don't do any NDA protected stuff. So I'm switching time of day to sunrise. I'm just manually adjusting the time here. Okay. And I've turned on chill mode, so there's no enemies. And for anyone that wants to try the 3DS game, I have actually uploaded the ROM to my itch.io, and I've released an unofficial update to the game. I created it to be launched officially, but there was complications with the eShop and my submission process, and I couldn't get the update rolled out. So I just released the ROM online, so you can grab the ROM and then play it. And Nintendo has been really cool, and they have not made a fuss about it. They're just letting me roll with it. So I really respect them for letting me provide a game to the people that enjoy my game and letting me distribute it for free. Awesome, great to see you. Okay, so this is how the game looks during sunrise time. I'm walking back to my house that I built over there. Hopefully I can find it. So this, you can see it's significantly more detail dense. Not only is it detail dense, but there's so many more unique kinds of vegetation to make the environments feel more organic and varied. So we can go ahead and cut down this grass. Let's just chop it. Chop, 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 chop. And I've got 6. You can see the icon. You're going to see icons, so I picked up leaves and stuff. You're going to see icons that are still low resolution, so you'll see I'm in the process of remastering and replacing all of the assets with higher resolution stuff. So you might run into some icons that are still really pixely, and those are the 3DS versions. So this is what the game looks like during sunrise, and it's just a matter of fine-tuning and getting things just right. Yes, this is an open world crafting, building, survival game. I'll show you the house that I'm building. I'll sort of show you here the Hero of Destiny thing. Just look beyond the Hero of Destiny logo in the corner. This is the very final game that shipped on the 3DS, and I'm remastering it for the Switch. So you have different structures that you can build. There's your build guide. You have furnitures that you can build. We'll build all kinds of stuff here. You can make yourself armor, and armor has elemental properties. They allow you to survive different parts of the environment. You can see your resources that you have. Have a look at the icons for the resources. You can see some of them are still low resolution. So the leaves and the branches, that's low resolution. The antler, so that's the armor. You can build new weapons as well. There's a couple different kinds of weapons you can build. And then back to the structures. On the other side, you have your ingredients. You can either eat ingredients raw. You can recover a little bit of health and stamina by eating ingredients, or you can cook food. Right now you can't access any of the buttons there, but the on-screen cursor solution that I created for Top 15 Gaming Disasters, I'm implementing it into this game so you can finally control the menus properly. So there's a bunch of different things that you can cook and eat, and they affect your stats. They give you stat boosts, they restore your health and stamina. You can see you have some story items there. You can see the icons are still low resolution. You can level up your stats. When you defeat enemies, you get experience points. You can see, have a look at the top. See my experience points. It's in a spot where it's hard to see if the sky is bright. Those are the kinds of things that you have to keep in mind when you're taking a game from a dual screen and making it a single screen. So the EXP, I'm going to move that lower down so it's within the bounds of that window there. And you can select your weapons here. So your stats there, how they have levels. When you defeat enemies, you get experience points, and then you can level those up, and then they increase the performance of your character's abilities. So yeah, if you level up your crafting, when you make weapons and armor, they'll last longer. They'll be more durable, sort of thing. So this is sunrise time, and it's this has been a long time working on this game and adjusting it and trying to get it to look nice. What I have to work on is, you see how I've manually placed some foliage, and then that's sort of moving around. It doesn't look quite right. I have to manually place grass all around the world to make the environments feel organic and natural. So there's only like 2 spots just as a test. So this whole world still, we'll do a live stream where we hang out, and then I will do all of the populating for placing the foliage. There's more optimizations I'm still putting into place, more optimized shaders. But this is massive. This is a massive world. It's open world. You build whatever you want, and it's huge. And every piece of foliage, like the trees, you interact with. I'll just chop this down. I'll just destroy nature because it's what I need in order to build a house. Guys, I hope I didn't lose my house. Is that it? I think that's it over there, going back to my house. Will it run at higher frame rate in the final release? Yeah, I'm going to continually keep updating it. But unfortunately, there's a limit to the amount of work that I can do to get the frame rate good, because I'm forced to use the newer versions of Unity, and every time they update Unity and make a newer version, the performance of the games get worse. And I had this game running at double this frame rate, and Unity, I was working on it, and then Unity said, okay, time to update, and it really broke my soul that day when I had to update this, and it broke everything. Their update broke everything in this game, and I had to do months of work again, and I found no matter what I did, it halved the frame rate, and that's just how Unity is. There's no point in complaining. I'm not complaining because there's nothing you can do about it. That's just what Unity is. I'm going to reload my save file because I forgot where I put my house. I was gabbing away. So I'm just going to Unity is horrible about that. Absolutely. Are you wearing a pin today? No, not today. I didn't even put on a tie. I'm just sort of chilled out here. I have a bunch of pins, and I like wearing a pin, but I'm okay. Boot up Ruby over here. Can you code the grass? In this case, this is Unity's grass. So you have a look at the 3DS. These are still the 3DS graphics here. So when it comes to the grass, there's some grass that is placed in programmatically through the gameplay. Like it's generated on runtime. Every time you start a save file, it feels different because the foliage is placed in different places. Hold on, there's going to be screen tearing. Let me go ahead and fix the screen tearing. Okay. But for the terrain grass is placed manually, and it should be placed manually because grass has to appear in certain places in certain ways. You know what I mean? And the frame rate is... My capture card is not the best. You know, my frame rate will be better on the end release, but there's a limit to how much I can improve it. Yeah. A good update for a year later would be side quests or little milestones with free materials. That's kind of a fun idea, but that would kind of turn it into a live service game, and that would be interesting. Like, I don't want to spend too much time sort of trying to add things that aren't really part of the core experience. And if I have interesting new ideas, I want to build a new game around it, because then I can more fully explore those ideas as opposed to just trying to add things. You know what I mean? When I decide on the concept of the game, I plan out and create the entire concept of that game at the very beginning, and then the entire product is coherent because the entire product takes into account the entirety of the scope, and then I can adjust and fine-tune everything so there's synergy and it makes sense. If you just start adding things, if like a year later you think, oh, I'll add this, it starts to become disjointed because the whole product wasn't built around that idea. So if you have a good idea, you should build an entire product around it. That's how I feel. DeGrasse Tyson. DeGrasse. Phantom GB, I made the mistake of updating, and now half my game is broken. I have to rework a bunch of code. It's the struggle. Every Unity user faces the same struggle, so you are not alone. And I feel really bad when I see big studios and they say, oh yeah, we're making this game in Unity, and it's just, in my heart, I feel so bad for them. So this is what I imagined when I was first making this game was, oh, I want people to wake up, on the weekend and boot up the game, and they get to play it in the morning time. Because in my mind, people work, most people kind of work during the week, and then they have the weekends to wake up and play a video game. And so this game is tied to the real-time time of day. So you can see different times of day depending on when you play it. And I would think most people either get to play, kind of, late in the day or at night. And then on the weekends you get to play in the morning, unless your work schedule is different, and you know what I mean. But I wanted some people to just wake up, and suddenly there's a sunrise and they're like, oh man, this looks really, really nice, And this is the vision I had for this when I was making the 3DS version, but I knew that I wouldn't be able to have this kind of visual expression when it comes to the lighting, and I wanted sun shafts coming in through the windows, and I wanted people to feel like, oh, I'm gonna explore this whole environment, this is really, really, really nice to spend time in this world. And that's what I had in mind, but it wasn't doable on the 3DS. But so right now, this is really how I wanted it to look. And you sort of wake up in the morning, you're like, man, what a sunrise! I'm gonna build my roofs a little bit here, so I'm gonna use I'm gonna cheat a little bit and use my debugging features here so I don't use up all my materials. So I'm going to select my roof, which is I think 18. Okay, roof. So I'm going to tell you guys this because it's not going to be in the final game anyway. So I need it, when it turns green, you can place it. So I got to find a spot where it's not intersecting. Here's the difficulty, right? I built this crooked. I built my walls crooked. So I'm just going to have to live with whatever happens. However I can get my walls placed is however it's going to be. So I have some cheat codes built in to where I can build stuff without consuming materials. So I'm going to use that now. Dang it! See, it's clipping into that. You have to put it in there. It's going to have to be like that. That's how it's going to be. So how I activate the cheat code is I go into the food menu, and you see how the other menu has disappeared, but I can silently open it and then build. So there we go. I'm not going to use my materials. Okay. Yeah, people have asked for... Oh, did I screw myself? Oh, no, I can build a little bit of a roof here. Oh, I saw it. It turned green for a moment. We just got to find the sweet spot. Come on, where was it? Where it wasn't clipping. Oh, no! I got to move a little slower. Come on. And this is why I didn't, I didn't want to rush into clipping, because you need to have really fine controls. So I will have or snapping. I will have snapping, but there'll be a button to turn snapping on and off. Because the terrain is so variable, and you have to have really precise control. I don't know where it turned green. I'll find it. I'll just move really slowly. I'll find it. I just want to build my roof, man. Let me put my roof here. Ah, hold on. There it is. Dropping it. Phantom GB, what sort of game are you working on right now? I don't... Okay, see this here. I want to leave this open. This is going to be my observatory up here. So I just got to put I got to figure out how I'm going to patch that hole in the roof, man. There's a hole there, and I'm not sure. And I have a weird glitch right now, actually. I need to figure out what's going on with this placing thing. It's going to, like, freaks out after a while and it starts dropping lower. So I keep finding stuff that I have to fix. I don't... You know what I think I'm going to do? I think I'm going to use my thin flat here. So let me get out of my cheat code menu. I got thin flat, and I'm going to try and line that up there. Thin flat. I'm going to use these. See, and then there's... Okay. Can I... If I... Oh, hold on. I saw it. I can... I think I can. I'm just going to patch it. Yep. That looks like a house to me. Okay. I got these columns here. Yeah. I'm gonna try and... This is so janky. This is the jankiest house you've ever seen. Hold on. I've turned off enemies, by the way. Normally enemies are attacking. See, I'm clipping into that roof over there. What if I just rotate it? This is so janky. See, I don't want it ruining my view of the sky, though. You know what I mean? Oh, hold on. I think that's fine. I'll put that. That's fine. A horror RPG. Nice. Be sure to share it in the Discord. I want to see what you're working on. It's like finding that sweet spot on all the Sims and Tycoon games. Yeah, absolutely. And I built this game in less than 4 months, the original on 3DS. I was so pressed for time, so I was sleeping like 2 hours a night and then working on this nonstop because I told Nintendo I was going to get it done. So that was it was frustrating, and I had considered a snapping system, but that sort of thing takes a while to develop, and so I didn't want to rush into it. That's why the original doesn't have a snapping. But people let me know that they really like the game. They want a snapping system, so I'm working on a solution for that. I wonder if I can patch this in. I don't really like seeing a hole there, so I'm going to see if I can patch that. I'm gonna try sticking a log in there. Can I fit a log in there? No, see, that's... I should get a skinnier log. I want to add some more pieces, and I think Yeah, I think I might add a skinnier log just so I can patch in more places, because I don't like that hole there. I'm gonna drop a log. That's slang for taking a dump, isn't it? I'm not gonna say dropping a log. I'm not gonna say that. I will place a log here. And there's still a hole. It didn't help. It did not help. You know what? I'll put like some furniture there. How about that? I'll put some furniture. Okay. Furniture, a bed, a bench, chair, oven. I could put an oven there and the oven would block it, wouldn't it? Yeah, I'm going to put an oven there. Okay. So if I go to my cheat code here, my oven kind of blocks the hole a little. That's ventilation. I'm calling it ventilation. When I get to a point where I feel comfortable showing it off, I will for sure. Awesome. Good. It's taking a while since I'm working on a full-time job on YouTube also. It's really tough balancing out all that stuff. So I need to work out wind as well. My wind is currently broken on my trees, so my trees don't move. I'll get to it. I wasn't sure if I wanted to like extend this out and put a balcony there. So I guess I'll put a bed somewhere. I'll put my bed over here in the corner, where I can see the trees. So let me know if the music's ever too loud at any point. It's difficult for me to keep track and tell. Let's see. Chair, bench, bed. Okay. Now there's a glitch. See, so my collider for the bed, it's starting to drop down, and it's not supposed to. It's like dropping down into the terrain. So I'll fix that, but I'll go ahead and just drop down. Food. Put a bed there. And there we go. The arrow was telling me what way it faces, and I still no, this is fine because I wake up and I'm facing that way. Okay, let's add some bookshelves. I am going to add more furniture, and then I'm going to add objects that you can pick up in the environment and that you could put into your house. So there's going to be more stuff. Okay, armor. Oh. Structure, furniture. Bench, chair, oven, flour mill, bookshelf S. Put some big bookshelves in there. I'll put my things in there. Okay, I'll use my cheat code so I don't waste my materials. Is there a Discord? Hey, good to see you. Hi, howdy, machine gun. Oh yeah, there's a Discord. I think the link is in the description of this video, maybe. If not, I'll go and find it. You know what? I'm kind of blocking my view of. I should have used this bookshelf to block that gap, which is not a hole. It's ventilation for my. It's ventilation for my oven. This does cook food for you over time, so there is functionality to all these things. Like, say for example, you know, if your stamina is low, you sit on the bed and then recover your stamina over time. You know, that sort of thing. But I need to check because updating to Switch has broken a lot of things. So, hey, you got it. All right, yeah, come hang out with us, machine gun. I created the log so you can sort of patch holes in the ceiling. I'm gonna get up on the roof. I'm gonna see. I'll see if I can patch that hole with some logs up there. I'll patch that one and see what I can do about it. Okay, this is my janky house. The terrain is wonky, and I need to get up there. Okay, so let me go ahead and just. I'll probably build some stairs. I think normal stairs will do it. Is it under furniture? No, structure. It's under structure. I'm in the wrong. I want to put railing around the hole where the stairs are. I'll do that next. So my weapons. Okay, structures. Oh, my stairs. Stair. What direction am I going? Oh, you could use platforms. Okay, hold on. I'd like to put a... See, I had to design this really carefully, right? This was something that I had to put quite a bit of effort and time into when creating the original, is what if you wanted to create the structure there or you wanted to create it there? So depending on the look angle of the camera, it would change where it's casting the ray so that you could place things at a higher or lower elevation. That was something that I had to pay really close attention to. So I want to use this platform so I can jump up at least. So go ahead and build it. That's so low. Can I jump up on that? Okay, yeah, I can. Okay, it works. No, it works fine. It works. Okay. Okay, but I want to create more objects. They'll have physics simulation, and it's going to use a different placement. So this placement logic and framework, I have to create something different for... There's a couple holes that I want to patch up here. Okay. Let's see. I'm going to go to standalone here. And I do need I'm going to put some traps all around the house so that monsters, the cryptids, will get hurt when they try to attack. Like a Home Alone situation. My stamina. Thin flat. Okay, I got my flat log. See, I reckon I could fit 2 logs in there. Okay. See, that'll fill the hole just nice. And if you crouch, you move slower when you crouch. So I put it in there so you could have more precision. So that's why you can just crouch whenever it pleases you. I just want to okay. So I'll use my cheat code again. Food, there we go. There we go. I've patched one of the holes. Maybe I'll patch this hole here. There we go. I'm on my roof. Yeah, I need to create another... I need to add a log, but half the width of that. So that'll be something I'll have to do. I gotta fix this hole here. So I reckon a long, thin flat. I have flat log. I think a thin flat will cover that, right? Man, I gotta figure out... Oh, I fell! I got hurt. I fell and I got hurt real bad. I got hurt. Okay, so I do want to put some railing so I can't fall down this hole here. On my stair hole. Is that what they're called? Stair holes? This is me, 173 Game Idea. Because of the recent rise in popularity for dual-screen handheld, like the Aintor, it might be a good idea to create a dual-screen game and release it on the Play Store since they're Android. You and I think along the same lines. I would really like to do that. I'm a huge fan of dual-screen games. But at the moment, my hands are so full with this. I have Goo Buddies, Top 15 Caving Disasters, and I'm working on multiple Silver Falls games. So my hands are so full, and I unfortunately, I really want to create a dual screen game, but I just don't have the time right now. Okay, I'm going to use this fence and cover this. And you know, making 3DS games was a dream come true for me, despite how frustrating and difficult it was. I just really like dual screen games. I think they're so cool. And that I still get to make DS homebrew. Like I've made DS homebrew. There's a Silver Falls DS game that you can play. I'm just adding this railing here so I don't fall down the hole. Okay. Okay. All right. Well, just got some unexpected guests show up. It was good hanging out. That's cool. It was, yeah. Live streaming is really cool, and I think I enjoy it a little bit. Maybe for the wrong reasons. I really just want to chill with people and talk about whatever. So I'm not really doing YouTube correctly. I know I'm not. That's fine. Hey, buddy, how's it going? B911. Was gonna try your new game on Thor. Oh, hey, how's it going, Noah? So the Hero of Destiny, I've been so busy. I need like one more day of work, and then I can launch Hero of Destiny on Android. I'm fine-tuning the controls. I have to test it on so many different physical devices and make sure that controls work properly, and then adjust it for different devices. And it's a lot of work. So see that I can't. I put that pillar there. That's holding stuff up. You know what? I'll put like a bookshelf there. How about that? Just so it feels okay. Armor, furniture, note structure, furniture. Put a bookshelf in there. Let's see what'll fit. Bookshelf L. Bookshelf L will fit there. How about that? There, that feels pretty natural. Use my cheat code so I don't use my materials. Nailed it. See? Piece of cake. You know what? I'll put a table and a chair over here. How about that? What do I got? A table, oven, chair, bench, oven. Okay. Table there. There we go. See, I'm using my space wisely. Let's get a chair there. Oh, I didn't use my cheat code. I'm using up my material. I'll go and farm for material. Chair. Face forward there. Okay, use my cheat code. I had recently changed the player collider, and so I need to fine-tune it, because now I can't fit on the chair, I'm standing on the table. So I'll have to fine-tune adjust things to save my progress. Oh, yeah. Oh, you're gonna run it through Steam? Yeah, no, I have made an actual native Android version. So yeah, you know what? Now that you've mentioned it, I'll work on it today, Noah. Just for you, Noah. I will work on the Android version, and I'll get the since you mentioned it, I'll get the controls ironed out. But if the controls don't work, you can let me know, and then I can work on it further. I don't have an AIM Thor. I'm testing it on a bunch of other devices. Any more news on when Goo Buddies will be released? I'm not sure when it will be released. It's right now I'm working on the multiplayer connectivity aspect. That's something that I haven't done before, so that's something I'm learning right now. This will be my observation deck up here. You know what? Let's put a structure. But Goo Buddies is extremely fun to work on. That is my actual dream game, and I get to come up with a bunch of cool monster designs, which is yeah. If I would really like work as a creature designer on a project. I think that'd be so fun. I mean, on someone else's project, you know what I mean? Okay, so you know what? See how the that tree is in my way? I don't want to destroy the trees that are close to my house, but this one is preventing me from building my observatory. I have no stamina. You recover stamina by eating food, but I don't have any right now. And see, here's a glitch that I need to fix. You see how this collision, the collision detector that helps you place your stuff, see how it's now clipping down into the ground? No idea why it's doing that, so I got to figure out why it's doing that. I forget that you live in Australia, so the day's just starting for you. Yeah, Richard, you're right. And I go back to California from time to time and spend time with family and friends, and it's the whiplash of the time difference is always interesting. Does the reset? No, I have to reset manually from the console here, so I can keep building my house. And I'll show you Guide and Deathly Delusion stories a little bit. There's some really fun visual glitches that I can show you. Just going to build my house a little bit. Hey, Nico Mars, how's it going? I'm just sharing the HD remaster of one of my 3DS games. So I'm doing an HD remaster for the Switch. Okay, let me fix the tearing issue. Okay, click, 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 click. Okay, I was a little worried that I was outside of my house when I last saved, so I got a little worried. Okay, and now if we open the build menu again, let's see, go to my flat. Oh, you know, that's just how the ground looks. Okay, never mind. Okay, I'm building my observatory right now, though. Okay. This is my wonky house that I'm building. It was crooked when I started. Okay. Good thing I built this little platform here that I can jump up. Machine gun. As soon as I figure out how to handle animation in Pygame, I'll put a real dent in finishing my pet project. Need to understand some aspects first. Pygame. Let me look that up. What sort of game are you working on in Pygame? So I got rid of that tree. Let's see if I can place this flat now. Man, I can't. I'm trying to. Where can I place this? So why is it wants more stability? If only you could update it like a firmware, and if you updated firmware in a software, you would have more stability, wouldn't you? Man, I gotta find a spot. It needs to be stable. You know what? Let me try some thin flats. Also, if it looks like I'm moving wonky, it's because the controls are inverted and I don't want them to be, and I haven't programmed the physical controls for the title screen to change it, so I can't turn off inverted controls right now, and it's driving me insane. It's not stable enough. Need more stable. It's coming along nice. Okay, you know what? I don't want to have to like build an ugly platform, you know what I mean? Okay. Oh, I have control drift. Do you see the control? You see the stick drift? I wasn't even touching anything just then. That better not ruin my house building. Okay. It's not stable enough. I'm gonna try and add some pillars and see if that helps. Okay. I think I go to standalone. Rain dish. Okay. Okay. Oh, the stick drift is real, man. Okay. Oh, the pillars are gonna block my view. Anyway, I have to. Anyway. Oop. Use the cheat code. Put some pillars. So I am noticing there's some degree of like, there's certain spots where you should be able to place it, but you can't place it. So I need to figure out what the situation is with there and figure out how to make it not do something I don't want it to do. And that's all part of game development. That's all. It's all part of the job. I'm gonna. Oh, I got to put a second one on this guy. Hold on. This better not ruin my view. I mean it. It's a little wonky. That's okay. Hey, Gina, hey, how's it going? I know inverted. I feel, you know what? There comes a time where you just have to not complain and just deal with the situation. And right now I'm just dealing with inverted controls. See, it should allow me to build here. You know what I think might be going on? I think I know what's happening. So this, see how there used to be a tree here? Ah, that is what's going on. There used to be a tree here, and there's a collision detection object here, and that collision detection is what you use to detect if the hatchet is hitting it. But the problem is that the logic that lets you check where you can place an object is colliding with that invisible collider. So now I need to make it to where this does not interact with that invisible collider. That is annoying. See, anywhere else I go, it's going to be fine. The same thing will happen here as I get close to the tree. See, it's the same amount of distance. So I will fix that. This is why you test, and then you have to make notes. Pygame. Have I seen Pygame much? I'm just going to look at Pygame real quick. I'm going to look it up. I can't really put it on the screen right now, I think. Pygame. Oh, you know what? I have looked into this before. It's a Python module for 2D games. It's 99% point and click, no real-time input or anything. I just don't want all the graphics to be fully still all the time. Good thinking. That's a very good scope for your project, especially if you're learning how to implement the concepts that you want your game to have. So having point and click is very good because that means that you don't need complex collision detection and movement in terms of, you know, like this. A game like this is kind of a nightmare to make. It's complicated. But a point and click one is a game that you can learn and you can get your project to completion. So it's a very good call on the scope on that. So this means I think the reason why I can't build up there is not because of stability. It's because there are invisible colliders here. So I'll fix that today, and then I can work on my house some more. This isn't it's not wish fulfillment for me. Like, oh, I want to work on my house. I do want to work on my house, but I have to fix it for the game as well. So that's good. We found that. Turn-based, you hunt a treasure on an island. Yeah, that sounds cool. Share it. Share it on the Discord. We like hearing about people's projects there, and yeah, just talking about stuff. I accidentally messed up when I updated, so I made the visuals on the campfire um, enhanced, just higher fidelity on the visuals, and I accidentally disabled the light, so now it doesn't emit any light. So anyway, I don't want to ruin my view of the sunset here. Let's now make it sunset time. So what I'll do is I'll change the visuals, so I'll change the time on my console here. So I'll just save, make it sunset time. 6, 7, 5, 6, 7. Okay. So I think in about a minute it'll change the time of day. Okay, so we will go this one, and then I have to fix the frame rate thing again, or it'll. Will this be on PC? This is me 173. This will be a Switch exclusive. The Silver Falls games are Nintendo exclusive. But maybe I could do like an unofficial build for PC if people really want it, you know. But I have a working relationship with Nintendo, and I have all my other series will be on a lot of other platforms. They'll be multi-platform because people have told me they want my games on other platforms. So this is the only IP that I have planned that'll be Nintendo exclusive. But everything else, so many people have asked me to bring my game to other consoles. So yeah, I'm just gonna start building some furniture as well. And they do actually have functionality. You know what I should do? What I should do is add a description window for the items, the buildables that have special effects. Like, for example, here, I'm just going to hide the Hero of Destiny thing real quick. So say, for example, what if I just move it? Oh man, I've moved my capture device. Fit to screen. I'll lock that. And to move it. See? I have the power. Walter Trey, hey, how's it going? Thanks for coming to hang out. Are you giving away Steam keys today? Yes, yes. If you'd like a copy of the Hero of Destiny, I can get that to you. So, if we toggle through our categories here, let's see, on standalone. So on standalone, we have a number of things that they all do different things, and I had such little time to create this game, and I had to optimize for the minuscule display of the 3DS bottom screen. If you're cold, standing by a campfire will let you warm up. And also, in order to cook food, there's certain food items where you have to be near a fire to cook it. So you have to either be near your stove or a campfire, otherwise you cannot craft that food item. Let's see here. We have a planter box. This, over time, will generate an item. I'm going to be honest, I forgot what item this generates. I know I made this game, but I make a lot of games, so the planter box generates items for you, and I forgot which ones. So it has changed time of day, so earlier it was sunrise, now it's sunset time. I do need to adjust it because it's a little too blinding. So you get an idea of what it, and this is why it's important to do all this kind of testing, and you change one little thing and it changes a bunch of other things, So it's now sunset time, and this is the kind of image that I had when I was originally making this game for the 3DS. Was I wanted people to just like have fun making whatever they wanted, and then they take a step back and they enjoy this like, oh man, it's a beautiful sunset. You take a step back and you look at it and you go, yeah, man, this is my house. I built this, man. And so yeah, that's what I had in mind when I created this game, and I just wanted people to get that really satisfying feeling of building it and then looking at it from a distance, Let me get you a copy of the game for the Hero of Destiny. The Hero of Destiny. I hope you enjoy. Here we go. Have fun. The most recent video that's on the channel here about the Hero of Destiny, it shares some tips on just starting up the game, and some tips and advice on just powering up your characters. Halted Sclone alt. I just started learning Python by trying to make a text adventure. Text adventures are an excellent way to start learning game development, because you can the concepts that you have to learn in order to execute that idea, you can learn on the fly and bring your project to completion. And the problem, like, say, for example, if you wanted to make a game like this as your first game, it's not going to reach completion. There are so many things that you have to learn in order to make something like this function that you won't be able to learn and make a game like this at the same time. Whereas a text adventure, a point and click, you can learn everything that you need to learn, and you will be able to complete your project, bring it to completion, and be able to launch your project. So that's a good call on that. They're excellent projects. I've been wanting to make text adventures and point and clicks as well. And I, in the future, I have some, that are earmarked. It's when I have time. And this is the kind of thing that I really want. I dreamed about this in the original when I was working on this. Was, man, I want it to have like this beautiful sunset, and you're sitting in your cabin, and the sunlight is streaming in. And that's what I had in mind when I was making this game. And I'm so excited that I'm able to execute on that idea in this way now. So I'm pretty excited about it. You know, say it's a really effective feeling in the 3DS. The scope and size felt so unique. I don't know how I got this game to function on the 3DS, because a game that was that big should not have run on the 3DS. And I had people telling me that someone found a glitch where they could just keep building stuff, and it was designed in such a way to where there's limited resources, because when you cut down all the trees, there are no trees left, and that's life advice. When you cut down the trees, they're all gone. And in my mind, that's a logical way to stop people from building too much, because if you build too much, the game should crash. But in my furious haste, I had optimized the game so much on the 3DS that someone told me they built like an absurd amount, and the game was still running on original 3DS. And they sent that to me in a message, and I was like, oh shit, I didn't. That's kind of crazy. Um, and I had built in a safety mode as well. If someone had, say, for example, built so much, because I wasn't able to test the upper limits of Ruby River on the 3DS, so I built a safety mode to where if you built too much and that it ended up causing your save file to crash, if you hold the L button, I'm pretty sure it's hold L, and then you load up your save file on the 3DS version of this game, it'll load up a safety version where it won't load in some of the stuff, like how it tries to generate trees and objects and rocks and stuff that you can pick up and grass. Then the safety mode would not generate those things, just so it would clear up some free memory so that it would allow you to boot up your save file. So I did build a safety mode, but it turns out I think it wasn't even necessary, because people were telling me that they built an absurd amount of stuff on the 3DS and it still wasn't crashing. And I'm pretty pleased with that. What was the first genre that you tackled in your game dev journey? Ooh, it's nighttime. The first genre, RPG. I started with RPG Maker, and it's largely why I strongly recommend people do RPG Maker first, because that allows you to develop your understanding. What you need is an understanding of how to apply concepts. I refer to as transcription, which is what it is. Transcription is taking an idea that you have, taking a concept you have, and then turning it into something that exists, transcribing. And that is something that you just need time to learn, and you need to do it. You need to keep doing it in order to learn transcription. The tools that you use can either get in your way and slow you down, or they can help you learn the ability of transcription faster. And RPG Maker is the absolute best way to develop your ability of transcription. So that's why I recommend it. And RPGs are my favorite genre, so I want to. I have built a framework for creating JRPGs. I haven't got to use it to ship a title yet, But this game is packaged in with Guidant Deathly Delusion Destroyers, and it's not a JRPG. I refer to it as a battle RPG. I'll boot it up now, and we can take a look at it. Um, Let me just double check my campfire. So my campfire is not emitting light, but my stove, my oven is emitting light, but the stove does not cast shadows, and it has this really, that's a fire effect from the 3DS. This texture is a 16 by 16 pixels, this texture. And if even one thing was bigger, if I had changed this from a 16 to 16 to 32 by 32, the 3DS would have crashed. There was absolutely no room left on the 3DS for this game. It was walking on such this game was walking on a knife's edge, and it was waiting to crash on the 3DS. So the fact that it functioned on the 3DS is a miracle. RPG Maker 2003 is where I started. Awesome. Where are my Road Past Guilt boys at? One day I will have Silver Falls Road Past Guild out. I will be launching that one day, but that is not going to be on the Switch. Originally I was working on that game on the Switch, and it would have worked fine, but then I understood that not Nintendo, Unity kept forcing updates, and the updates kept breaking my games, and then they kept ruining the frame rate because the new versions of Unity are always heavier and the performance is always worse. The frame rate that you're seeing on this game now is half of what it used to be. I was developing this game in Unity 2019. It was working great. I'm forced to now use Unity 6, and this is half the frame rate that it used to be at. And I'm trying absolutely everything I can to keep improving it. So that's the best that I can do. My flashlight turned off. I currently don't have hardware controls to turn it back on, so we'll see. Let's explore, and we'll see what this world looks like at nighttime, and then we'll switch over to Gaiden. How long did it take you to ship your first published game? How do you work on some and ship so quickly? I'm not trying to sound like I'm at a job interview. I work too hard. My one flaw is that I work too hard. That's how you sound like a jackass at a job interview. No, I create workflows that are sustainable. And when I say sustainable, I don't mean from an environment standpoint. I'm not talking about, let's recycle and reuse. That's not sustainable. A sustainable workflow is a workflow where you are able to maintain the act of performing the work necessary to produce the product. Workflows can become unsustainable. Like, say for example, doing 2D pixel animation, if you are using low resolution sprites, then your workflow will be sustainable because the amount of work that you have to do to animate a sprite is quite low. It's easy, it's sustainable. So let's say your pixel art is 32 by 32. That is sustainable. Now let's say someone wants you to do pixel art, but instead of 32 by 32 pixels, it's 512 by 512, and now you have to animate a sprite that is 512 pixels by 512. Suddenly the amount of work that you have to do just to create one frame of animation is enormous, and so your sustainability, your workflow sustainability has now decreased. So again, if you are working on a sprite that is 32 by 32 and you have to do 100 sprites, that's no big deal, that's sustainable. But now you have to do 100 sprites at 512 by 512 pixels, that's not sustainable. And you are going to burn yourself out. It's going to be slow going. So I'm able to work on projects, multiple projects, and ship them because I consider my project management from a sustainable perspective. How do I make this sustainable? And my workflow, the software that I use, the pipeline that I go through for creating my assets, it needs to be sustainable and make it as sustainable as possible. This frame rate breaks my heart, guys. I worked so hard to get the frame rate on this game good, and then this new version of Unity just destroyed it. But this is how I wanted the game to look, you know. And on the 3DS, there's a limit to what you can do, but this nighttime, this is how I want Silver Falls to look. This takes a lot of handcrafting. None of this is automated. You can't just push a button and say I want the game to look like this. A lot of this fog is hand placed, it's handcrafted, because I know where people will be viewing environments from specific angles. So the fog, everything here is crafted in such a way, even though the trees are arbitrarily generated when you start a save file, they're meant to generate
certain species in a specific area so that the environments look a certain way. So all of this, even though it's dynamic, it's still handcrafted in that I've manually placed where things are from a programmatic perspective. Sustainable almost dies to me at the end of life. 3DS and Wii U. Yeah, I did. My health. I had massive health problems for a long time because I was sleeping 2 hours a night. There were some nights where I didn't sleep at all because I had to work directly with Nintendo. But I got to make some games for the 3DS and Wii U that people really like. And now I'm at a point where I've made a game where there's a scene that looks like this, and I really like this. That you get to wander around and say, pardon my French, but if you didn't like this tree, if you're like, fuck this tree, dude, fuck this tree, get rid of it. Get rid of it. That moonlight looks fantastic. Thank you, thank you. I'm still fine tuning it. I want everything to be as expressive and visually just nice to look at. Anything that's here, you can get rid of it. You can interact with every single piece of foliage. The rocks are still they're kind of like crappy low geometry, so I'm going to work on that. But the rocks don't disappear. When you harvest the rocks, they decrease in size. So the rocks still exist. So we'll harvest this rock. Harvesting. I have 0 rocks, and this is a good check to make sure your logic works. So it says I got 13 rocks, and then in my inventory, you now see 13. So the rock didn't disappear. It's still there, So, and you know what? So, like, here's what would be like an unhinged corporate response. If you say, "Oh, the frame rate is good," you're allowed to complain about the frame rate, right? This is a product that we're paying for. You're allowed to complain about it. An unhinged corporate response, would be, if you don't like the frame rate, then just cut down the trees, and that'll make the frame rate better. And that's my corporate response: is if you don't like the frame rate, then cut down the trees. And it took months of just fine tuning to get a scene that even looks like this. And this is extremely complex because there's so many visual elements. I know where trees of certain heights are going to spawn. I know where certain types of fog are going to spawn. There's like 3 different kinds of fog that I'm implementing to get a look like this. And all of this is I love the outdoors. I love being outdoors. I love camping, hiking at night. I wanted to share the feeling of camping and hiking at night. I wanted to share that with people. It's beautiful and it's haunting and it's also unnerving in its own way. This area, the frame rate really struggles. I'm going to work on it and improve it as much as I can. It was things like just seeing the puddles on the ground catching the moonlight just ever so slightly. And then the moonlight peeking through the trees. Oh, it's raining now. Great. Oh, the rain does negatively affect the frame rate. I got to do something about that as well. But yeah, I would like the raindrops to maybe be a little more interactive when it comes to the lighting. It's like some raindrops. They kind of refract. The raindrops refract in the moonlight. Something like that. Anyway, I want them to shimmer in the moonlight to some degree, How much do you plan ahead? How much is new and inspired by the process? How do you manage scope creep? Scope creep is the #1 killer of projects. Actually, no. Bad management is the #1 killer of projects. How I manage scope creep is I plan out the entire project ahead of time. Every single aspect of a project must be determined and it must be written down in my documentation. That's how I'm able to actually produce my games and bring my games to completion. Is every single functionality, every single aspect of the game must be written out in documentation before I do any work. Everything is planned out and you have to stick by it. You have to say, this is what the project is. These are the core features. You must leave room for organic expansion, and organic expansion is, here's an example of organic expansion. Let's say the scope for this game includes, there are trees that the player can cut down in order to gain resources. The resources are used for building, and the original scope would say that there's one type of tree. So an example of scope creep would be, an example of organic expansion would be, as you're working on the game, you've implemented creating a tree, and now organic expansion would be, oh, well, there should be more than one type of tree that the player can harvest. You would say, oh, well, we've already done the work. We've implemented all of the programming to where the player can harvest the tree. We're adhering to the scope. The player can cut down the tree. They gain the resources. And so organic expansion would be, well, then add more than one type of tree. So now the game has more variety. It's interesting to look at now because there are more different kinds of trees and they all reuse the same logic. So that is organic expansion. Scope creep would be, oh, how about um, there's multiple trees, but then depending on the type of tree, you get different woods. So you can have oak and you can have poplar and you can have birch. And then you need to use different types of trees in order to create different types of builds. That is scope creep. And that goes against what you originally had planned, and you are adding something that isn't organically part of your project because now you have to create all new framework in order to implement that. Does that example make sense to you? Whereas scope creep is this did not grow naturally out of what is existing. You are forcing more core content into the concept, which is not growing organically, and you have to do way more work in order to implement it. Ajuna say, Unity update logs should no longer just explain what changes were made. It should explain why each was made. I agree. I think Unity really needs to think very, very carefully about why they keep adding more bloat, because that's what they're doing. They're adding bloat. And I have found 1 out of 30 features that Unity adds in their updates. 1 out of 30 is something that I can actually benefit from and use. And the vast majority of what Unity adds is not beneficial to developers, and it just makes the editor crash and makes games performance worse. Let's go ahead and switch over to Deathly Delusion Destroyer. So this is what nighttime looks like. I need to add a button to where you can turn your flashlight on and off. I currently don't have it, so I can't turn my flashlight back on. So let's boot up Deadly Delusion Destroyers. I'm going to show you the biggest gun you've ever seen. This is going to be a giant... I'm so excited to share with you a visual glitch. It's so dumb. It's going to be it's going to be the biggest gun you done ever seen. Still the 3DS graphics here on the splash. Oh, I need the touchscreen for this. Boop, boop. Why the frame rate was so low. So there's so much going on visually. How's it going, Valdarco? I spent months just optimizing and making the game run smoothly, and then unfortunately, when Unity rolls out a new version, they force me to use it when it comes to developing on the Switch. And whenever Unity makes a new version, it's worse than the last version. The performance is way worse for the players, and for the developer, the editor crashes very often, and using the editor gets way worse. And I'm forced into it. I have no choice. If I don't do what Unity says, I don't get to use it. And Unity rolled out a version where now my game has half the frame rate that it used to have. Despite all the work that I did, there's no way to dispute or argue with it. There's no point in complaining about it because it won't achieve anything. So now I have to find more ways to try and trick Unity into not ruining my game. So that's just how it is. Unity forces the update on me, and it halved the frame rate of my game. So now I have to find ways to try and get it to run better. Yes, Valdarco, they force updates on the Switch. If you're developing for PC, you can do whatever you want, but if you're developing for consoles, you are forced to use the newer versions of Unity. And it sucks because 2019 was a sweet spot. 2019 has so many great features, it's modern, and it runs well. Then they force you to use Unity 6, and I'm not exaggerating, my game is running at half the frame rate that it should have been. And this is after I've reduced the resolution. I used to be able to run the game at higher resolution and get double the frame rate. Since you're releasing Triple D, does that mean that Pocket Sand will finally be an attack in the game? Yeah. Gus starts with that. He starts with Pocket Sand. I'm clicking here. What's going on here? What's my controller? Okay. What's going on with my controller? What's going on? There's something's wrong with my Joy-Con here. I'm pushing my button and nothing's happening. I'm pushing my button. So this is the cursor, the virtual cursor that I created for my other game, Top 15 Caving Disasters, and it solved this problem for me. So there's something going real wrong here. Something's gone wrong, and now my cursor is not cursoring. I'm going to take it off the dock and see what happens. There's something up with using it on the dock now is causing it to freak out. I'm just going to check my... Oh, maybe my capture device is doing something. Check the settings on my... It's 1920 by 1080. I'm going to put it back on the dock and see what it does there. It was working fine on my television last night. Okay. Well, my capture device hates this game, and it's for some reason it's done something to where I can't actually control the game. Fascinating. Very fascinating. I'll boot up a battle anyway, and I'll show you the funny glitch I was talking about. What does this mean? Why is this not working on the capture device? Oh, you know what? Let's do I have any Gaiden battle Oh, I think I took the Gaiden battle music out. Oh, I know, here's some Gaiden battle music. I should be saying Gaiden, actually. So you can see how some of the characters are too big. I have not reformatted, so all of the graphics have to be manually reformatted because they're using higher resolution. So how it works is you use the analog stick. So you select your character with the D-pad, and you can see as you move the left analog stick, you aim your attack area now. But we want pocket sand. Pocket sand! Alright, use the D-pad. Dodger is going to use Shuriken Storm, so you see you have your ability menu there. Throw some shurikens, I 264'd him. Okay, Base is going to open his menu. He'll use his Thunder Gun. Shellaby... Oh, she can reach that guy. So you can see I'm using the analog stick, and that's how I control my aiming. Press A. Look at my giant... Did you see my giant gun? I'll do it again. I'll do it again. So Shellaby, her... I put in an item, the graphic for her. I put in 1024 by 1024. Check out this massive honking gun. Okay, hold on. Gus, I'll pocket sand him again. We'll get Dodger. Use the D-pad. I'm going to add a little indicator that shows you which character is currently selected. Go ahead and boot that up. I'm sure you can storm him again. Now, Base is really good. See, Base has a long gun, so he can reach right across and hit those enemies. Pocket sand him. I don't want to muck around because I don't want to, like, get killed here. I 127 them. Yeah, the enemies are they're more than twice the size they're supposed to be right now. So check out. Hold on, we're gonna do Shellaby's giant gun. That makes me laugh. I was just laughing my ass off the other night because I'm working on it and developing it, and then all of a sudden, you know, the Z sorting is also wrong as well. You see how some characters are rendered above other characters. Not morally above, but visually above. Giant gun! Hey Tim, how's it going? Yeah, this is the HD Remaster. This is the last game that I did for the 3DS. It's also the last game that came out on the 3DS. It's 2 games in one. I'll go back to Ruby River in a minute. Those guys are getting stuck on the enemy graphics. Can I reach them? Damn, they're getting stuck. Yeah, anyway. I just wanted to show you this cool giant gun. So you can see this is a massive amount of work. This is not a copy and paste job. There's a lot of reprogramming that has to be done. It's all graphics reformatting. Every single visual element is replaced. So it's a massive amount of work. I've actually worked on this game, the remaster. I've worked on the remaster longer than I've worked on the original, which is crazy. Bro, you're gonna be in the history books for making the last 3DS game. I don't really care about being famous or being in the history books. I just wanted to make something really cool for people. And this battle system, this is a wish battle system for me. Like, this is exactly what I want. So I refer to this game, it's its own genre. I call it a battle RPG because it's very much about the RPG. It's about the character growth. It's a story, but there's no overworld exploration. There's no map to explore. So I call it a battle RPG because the focus is mainly on the battles, you know. That's the core appeal of this. And I want to show you more, but my capture card really hates this game, and for some reason the controls don't work on the capture card, but it works on the Switch dock. So, Valdarco, they force the update, but you have to comply with any new licensing, or licensing is handled detached by the engine versions. The licensing is you play by their rules or you don't play at all, and that's just how it works. So any new licensing that they decide to enforce, you have to say yes. Will the Texas Sunrise finally be included as a health item? Ginoze, maybe. Yes, Ginoze, you know what? I will add some more food items. We'll add Texas Sunrise. That was a donut. What did we put in the middle of the donut for the Texas Sunrise? What was in that? It was a cinnamon donut and a marshmallow, right? Because when we launched this final game, we were doing a live stream. We were all hanging out on a live stream. Did I ever tell you guys how I was able to do that live stream? I did one for multiple time zones, and I did a campfire on both nights, on both streams, 12 hours apart. I did 2 live streams that were around a campfire. I don't know if I ever told you guys how I did that because it was live. But when I was doing the campfire, I just had a bunch of food. We were just hanging out and talking, and I think I shoved a marshmallow in the middle of a donut and I held it over the campfire, and I think we called it a Texas Sunrise. It was a marshmallow between 2 cinnamon donuts. It was good. It was delicious. You heat that up over a campfire, but I would think that you shouldn't put a marshmallow in an air fryer because that's gonna make a mess. Don't do that. I'm not even gonna mention that. That's gonna be a cleanup disaster. Okay, we're back to Ruby River, which functions. Yeah, we've got to add a Texas Sunrise to somewhere. Okay. So we have nighttime and the frame rate. Hold on. If I don't adjust this, it'll have VSync issues. It's my capture card is funny. Okay. So this is my house, guys. If you haven't seen it, I'll switch it to sunrise time again pretty soon. Now I do need to test something, right? There's a couple things that are broken, like it's raining. It says rain on the status condition. You can see the rain. If I'm undercover, it's supposed to detect that I'm undercover, and then I'm not supposed to get any health damage. See how my health is dropping right now? That's not supposed to happen. I'm undercover. So I'm irritated. I'm irritated that this is not functioning the way it's supposed to. So I have to figure out why it's not functioning. There's a lot of work. You know, as I'm porting this to the Switch, a bunch of stuff broke. So, and I want to discuss the topic, but I don't want to complain because nobody wants to hear freaking complaining, right? But also, if you don't discuss this, things will keep getting worse. We have to discuss that Unity is not doing a good job. But at the same time, one must maintain a stiff upper lip and do it for the Queen. Do it for England. And I will. I will do it for England. Dude, that roof must be... Well, if you look at it, man... If you look at it, it is leaking. That is a leaky roof. Man, I think I'll never use Unity. It gets worse every time I talk with any Unity dev. My grandfather and his grandfather before him used to tell me something that stuck with me. My grandfather always gave me this advice as for as long as I can remember. And my grandfather always said, and his grandfather said to him, is that Unreal users talk shit about other people's engines, but Unity users talk shit about their own engines. And I'll always remember Grandpa for that. Trust me, bro, you need an umbrella. Actually, there's supposed to be something here that's supposed to... You're supposed to be able to use something else as an umbrella as well. Let me find that item. What is it here? Okay. Did anyone see... So I just uploaded an episode taking a look at the My Hero Academia trailer. Did anyone like My Hero Academia, or did anyone watch it here? I really enjoyed watching My Hero. I want to go to standalone. Planner box. Rain dish. I think rain dish is... This is supposed to fill up in the rain, I think. I forgot the logic. I'm not Akira Toriyama, right? People go, oh, Akira Toriyama forgot, and it's like, okay, no, I did forget. Actually, I did forget. I forget if the rain dish naturally fills up over time, or if it rains, it actually automatically reaches its fill state. I forgot. I'm gonna have to check my code, but I do have a rain dish there. A pillar, shade, slanted shade. So if I... What direction will this slant? I'm going to put it here. I'm going to put it here. Use my cheat code so I can build. No! Oh, no, guys. We have a shader compilation error, or a missing shader. This is it. We've broken the world. We have a missing shader. These are supposed to be leaves. They're meant to be leaves that are like the tree leaves here. It's broken. I'll fix it. I'll fix it today. Don't worry. My grandpa was a bear. Was your grandpa also two different halves of a bear? Yeah, but Toriyama forgot because he didn't care. He wasn't going to be held back by stupid things like colors or continuity. No, I don't want to have to look at this, so we're going to just reset the save file. Also, I'm going to make it daytime again. So, we've seen it sunrise, sunset. I'll just make it normal. I'll make it normal daytime. The reason why I'm taking it out is I can't show you the menu due to NDA reasons. This is a development unit that I'm using, and it shows the development menus. There's people online that have already showed it, but that's not the point. I'm not allowed to show you the development side of it. The Nintendo side of it. Machine gun. About engines, that's why open source technologies are so important. Absolutely. If stuff is broken, some ultra-passionate nerd will find a way to fix. Yes, absolutely. And the problem with Unity is that the engine itself is so good. And I don't want to be a hypocrite, because if it wasn't for Unity, I would not be making games that can target a bunch of different platforms, and I wouldn't be able to make them so quickly. So I don't want to be a hypocrite. Unity, the engine is great. It is the editor that just sucks. This is a bad editor, and it gets worse. And it sucks because the core engine itself is so good. Fix the screen tearing. Okay, so I can't use the shade. What else was I going to put in here? My grandpa was actually a panda bear. Okay, we got our structures. Let's check out our standalone category. This was tough. This whole menu used to be touchscreen. Like, I still can't use the right side because the D-pad controls your buildable menu. So the right side is going to use that on-screen cursor that I showed you earlier, which I'm kind of concerned about because my capture card, it's not working on my capture card, but on the Switch dock it works fine. So yeah, it was a real logistical challenge getting this game to work with physical controls, and as you can see, it still fully doesn't work because I can't access those. So still more work to do, but I enjoy the challenge. I love game development because I get to make something for other people. I enjoy the challenge because you get to develop your skill, and it's you know, I also enjoy physical fitness. I enjoy working out. I enjoy doing sports outside. Not like football, but like hiking and kayaking and whatever. And in the same way that you feel good when you develop muscle and you become stronger because you've done physical work, it's very satisfying to become stronger as a game developer, as a project manager, as an artist. Getting stronger in that respect is so satisfying. It feel real good, is what I'm almost saying. I got to see if my spike traps are broken now. Normally, because you don't want the monsters coming in and tearing your stuff up, you can fight monsters with the traps. I'm going to place some traps there, and I'm just going to remember not to step on them. I'm just going to remember not to step on the... I will not step on the traps. I hope I don't back into one. There we go. And you know what's fun is when we were live streaming and hanging out, when I first launched the original, we were making obstacle courses, and that was really fun. Making obstacle courses and then trying to make your way through them. Ruby River first Switch 2 game to use exclusively mouse control. Oh, it would be so great if I could get mouse control working. I don't have a Switch 2 dev kit. I only have a Switch 1 dev kit. I'll touch it and get hurt. Ow! Okay, so see how I'm cold? If I get close to the fire, I'm supposed to not continually take damage. So now I'm close to the fire, and so my health is no longer auto-dropping. So let's just double-check our logic. And this is, you have to check your logic like this. So I'm going to check... See, both my health and my stamina are dropping. If you look at the meter on the top left, I know they're behind the text. See how they're dropping on their own? If I get close to the fire, you'll see that it stops dropping. So that functions. But standing under a roof does not function. That irritates me. I'm so irritated right now. Don't worry, bro. I'll call Miyamoto and get you a dev kit. Actually, if you could do that, I would appreciate that. I made myself a coffee an hour and a half ago. And I forgot to drink my coffee. Coffee break. This is cold. This is... I mixed in hot chocolate powder, so this is a hot chocolate coffee. Are there any Switch 2 features that you'd like to play around with? Absolutely, Richard Rogue, 100%. I want to make a game that uses a second Switch as your primary controller. The final game that launched on the Wii U is Silver Falls White Inside Its Umbra. That game, I'm so proud of it. It's the final Wii U game to launch, and it used the gamepad exactly how I wanted the gamepad to be used. In that game, if you hadn't seen it, your gamepad is treated like a smartphone or a tablet, and you use a Wii remote to aim a flashlight around the screen and walk around, and you use your gamepad as a tablet. And so it felt like you were there in this environment in a very tactile way. And when I get a Switch 2 dev kit, I will remaster White Inside Its Umbra, and I will bring it to the Switch 2. The same way that I'm remastering Ruby River. Like, this is not how Ruby River looked on the 3DS, This looks totally different. But when I get a Switch 2 dev kit, I will make White Inside Its Umbra, and the visuals will be way, way better than this. I will be able to do so much more with the Switch 2 dev kit, but I will require that you use another Switch as that second controller. I want to make games where players, say for example, you guys got me fired up. You can tell I'm fired up now because this is what I love. This is what I'm passionate about, is coming up with cool ideas to turn into games. I just want to make awesome games for people, so I'm fired up now. So a game that I have been planning and doing conceptual notes for, I've done a little bit of programming, is it's going to be a Switch 2 game because you need a game separate screen. I want a top-down bullet hell shooter, like a space shooter, top-down shooter, but a second player uses another Switch to spawn the enemies. So they control the enemy spawn, so one player plays as the Galaga ship, and the other player gets to control the units that spawn and control the spawn patterns. That would have to be a Switch 2 game because you need a second screen for that. And I think games like that would just be fun as hell. I think that's cool. So, yeah, I'm fired up now. Richard Rogue, I love White Inside Its Umbra. It was such a cool experience. Oh, I'm so glad you enjoyed that. Thanks for enjoying that. I loved all the pointless mobile games. Yes, Richard Rogue, you get it. 100%. You understand White Inside Its Umbra entirely. I wanted it to where if you didn't want to play the story, you could just play some dumb games like the little mobile game where you have the car, where you're just driving the car and you just do jumps and tricks and you're trying to reach jump platforms. I was like, you know what? If people don't want to play the story, they can just boot this up and play a stupid little game, you know? And I thought that was fun. And that was a nightmare because all of those games exist in the world. They have to exist at the same time as the rest of the world. And I had like 1 gig. I had like 1 gig of RAM, of video RAM. Oh my god. Making White Inside Its Umbra was so hard. White Inside Its Umbra was just as hard as making this game for the 3DS because I had 1 gig. And when you see a game on the TV, you expect it to look good. You know, on the 3DS, people they're okay with things looking bad, but on the Wii U, I knew like, and it was sort of the thing with Nintendo was, you know, like I told them I was going to make a game that looked really good. I showed them screenshots, and it had to look good, and that was so hard to do. And I was like sweating, like doing all the work on White Side Its Umbra, going, how am I going to get all these mobile games to work because they're taking up so much memory? I went into like a trance, like just a rage, creating White Inside Its Umbra. Juno say White Inside Its Umbra is genuinely one of the best horror games of the 8th gen. Miyamoto said to meet him by the park and don't bring any weapons. Can I bring someone with me or not? Better champion, come for my throne if you dare. How do I win a code? Thanks again. Yeah, you win by being here. We're all winners, unless you like kick dogs or something. Then you're not a winner. Agathian Spy. If you want the game for Steam or Switch, just let me know. And if you want it for Switch, you have to let me know the region. Also, if you're a cop, you have to let me know if you're a cop. It's the rules. If I ask if you're a cop, you have to tell me. He said I can come with you, but I have to wear a blind. Does Miyamoto say I have to wear a blindfold too? Steam, please, sir. Not a cop. That's okay. You know, and it's okay if you're a cop. I'm cool with it, man. I'm just gonna stop dealing. Agathian Spy, is this a reference to Agartha? That's an internet meme, is it not? I don't understand internet memes. Agartha, is that what that's reference to? I hope you enjoy. Have fun. If you check my channel, the most recent upload that's about the Hero of Destiny, that I've got some tips in there for just powering up your characters. Just me, because he wants you to see his special surprise, but I can't. So I get to see Miyamoto's special surprise, but you don't get to see it. Tim, do you get to hear it, or do you have to wear like noise canceling earbuds? I'll be sure to leave a review. I appreciate that. Yeah, look, you know what? If you don't like it, you can say, you know, and if you like it, I'd be so amped if you liked it. And don't forget that Hero of Destiny is up to 4 players local. So if you have friends or family that want to play the game with you, then you can certainly do that. Just plug in another controller. Okay, let me. What was I checking? I was checking my furniture here. We're checking for the functionality of my standalones here. My snare. I gotta drop a snare trap and just make sure it functions. That takes 10 metal. Are you for real? That is so much metal. That's a lot of metal. I guess a snare trap is like important. Like it's an animal trap. I'm gonna be honest. I forgot I put animal traps in this game. I'm not a Toriyama. I'm not, because Toriyama is like a genius that changed the world. So I'm not Toriyama. I did forget that I put an animal trap in this game. Insectarium. What is the fragment domain framework? That is a framework that I made to make action RPGs. And I'm going to be using it in a lot of my upcoming games because the framework itself, I made it to where it's quite versatile and you can do a lot of different things with it. Okay, so what I'm adding, I'm gonna add a lot more items. So your house, to be honest, this you don't have a lot of things that you can put in your house, and the reason why that is because I had to get this game to run on the original 3DS, and if I added one more item, even if I added one more icon of graphics, the 3DS would have crashed. And so I could not add any more items. I wanted more stuff, you know? So this remaster, I'm going to be adding a bunch of stuff that you can just put around your house. So as you explore the beach, stuff washes up on the beach, and you can collect a bunch of stuff. It'll be physics simulated, and you can have some fun with stuff. So there's going to be just a lot more stuff for this game. So I'll put an insect terrarium on my table here. Hopefully insects will grow in there. Very cool, dude. I hope you enjoy it. So is that a yes? Is your name a reference to Agartha? Is that? My nephew told me about Agartha. So I know the name of it. Ammo workshop. A fence? Fence short, campfire. Let's put a planter box outside and a rain dish. No, reference to the game Chivalry. Oh, I play Chivalry. I got really excited. Oh, sorry. I got really excited. Yeah, I played that with a friend of mine. The hero of Destiny was killed on Silver Island. So, the framework that you see here, I need to make this framework. There's massive improvements that I'm bringing to it, and I need it to be very good because there's a game that I was planning and working on for years. Genoze will remember. It's Silver Falls Diamond Island, and no word of a lie, I've been working on Diamond Island for so long. And Diamond Island will be like this. It's an open world survival game, but instead of being set in Ruby River, it's set on Diamond Island. And then the environments are a bit different. Diamond Island will have to be a Switch 2 game. I can no longer make it for the original Switch because Diamond Island is bigger than this. Diamond Island is more detailed than this, and this will barely run on the Switch now. So Diamond Island will be on Switch 2. What I want with Diamond Island, though, is motion controls on the controller. So the control scheme will be a bit different on Diamond Island, and you hold objects. There's going to be more interactivity with the world, and your weapons and your objects are 1-to-1 scale. So as you move the Joy-Cons around, the objects that you hold will be reflected on screen. And I want the combat to be reflective of that. In that, say for example, there's going to be enemies that shoot projectiles, and you have to use the motion controls to aim a shield or an object to block being hit by enemies. So Diamond Island will have the same building framework. It's going to be very much survival, open world, but I want it to play differently. And I think Diamond Island will probably be a bit more combat focused because of that 1-to-1 control scheme. And I think it's going to feel really neat being able to control objects 1-to-1. So you'll dual wield objects. And in this one, you do dual wield in a sense that when you equip a weapon, you have a weapon in the left hand, but you do them by left trigger, right trigger to a weapon. So Diamond Island, why did I think it was Silver Island? Silver Falls Silver Island doesn't even make sense. I'm going to tell you something. I don't think I've told anyone this. There's another Silver Falls game that I've been planning for years, and it's already been mentioned. I don't do one game and then I think I'll just see how it goes. I plan out the whole series, and so there's a number of Silver Falls games. They're already set up in terms of the lore and the references, the story beats, the character, the history. There's like 80 Silver Falls potential games that have been intertwined into the Silver Falls games that you can get right now. And there's a Silver Falls game, I've never told anyone about this, so this is an exclusive, Silver Falls Golden. And this is already referenced in setup in the games. And Silver Falls Golden is like a Warriors game. It's a one versus many. And so it's totally action focused. It's about having a massive, massive cast of characters and big action. And Silver Falls Golden is not going to look like the rest of the Silver Falls games. It's going to look like an anime. And in Silver Falls Golden, I want to do an intro that's like, I'm going to write a J-pop anime intro, and it's going to be like, like the Naruto and the Bleach openings, and the art style for the game will be anime focused. So it's not going to look like the rest of the Silver Falls games. And Silver Falls Golden takes place there's been reference, there's a character that's in a coma. And Silver Falls Golden takes place in the mind of that character as he's in a coma, but he needs to find his way out of the coma. And so it's the characters in Silver Falls are somehow able to kind of interact with the subconscious of this character to help them get out of the coma. Are they actually there, or is this character just imagining all of the events that are going on? So that's Silver Falls Golden, and the Silver Falls Golden. And so, yeah, that's how I'm able to justify Silver Falls, because when I make these games, I want you to constantly feel like these are real people and that they're not just action heroes. And that's something that makes me feel disconnected from Resident Evil. Like, I'm a big Resident Evil fan, but I feel further and further disconnected from the characters because they just are action superheroes. And it's hard for me to view Resident Evil characters as people. And that's a real problem for me as a storyteller and someone that wants to enjoy stories. So one of the most important things for me with Silver Falls is no matter what I do, these characters have to feel like real people. They have to feel like you know them, like you could relate to them. And that's why I purposefully make mechanics that feel clunky. I've had a lot of negative reviews for my first Silver Falls game, 3 Down Stars, saying, oh, the gun aiming is clunky, and the combat is bad. It's not an action game, it's a horror game. And if you give people a combat system where they feel powerful, you are saying that these characters are powerful. These are action heroes. And that is not what Silver Falls characters are. So I purposefully made the combat system of 3 Down Stars. You're meant to feel depowered. It's frustrating. Aiming is hard. And your end lag on your weapons is so clunky. And that makes you feel vulnerable. And that was the whole point of 3 Down Stars, was making these characters feel vulnerable, and by extension it makes you feel vulnerable alongside with these characters. It was a way for me to build a connection with the player and the characters, and to help you organically feel like you are not the master of this world. You are here to try to find a way to survive, and it's going to be difficult. And I knew that people were not going to like the clunky aiming, and you have to make a choice. Will you stick by the concept that you've come up with, and will you follow through and execute it, or will you be a dickless coward, and will you crumble to reviewers and just make something that reviewers will like? And in every step, in every single game that I've made the decision to, I'm going to have balls, and I'm going to make the game exactly like how I want to make the game. And I don't give a shit about reviewers. I don't care what they say. I don't care if they don't like it. This is the game that I've decided to make. The Coma character, they were from 3 Down Stars, right? No, that character is not in 3 Down Stars. They have been mentioned a couple times. I'm not going to say who it is. But with Silver Falls Golden, that finally gives me the opportunity to create a Silver Falls game that is bombastic and big. Because by the time Silver Falls Golden comes out, you are going to be familiar with so many characters. You are going to have been on journeys with these characters. You know what these characters are good at, what their strengths and weaknesses are. When you play 3 Down Stars, you know that, oh, these characters, they got elemental guns from the mechanic. The mechanic built them elemental guns. So in Silver Falls Golden, I get to build a move set where, Annalene's had to get the flame shot, so she's going to have a move set where she has fire powers, and she's able to do big fiery explosions, and that is drawing on the existing lore of Silver Falls, and Moss, that Moss had to go through the lumberyard, and he had to get the cryo shot. So Moss is going to have ice magic, and he gets to do big explosive attacks. Um, and because it's not taking place in reality, I get to go big. I get to go as big as I want with it, and so that Golden was something I've wanted to do for years. I've been planning that for a long time, and so I want to make sure that every character that you get to spend time with in every Silver Falls game, I want to make sure that they have something that's fun that I can then extrapolate and turn into a cool anime power set. You know what I mean? Respect, bro. You got to be true to yourself. Yeah, Tim, you absolutely, yeah, you're absolutely right. You got to be true to yourself, and it's of course it's easy to want to be popular and you want to be liked and you want reviewers to say something positive about your game. I don't give a shit. Reviewers can say whatever they want. I'm gonna make exactly what I want to make, not because I'm stubborn, but because this is the experience that I want the player to have. And I believe in what I'm making. I believe that people will enjoy it. If this is something that they will like, they'll enjoy it. And that's what I care about. And I know that, okay, there's going to be less people that enjoy this, but I'm not trying to make a game that every single person in the world is going to like. For me, it's about quality over quantity. I want people to like something because it means something to them, because they connect with it. And that means that whatever I make is probably going to be more niche. But for me, it's about quality over quantity. People like it because they really connect with it. So that's what's important to me. Oh, you totally ducked the question last time. Is Maverick stuck in the 8 breaks in time? Maverick is in 8 breaks in time, but he's not stuck. I'm not. I'm always careful. I don't want to say too much about anything. Maverick is not stuck anywhere. Maverick is a character. There's two. I will say this. And of course, I want to be careful about spoilers. There's 2 Silver Falls characters that can appear. I created them specifically in a way to where they can appear anywhere. And those 2 characters that can appear anywhere in any game, those 2 characters are Maverick and Soldier. They can appear in absolutely anything. Doesn't matter what time period. Actually, it does. It does matter what time period it takes place in. Mostly. But Soldier and Maverick can appear anywhere. And Gino's and Winnie is going to one-shot every enemy in a complete row without reloading because she's untouchable. I didn't think that Winnie was going to be so beloved, but these characters, I create personalities and voices for the characters, and I let the characters, when I write them into the stories, I kind of let them speak for themselves. Like, I don't force dialogue into a character's mouth. I let the characters speak for themselves. That's so important to me because I want each character to feel like they are their own person. And sometimes characters grow outside of my control. Like, I didn't intend a character to grow in a certain way, and Winnie just turned out like super charismatic. She was, yeah. I didn't think that was gonna turn out like that, but people really like Winnie. So I'm gonna put some planner boxes here. They'll give me stuff. There needs to be a description window that says what the items do, because I forgot. I don't remember what this stuff does. I'll put a rain dish here. I'll put 2 rain dishes. It does something. I don't remember what. I've made so many games. I don't remember what these items do. Shades, lanterns. Insectarium. Let's find somewhere to put a tent. Just to name the hero of Destiny can't aim a gun even if life depends on it. That's fantastic. I like that. I almost walked on those traps. You almost made me laugh and hurt myself. I'll put a tent somewhere. So if I have a guest, the guests can stay in the tent if they want. Oh, this is a nice spot. Look at a view of the sunset or sunrise. Put a tent. I gotta use my cheat code. So unfortunately, I haven't programmed the shoulder buttons. I came up with a bunch of random names for the food. Oh, look how low resolution the buttons are for the recipe names. I'll fix that, of course. I can't show you the rest of the recipes. I can't cook, so I'll work on that. I built a tent. So if the tent is supposed to be able to serve as a shelter, so when it's raining, you have to get under cover. As you saw earlier in the stream, it's broken. I was still taking damage from the rain. Rain damage, am I right? Relatable. And the tent is supposed to allow you to avoid rain damage. But this is such a big deal for me with all of Ruby River, because I love camping. I love just waking up in the mountains and the sun's rising over the mountains, and there's this mist that's floating through the trees. I wanted to give that experience to people. I wanted to share that experience with people. So that was my priority with Ruby River. So being able to drop a tent and then see the sunrise and to sit in here and recover your health, I think it's broken. I think I'm not recovering my health. I'm supposed to be recovering some health here. So that's what was important to me with Ruby River. Sometimes a game mechanic is just a communication issue. A game mechanic is not accepted well. Yeah, I can see that. Well, sometimes things are kind of obscure and logically they don't make sense, and that's why it's so important to have description boxes and to remind players what things do or what things don't do, because sometimes it's easy to get lost in the sauce as a developer and to forget that people don't know the ins and outs of your game. So, Bull Brandish is one of the most beloved Silver Falls characters. People really like. I just got to see if I can climb on this tent. I know myself, and I know past me would have wanted to make it to where you can climb on the tent. So past me did it. So I'm gonna thank past me for letting me do that. I just think it's funny standing on a tent. Say, as my great grandpa always said, if you're still taking rain damage, you need to fix your tent logic. Your grandpa's a wise man. Taking rain damage sucks when you're inside. You should not be taking rain damage when you're indoors. That's all I'm saying. I know people don't want me to get political because I just make games. People don't want to hear me talk about politics, but my political stance is if you're indoors, you should not be taking rain damage. I'm going to die on that hill. And I will die on that hill because I'm taking rain damage, am I right? I want to know what these do. There's supposed to be items that spawn after a certain amount of time, and I'm not seeing them. So the logic is broken here. So bringing it to the Switch did break something. Items are supposed to spawn in there. I'm going to look at my insect terrarium. This is why I'm placing these items. I'm checking the logic, and I need to see if they work. I better put down an ammo table outside. Something's working here. Okay. I got genuinely excited. I don't know why I sounded like that. Bro standing on the tent like a jet. What about horizontal? Horizontal rain is the most painful rain there is, because much like Heartbreak, you can't avoid horizontal rain. I'm going to pick this up. I don't remember what this is. I'm going to pick it up. Do we want to guess in the chat what this is going to be? Because this is an insect terrarium, and I don't know what item is supposed to spawn from an insect terrarium. I don't know what that is. That's not very inclusive. Maybe that's what I am. I'm a rain bigot. Sorry. What do I think the hip young people online say? Sorry, not sorry. I'm a rain bigot. Deal with it. Wait, did we ever decide on a winner for the Gunfighter Gold Collection minigame tournament? Gunfight. Oh no, I don't think we did. That was fun. And it was obviously me again with my invisible gold. That so many things broke at the last second working on these games because I was not getting any sleep. So the way the games turned out is just a hoot. It was so funny. It's going to turn you into a bear. Okay, we're guessing it's going to turn. Gino's yeah, you are the winner for the Gunfighter Gold Collection minigame. Insects come from terrariums. That makes sense. Let's just wait. If anyone else wants to guess, I'm going to have a coffee break. What was I going to say? I was going to say something and I forgot. Yeah, I eventually will do Silver Falls Golden. Check out the 3DS textures. Those are the leaves that are in there are still from the 3DS. Yeah, so I'm gonna do Silver Falls. Oh, Silver Falls Golden. And that was so far back on the back burner because I thought, man, it's going to be tough to create the framework for this. But then I created Fragment Domain, and Fragment Domain is what I made for Hero of Destiny. And I created Fragment Domain to be hugely versatile because I knew one day, ooh, I want to be able to use this for Silver Falls Golden. So now whenever I want to do Silver Falls Golden, it's going to be a matter of doing all the graphics and the audio and the animations because all of the programming is done. I don't have to do any extra programming to make Silver Falls Golden. Well, of course you have to do some, just not a lot. It's going to be a sea bear. Let's pick it up. I got thread. Insects make thread. It's obvious now. No, it's not. Nothing about that was obvious. I'm going to put an ammo workshop right here. He was a chipper guy. Really need the existential cowboy who contemplated on the finality of death and whether or not the impact you make on others in life is actually worthwhile. That was sad. So if anyone hadn't played White Inside Its Umbra, I would say go and pirate it so you can play it on Wii U hardware. I made a bunch of games on in White Inside Its Umbra. You played on the gamepad. And there is one where you play as a cowboy that's exploring the Wild West. And this guy, you talk to a bunch of different cowboys that are all around the Wild West. And I was in the mindset of just wandering around alone for months at a time. And so when I was writing the dialogue for the characters in that Wild West game, I just thought these guys must be sad, right? They are alone, and they're alone with themselves and their thoughts for months. Oh, how would they feel about that? And I wrote dialogue for those characters that I think this is relatable. I think this is what a cowboy in the Wild West might feel, you know? And there was some real existential dread in that game. I need more materials, or I need a cheat code. Thread? Pokopia ass logic. Gotta run. Lesson Pie, it's been awesome hanging out. Alright, we'll see you in the Discord. Thanks for the convo and inspiration. I'm going to lock in, as the youngins say, and try and get the game ready. But don't burn yourself out. Make sure you're having fun. If there's any point where you're not enjoying working on your game, just take a step back and spend time with friends and family. Don't make yourself miserable. That's the worst mistake you can make, is pushing yourself so hard that you're miserable, because you'll start disliking your project. And that comes from experience. I've shipped more than 14 commercial products. Don't put yourself in a position where you dislike your product. Okay, take care. But you know what? Let's both kick some ass. Let's both make cool stuff for people. We'll see you in the Discord, Lesson Pie. Bro is one with the cowboy life. And I love the Wild West, you know, and I really like the Gold Rush era, the westward expansion. Oh, I know what I was going to tell you guys. There is a game. I keep saying this, but that's just how it is. I've been working on Silver Falls games that I've been working on games for years that you are not going to see or hear of a game for years, but I've been working on games for years already. And I have not mentioned this to anyone, and I have proof that I'm working on it. I can show it to you. And I'm waiting for the right moment to announce and launch it. So give me a second here. I'm going to reveal a Silver Falls that I've not mentioned to anyone. Where is it? So I need to turn on my desktop streaming, but I don't know what's going to show up on my desktop streaming. So if you give me a second here, I don't know what's going to show up. I think the screen's going to go really funny for a second. I'm turning on streaming and we'll see. If we hide the game for a second... Okay, that's what I thought would happen. I'm going to put this image on screen. There we go. This is the logo that I designed for Silver Falls Trail. And I've been planning this. I started planning this one about 2 years after 3 Down Stars. So I did 3 Down Stars, Undertakers, Ghoulbusters, and I think it was sometime after Ghoulbusters. Well, I had the idea for this before that, but I started doing the notes and the planning. And this is basically all of the concept is done for this. All the planning is finished for the Silver Falls Trail. So the Silver Falls Trail takes place during the American westward expansion era, and no word of a lie, there's this has already been mentioned in no. I had the idea for this even while I was working on 3 Down Stars because the lore of this game is mentioned in 3 Down Stars. So I was wrong. I forgot. This game is as old as 3 Down Stars. If you look at the lore for 3 Down Stars on the loading screens, the lore for the events of Silver Falls Trail are actually mentioned in 3 Down Stars. So Silver Falls Trail will play like the Oregon Trail, but I want it to look like the original Oregon Trail that's all green. So one day I will do this game and it will play just like the original Oregon Trail, but it is the story of the what was the character's name? His last name is Allardyce, and it's I have to look at my notes, but the Allardyce is the name of the expedition leader, and Allardyce had a team, and he traveled from the East Coast, and he cut a path through to the west, and they landed in Silver Falls. And where they landed is where Silver Falls ended up. But a number of the characters that live in Silver Falls, they are descendants of some of the people that came across on the Silver Falls Trail. So this is a secret reveal. Don't tell anyone about this. Only the people here in the chat get to know about the Silver Falls Trail. So this is a game that I will do in the future, but I'm waiting till the time is right. And I think it's just going to be fun. I think it's going to be cool. It's going to be fun. So yeah, and it's gonna look like the old Oregon Trail. So now I got to get my screen back. Free the duck, this duck season. Oh wow, thanks. Oh, I really appreciate that. Thanks, guys. I appreciate that. Duck season, I'm waiting on. So I've been working on some Silver Falls games that I've left waiting because I'm gauging where I'm at in the series, and it doesn't feel right to launch Duck Season or Face Takers right now. And I've been working on Duck Season for a long time, and the reason being is that I want to give people another Silver Falls game that has more story. And the last couple games that I've done don't have a lot of story. And so I'm waiting until after I do 8 Breaks in Time. And 8 Breaks in Time is going to give people a lot more story. And then at that point, I feel like it's going to be right to do Duck Season and Face Takers, because Duck Season and Face Takers don't have any story, and I don't want people to feel like the series is just a bunch of vignettes of neat little fun concepts with no story. So that's why I've not released Duck Season. And Face Takers I'm redoing. Originally, Face Takers was going to use the abstraction framework, which I used for 3 Down Stars, but I'm having a tough time with that on the original Switch right now, so I created the Fragment Domain. And I created Fragment Domain over the past year and a half, and I'm a significantly better developer than I was 6 or 7 or even 8 years ago. Significantly better. So Fragment Domain is the best framework I've ever made, and I'll be using that for Face Takers, and it's gonna be way better if I use that. So yeah, I did not just make the logo up on the spot. I've had that logo sitting around for a long time. But Duck Season, I'm so excited for Duck Season because I'm still making the DS version. So Duck Season will be an actual DS game. I'm giving out that free. You'll be able to play Duck Season for free. And then there will be the Switch version of Duck Season. But here's the thing. Duck Season on the DS is going to take place around 2004, 2005. That's the DS version. And Duck Season on the Switch takes place in modern day when Three Down Stars and the rest of the series takes place. And so Duck Season on the DS is actually a prequel. And there will be some story beats that carry over, and you get to see some progression. And there's a character in Three Down Stars that we see in the hospital. His name is Lux Langstrom. And Lux Langstrom is a watchmaker that lives in Silver Falls. And he is diagnosed with Parkinson's. And he starts going through life changes because he realizes he's not going to be able to do the work that he loves. And he's a world-class watchmaker. And that is the story of that character, and that's his journey is what am I supposed to do with my life now that I can't do. There's only one thing that makes me who I am. There's one thing that makes me worth that makes my life worth living. And when he gets Parkinson's and he's no longer able to do his watchmaking work, you see the journey that he has to go on in order to deal with that. And so that's Lux Langstrom. So Lux Langstrom is the human component of Duck Season. And Duck Season, it's all about the ducks, and you don't play as Lux, but with Lux, there are conversations that he has with the ducks, because part of Lux's thing is he's quite, he's European, well, he comes from European descent, and he's not that outgoing, and so he doesn't really want to talk to people, but he will talk to the ducks. And so you get to learn about Lux in his life as he visits the ducks and talks to the ducks. I got mushrooms, I got shrooms. Of course, Rain Dish grows shrooms. That makes sense to me. The Oregon Trail ripped him off. Okay, let me catch up. A girl who cried a river and drowned the whole world. Watching you look so sad in photographs. Oh, I just got demonetized for singing a song that exists. You're trying to tell me that the story of the Duck Army is somehow less worthwhile than whatever Annalise's dad is doing in time. Yes, Annalise's dad, in Silver Falls 8 Breaks in Time, Annalise's dad is traveling through time. In every other story in Silver Falls so far, it's left vague as to what's actually happening. This is a situation where it is confirmed you are traveling through time. And it's the only game where I will confirm that it is time travel. See how this is not casting a shadow? These are the kind of notes that I have to take. This tent should be casting a shadow, and it is not. So I'll put that in my little notes. Is it true that Nintendo doesn't like people calling the first Switch the Switch 1? Can you confirm Virtual Boy support? I don't know how Nintendo feels. I can't speak on their behalf. I'll just put on some chill music. I do know that if you are a developer, say for example, if I have a text in my game here, and if I mention the difference between Switch 1 and 2, if I put text in my game that says Switch 1, then Nintendo will reject my game, and they will ask me to revise it so it does not say Switch 1. It has to adhere to the legal terminology. So if you are just a normal human being, they don't care if you call it Switch 1. If you are a developer and you are mentioning their brand and their intellectual property, it has to be verbatim what is allowed given the terms of their legal registration for the names of their products. Wait, holy shit, with the release of that dumbfuck Virtual Boy controller for the Switch 2, does that mean we can get the true Silver Falls, it's Vicarious Brothers experience? You caught me. I actually have started working on finishing Vicarious Brothers after Nintendo launched the Virtual Boy headset. I am going to finish Vicarious Brothers, and I'm going to have a stereoscopic mode. I just need to make it and then run it by Nintendo to make sure that I can use the Virtual Boy thing. But that was a canceled game because I had to make 7 other games for the 3DS and Wii U, and I just ran out of human energy, and I ran out of human energy in time, and I couldn't finish Vicarious Brothers. And so here's the thing, there is code linker data. So for people that aren't familiar, the Silver Falls games, they can code link, which means that characters can cross over from one game into another by handshaking with the various games. There's already code linker data. If you go back to 3 Down Stars, White Inside Its Umbra, Guide and Deathly Delusion Destroyers, there's code linker data for Diamond Island. There's code linker data for Vicarious Brothers, and that is proof that I've been working on all of these games for a very long time. Is they're already integrated? All the stories, all the characters are integrated already. So yeah, when I launch these new games, if you have the other Silver Falls games, you will have all that stuff. And Guardians and Metal Exterminators. There's code linker data in that as well for Diamond Island, etc., etc. Did Nintendo secretly not do something stupid and terrible? They did. Nintendo secretly actually revived Vicarious Brothers, because I was going to leave that sitting, because it's just like, I have so many other projects, right, that I'm working on, and with Vicarious Brothers, it's so hard to sell people a game that looks like that. It's so red, and naturally people are going to look at that and go, my eyes hurt so bad. And it's Vicarious Brothers because of that, because the appeal of that was that it was in 3D. It looked really cool in 3D, and if it's not in 3D, then it's a very red dungeon crawler RPG. And from my perspective, people were not going to really enjoy a very red dungeon crawler RPG. But now that you can get the Virtual Boy headset, and the cardboard one is like 20 or 30 bucks. And you can get a third-party one, but because we have that, I'm now working on Vicarious Brothers again, because now it's no longer just a very red dungeon crawler RPG. Now it is a 3D, very red dungeon crawler RPG. So Nintendo did do something good. Dude, I'm not trying to get you in trouble, but why did you ask that guy before if he was a cop? It was just a joke. It was a joke. Because you know how in movies they say, like there's always like a 35-year-old that's playing a high school student pretending to be a cop, and then there's this myth. There's a myth where if a cop is undercover, you if they ask if you're a cop, you have to say if you're a cop. It's required by law. There's a myth, which is actually not true. That's not true. If you are a cop undercover and someone asks if you're a cop, you don't have to tell people. You don't have to tell people that you're actually a cop. That's not real. That's not something that exists. So it's just a dumb throwaway gag. Yeah. I'm not a cop, but if I was, I would say I wasn't. It's your prerogative to not tell people that you're a cop. You don't have to tell people. Exactly. Why would they tell you? All you've accomplished by asking that is confirmed that you definitely are planning to do something illegal. Yeah. So yeah, I did get stuff out of there. I wasn't paying attention. Does anyone remember what walnuts? Is that what I got out of there? I got walnuts out of there. Yeah, every single building element, every single element is new. Let me look at my list again. What have I got? So where did I put my ammo workshop? So over time, this will give me... Oh, guys, check that out. We have this is called an LOD, or a level of detail, and there is an LOD 0, which is not referencing a renderer. So when you get too close, it disappears. These are the kinds of things that you write down in your notes, and then you can work on that throughout the day. And you can make revisions. I'm going to see if my insect terrarium has given me any more thread. And you do need thread for crafting, especially when it comes to making armor. You really need... Yeah. You know what? I'm going to build another terrarium. I got 2 that time, which is real nice. Okay, let me build another terrarium. Planter box. Spike trap. Animal trap. Insect terrarium. Can I stack them? I can't stack them? Okay, that's fine. You know what I might try? I might try. You know what? I'm gonna experiment and see like putting a buildable surface in certain trees so you could build on a tree branch. I think that'd be so fun. I'm gonna experiment and see if it makes sense. So I've divulged like a ton of secrets today, so you guys know some stuff. But there's good there's Silver Falls Trail coming, and there's Silver Falls Golden. Since Seaman, since Man 96. Hey, thanks for coming to hang out. This looks like a fun game. Yeah, this is just a very chill open world exploration game where horrifying nightmare cryptids come out at night and they tear your shit up, and you have to fight horrible nightmare cryptids that some of them look really upsetting to look at, a little too vascular. I've turned enemies off. You're allowed to turn enemies off if you just want to have a chill experience. So you can build whatever you want. I am going to add positional snapping. This is something that people have asked me for a while and in large numbers. So it'll help with just lining stuff up. So I'm going to add that. Build whatever you want. I'm going to see what other stuff I need to test as well. So my terrariums work. You guys are saying that did work. Fencing, campfire, planter box, rain dish, pillar, just spike trap. You know what is it under furniture? Structure, furniture, oven. Oh, that's for cooking. I have an oven. I have an oven upstairs, which is a weird place to put an oven, honestly. Flour mill, and the flour mill lets you make. Oh, lets you. The flour mill has to be near the oven if you want to bake stuff. So there's certain things like pies. So some of the recipes that you can cook in this, there's pies and breads, other things that require flour. And so you have to have a flour mill near your oven in order to cook those things. So that is my tip: is put your flour mill next to your oven. So I'll go ahead and do that. Ingredients of food. Put my flour mill there. What else? What else can I build? Bookshelf. So that's an oven. Why am I putting all these like fiery things upstairs? I'm gonna put my stove downstairs. I'll put it next to my campfire. Okay. Let me use my cheat code. Let's look at the ingredients that I have. I got what's potatoes, precious. I have mushroom. Are you guys seeing this? I have to point out when I have stick drift because it's insane. Walnuts. Let's just walk around. I'll show you the environment a bit more. Looks like Rust back in the. Hey, that's a big compliment. A pet horse. You can get pets. So I am adding more wild animals. I was only able to have bunnies and goats as animals. I wanted way more. So I'm adding way more animals to this so there will be more wildlife. So what you do to get a pet in this is they don't become like a loyal pet. What happens is what you do is you build a fence ahead of time, a corral. So you build a corral. I'll do it now. Let's try and catch a goat. We're gonna catch a goat, guys. Today we're catching a goat. I'm gonna build a corral where there's space. There's a lot of space over here. So this is a good spot for a corral. So what you have to do is when you hit an animal, it will attract its attention and the animal will start chasing you. So you can lead an animal into a spot and you have to lead it into your corral. And once the animal is in the corral, you have to close the corral. So let me go to my, did I pat? When I'm talking, I just lose track of what I'm looking at. It's in standalone, isn't it? Fence. Yeah, okay. So maybe I don't know if I'll add horses because I need to do. So here's the thing: I don't just randomly throw things into my Silver Falls games. When it comes to like the tree species or animal species or foliage, I actually do research and I make sure that foliage and animals can appear in certain parts of the United States because this game is supposed to take place in a certain part of the United States. So I do actually check species when it comes to their habitation. So I don't just randomly throw stuff in. And so I've made decisions based on, that animal doesn't appear in that part of the United States. So I can't put that animal, I can't use that foliage in this game, that sort of thing. So I don't know if I'll put horses because I don't know if wild horses appear in this part of the United States. So please add. Oh yeah, absolutely. There will be bears. Unfortunately, it's just going to be the bear with just the one type of bear at a time. It'll be one bear at a time. Okay. Fences are good because they're quite cheap to build, and I don't want like a small space for my goats. So yeah, there's gonna be way more animals. But if you do have requests for animals, let me know. Let me know right now what animals you want to appear in Ruby River, because I'm gonna be adding. I like animals. I like them real good. I'm gonna put more animals in here. Yeah, and I designed the game specifically so you can catch them and just have them as a little pet. They won't do anything, but it's just fun to have them. You know what I mean? But your post-processing is way better than what Rust did. To be fair, I have the benefit of people who've been working on Unity and creating post-processing effects for years and years, you know. So I can't take credit for making the post-processing. All I'm doing is using the post-processing solutions. Other people have made these solutions, and I'm just implementing their tools. Is what it is. People create post-processing. It's a tool, and you use the tool. So I can't take credit for that. I can take credit for using the tool. That's all. I'll do a shorter fence. I'll do a shorter fence so I can remind myself where I'm supposed to go. You know. Fence short. Here we go. Put a short fence, and I'm pretty sure a goat won't. A goat would escape this. Absolutely, a goat. Hold on. We'll do it. Yeah, like a sideways one. So I always know. Okay, so I got to get the. Okay, like this. Now I got to find a goat. This is good. This is good right here. Oh, you know what? You know what? We got to get a rain dish in here because I want them to have water. Of course. We'll get the. I don't. I'm getting ahead of myself. I don't even have a goat. I don't even have a goat. Okay. Oh, see, I'm too fat. I'm too fat to make it through here. That is worrying. I hope that I've not screwed this up. You can normally dismantle, but I cannot dismantle right now because I haven't mapped the button for it. It would take like 10 minutes of programming, so I'll save. Bro's gonna feed the goat to a T-Rex. That's what goats are for, man. But you got to hang it off a chain. Jackalope drop bears. I like the idea of a jackalope. It pleases me so much. Dude, my Papa Bear will be famous. Actually, it's because of Tim. So Goo Buddies, it's because of Tim that Goo Buddies will be able to have split elements now. That's a feature that we added just because Tim inspired it. So let's go ahead and find ourselves a goat. Sinceman96, you the artist. Yes, I generally do all the artwork except for the foliage. Foliage is not something that I'm good at. And so I buy foliage that other artists have created. I could do foliage, but it would take me months and months of work, and I'm not good at foliage. So I'll buy foliage that there's specialists that specialize in making foliage that look really good. And you can use there's foliage software out there where you can generate foliage using those programs like SpeedTree, and there's other stuff that I don't know their names off the top of my head. The sand it's too bright right now, but it won't be that bright in the actual game. I just need to keep fine tuning it. I'm using my eyeballs and I'm just looking for a goat. I'm looking for a goat. Yeah, but in general, like all the modeling and everything I do myself. You can purchase 3D models that specialists make, and then you modify those to be purpose built. And it's all about making a project, making the asset fit your needs. Is that moving over there? Is that a goat? I don't know why I got really quiet. Like I don't want to spook the goat. I think there might be one. Okay. Be very quiet. Okay, guys, I'm just going to look for a goat. He said blast processing. Animele 2 Ruby River Rumble. Yeah, like a cross. I wanted to bring Animele to the Switch, but I used a very old solution for multiplayer. Like Animele was my fighting game, and it used a very, very old solution for network gameplay. People could play two people. If two people had phones, they could play the game together. And when I load Animele into the new version of Unity, I just get error messages and crashes. So it's a matter of Unity has now broken all of the compatibility with Animele, and it's going to take a really frustrating amount of time and work to rip out the multiplayer network solution from Animele. And it's a shame because I'm so proud of Animele and I really like it. I want to share Animele with people. It's going to be really frustrating for me because the multiplayer logic that's in there it's entwined. It's woven into Animele. It's going to be hard to get it out of there. I don't see a goat, but let's keep looking. I just want one goat. I don't even want that many. I just want the one goat. I need to get to the high ground, Anakin. I read that as Connectimals. Machine Gun, it's almost midnight here. I got to go to sleep. Kinematics tomorrow. Inverse kinematics. Very good. Kinematics allow you to... they help you pose and animate your characters by taking into account the character's joint limits and how a joint would be realistically positioned. We'll hang in Discord. Awesome. All right, Machine Gun. Thanks for hanging out here on the live stream. We'll see you in the Discord. Share your projects with us. Come hang out with us. Will there more streams? Be more streams soon? Absolutely. It's just fun. To be honest, my work day can get very boring because I'm staring at a screen all day long. So it's just fun to be able to work on games and hang out with you guys at the same time. All right, see you, Machine Gun. Take care. Goat Simulator 7. Well, if we can find a goat. Here's the thing: the spawn rate for the wild animals is so low because of it's still set to the 3DS spawn rate. The other day I found a goat underwater. He's not still there. Okay. I gotta get to the high ground, Anakin. Bro, black and white goo buddies are the best. It's half and half. Yeah, and you'll be able to influence the element of the goo buddy that hatches from the eggs. I really want to get goo buddies out to people. That's an idea where I wouldn't say in love, because you cannot afford to fall in love with your own product. If you do that, you're going to get high on your own farts. So you cannot afford to fall in love with your own product. But Goo Buddies is an idea that I love because I love monster games. And I don't use the word love lightly, but I always say love that is a word that you reserve for your friends and your family. But monster raising games, I love monster raising games. I love them real good. That's why I created a fart helmet. Good. And I assume that the fart helmet protects you from falling in love with your own farts, right? There's certain areas that I've earmarked because, like, say for example, this area is very blank. I've earmarked this because I have more, I have different trees that I want in this biome, so I've left this area blank so I can fill that in a little more later on. I need to have more wild animals. Also, when you kill a wild animal, you do get meat. So if you look at your, I don't have any right now. I have no meat in my ingredients list. But there will be many, and this is so satisfying having visuals like this. Just puddles that look organic and they reflect the sky. I'm going to tell you guys a secret. These puddles are not real time. These puddles are using a baked reflection probe, and the Switch has a massive problem with reflection probes in Unity. If you try to use real time reflection probes, they're broken. Absolutely broken. They'll destroy your frame rate and they don't work. They actually don't work. And so this is a baked reflection probe. So the reflection that you see here is not actually reflecting what you see. It is reflecting a baked image. So don't tell anybody that. Just don't tell anyone. Duck Mainframe. If you need music, I know a guy at the red light near my street who can play a keyboard pretty good. He doesn't have internet or phone or anything in this room. This person you are describing sounds like a modern wizard. Sounds like a very interesting person. I need a goat, dude. Bro, what does the guy got to do to spawn a goat around here? When you're working, do you ever get distracted? I have ADHD and get distracted kind of easily. Of course you can get distracted. Oh yeah, absolutely. Anything can distract you. Yeah, it's just a workplace management strategies that you have to employ to stay focused. And that's if I try to upload every day on the channel because I just want to bring something positive to people. If I think of a funny joke or a script, I just want to make people laugh. But if I'm working on something like this that really requires intense focus and concentration, that's when you'll see when I don't upload a video for a couple days in a row, is because I can't afford to get distracted, and working on this is difficult. This is a very hard game to work on. And so this is like I haven't uploaded in like 6 days, which is really unusual for me. But that's because I've been working on this, and this has priority. My game development has priority. But I did upload today though. Taking a look at My Hero Academia. I'm a big My Hero Academia fan. Look in your heart. The answer was inside our hearts the entire time. And my heart, this area breaks my heart. This area was meant to be oh shit, this is what a forest looks like. And it's so detail dense, and the frame rate here is not good. And that is 100% due, and I'm not shifting blame here, but Unity forced me to update to the latest version of Unity. I'm forced to use Unity 6 now. I created this game in Unity 2019 and it was running great, and the frame rate is half of what it used to be. And this breaks my heart. Out of all the hard work that I did, and I was thinking, man, I've made something that people are really going to enjoy. Wow. And then I was forced to update to the new Unity, and I saw this, and it was so disheartening. So it's in a position where I'm just going to keep trying to improve it, but it's heartbreaking seeing it like this, But you cannot let that slow you down. Like, this kind of thing doesn't slow me down. This kind of thing doesn't discourage me. It doesn't ever push me to where I think I'm going to give up, It just pushes me to become a better developer. I have to become a better developer. I will find a way to make this work. It just sucks that I've already done months of work, and that Unity puts in a policy where it's like, oh, that really sucks, dude. Ashkin Hamadi, how's it going? Hey, thanks for coming to hang out. The goat is the man at the light is a goat sometimes. This man is very interesting. This is a good musician who happens to be a goat. I need a goat right now. I built a corral. I'll take a rabbit. There are rabbits that spawn as well. I'll take either one. Here's the thing. I'm trying too hard. The goat will be there when the goat is ready to be there. But Anakin, you've got to maintain the high ground, Anakin. I'm going to adjust the tiling rate because the pixel density here is way too low. So I will adjust the density on that just so it's a little more pleasant. Please add yourself to the game for us players can run into. You can't. There's only one character that you encounter in this mode, and it's very, very important to the story. So you can only encounter one. And this is an interesting detail. He's in a cave, and so it's for story reasons that he's in a cave. But I could not add a human character to Ruby River on the 3DS. This was originally a 3DS game, and I'm remastering it for the Switch. I could not put a human in the overworld area here because it would have crashed the game. The human models, they require a certain amount of memory they just have a lot of polygons to have the humans in here. And this game walks such a fine line on the 3DS that if I even added another icon for another item, the game would have crashed. So I could not even add another item icon or the game would have crashed. That's why there's no humans that appear in this mode. And also, I just remembered this fun little detail here. So let's have a look at Animal Trap. Look at the icon. So on the top left, you see the icon for Animal Trap. The reason why Animal Trap does not have its own icon, it's the same icon as the rain dish. See that? And you might be wondering, why do they share the same icon? And I've said it multiple times during the stream. If I added even one more icon to this game, the game would have crashed on the original 3DS. And that's why some of the buildable icons are the same. That is 100% why the Animal Trap does not have its own icon. I did have its own icon, and it crashed the 3DS. That's the fine line that this game walked on the 3DS. It was a miracle this game ran on the 3DS at all. And I think things like that are so interesting. Like, holy shit, this game was one item icon away from crashing on the 3DS. And if you're just checking in, the sand is not going to be this bright in the actual game. I'm still in the middle of fine-tuning all the visuals, so I will tune this so where it's not blinding like that. It didn't normally look like that. I will change the time of day, though, so we don't have to be blinded. I'll make it sunset time. How about that? 5, 6, 7. Okay. Did you try yodeling like a goat herder? Do goats like that? Do goats like yodeling? I did not know that. I was not aware of goats liking yodeling, but if they do, there ought to be a yodeling option. The 3DS had a microphone, and I never got to make a game that used the microphone. Okay, now we just wait a moment. So I have a good view. I have a good view here. I should be able to see if there's a goat, right? Definitely I would see a goat. On one of my upcoming live streams, it'll be me just placing all the grass everywhere. It's going to take a while, because this is as you've seen, we haven't even seen everything. It's going to take a while. Like, this area needs to have grass, geometric grass. This is terrain grass, textural grass. I need to manually add geometric grass. It's just a manual task. And I'll do a live stream another day where we do that. That way I won't go insane from how tedious it is. And yeah, it has to be done by a person in this respect, because I want a very bespoke feel to this world. There's a very specific logic I want to have in this world, and so I can't just manually splat it out. You know what I mean? That sounds gross. You can manually splat it out on a OnlyFans channel. Just cleared space on a hard drive and installed Hero of Destiny. Hey, thanks. I hope you appreciate that. I appreciate that. I hope you enjoy the game. Thanks for that. I worked really hard to keep the game size as small as possible, but I know the struggle, because until I got a Steam Deck, my hard drive was constantly full. My Switch is always full. My Switch 2 is always full. I have the memory card for the Switch 2. I need to just install it now. I just want one goat. It's not even that many. It's not even that many goats that I'm asking for. My water solution is also quite expensive, and I might try to find another water solution, because I know the water... I have some ponds back there, and I know that they're affecting the frame rate, so I gotta figure something out. To get good performance on Switch, do you think Nintendo used to use custom engines? Metroid Prime 4, for example, uses a custom engine. Yes. Yes. I can't talk that much about the topic, because I do know things that are protected by NDA. I'm not trying to say, like, oh, my dad works... Oh, I found my sheriff badge. Well, this is not my DILF Hunter badge, so I'll just put this on here. All right, yeah. If you have a custom engine, then it can be tailored to be optimized. The reason why Unity is so bad at performance and getting worse is because it is a general purpose engine, and they want Unity to be able to do a bunch of different stuff. And when you are a jack of all trades, you are a master of none, is an old saying. Check out the 3DS textures. My friends, this is what a 16 by 16 pixel texture looks like. This is 16 by 16 pixels. this is how I got the game to not crash on the original 3DS. The frame rate is going to suffer. So I want the game to look like this, but I need to do significantly more work because the frame rate is not good. So it will get better. I will keep working on it. But these are the kind of visuals where that's too intense. I need to dial that down. So I apologize if I flashbanged you. Get some leaves here. Worked in the sound. The hills are alive with the sound of music. Min-max the shit out of that system. Absolutely, you said it. And I pushed it to the absolute limit with this game on 3DS. Oh, we still have the 3DS resolution sky. Look. That's 3DS resolution. The skyboxes took up so much memory because they had to look pretty good on the 3DS. So I haven't replaced those with high resolution yet. So you can actually see the seams. You can see the corners there. Look at the corner. So this is fun sharing this with you guys because I get to show you the game as it's making the leap from 3DS to Switch. I will improve that. That will get better. There's few things I love as much as spending time outdoors, and it took so much manual work to get the mountains to look and feel organic. I love spending time in the mountains, the Sierra Nevadas, being outdoors, hiking, camping, and getting those to look. That's manually painted. I didn't use some auto generator because I want to have full control. This is a very bespoke environment. It needs to fulfill a very specific purpose. And you can use generators to get you started, and then you have to further sculpt to be purpose-built. That's all sculpted just using tools manually. And it has the organic feel that I'm looking for. And it didn't look like that on 3DS because I didn't have enough resolution. I'm not saying I'm giving up on a goat. I'm saying that maybe I'll go do something else, and I'll let the goat come to me. Bro, what about the new 3DS performance? This game ran way better on new 3DS. But it was because Nintendo and I, we were in and I can't talk that much about my dealings with them because it is NDA, and it's disrespectful to break that. Not only is it disrespectful because we have a professional agreement, but it's more of a professional agreement than a legal one because it's not like they're gonna be total a-holes to me because we're business partners and they're not going to suddenly sue me, but it's just very disrespectful to break the NDA, and they could take legal action if they wanted to, but it's more, but we kind of agreed, like this is going to be the last game for the 3DS, and it's kind of a big deal because people will say that this is the final game, and I didn't want to put Nintendo or the 3DS in a position where the final game was shit. And so and I don't think I've ever talked about this topic, but there was a lot of pressure on me working on this game because we had decided on that. This will be the final 3DS game. And I felt pressure that you cannot let this game be shit. And so on this game, I slept like 2 hours a night. And some nights I didn't sleep at all working on this. And it was packaged together with Gaiden Deathly Delusion Destroyers. And I just wanted it to be good to cap off a console that was brilliant. The 3DS was brilliant. And I didn't want, because there were so many people that didn't have a new 3DS, so many people only had original 3DS, and I'd heard from hundreds and hundreds of people at that point that were messaging me directly and saying, man, can you please make the game work on original 3DS? This game should not have worked on original 3DS. There's no way this should have worked on 3DS. But it was because hundreds of people asked me for it, and I thought, if this is going to be the very final game for the 3DS, I want to make sure that it runs on the original 3DS. And so it was very stressful. It was very stressful working on this, trying to get it to work on the 3DS, the original. We got there. And it was so hard. So this is one where I've left it blank on purpose, but I want to add rocks. So I want rocks to boulders so you can harvest the boulders, but I need to manually paint the geometry grass. So we'll do that in another stream. is we'll manually paint this area. But see how plain it is? In my games, or in my videos where I'm discussing games, I often bring up the design philosophy of breaking the line. You have to break the line in order to make something look interesting, in order for a concept to be interesting. You see how I have a horizontal line? And you see how it doesn't look organic. It looks so boring and inorganic. There's a horizontal line there. There's a horizontal line there. And the way that you can break that is by adding foliage with geometry grass, with bushes, with rocks. If we go to other areas, like say, for example, we'll just walk a little bit, if you look at that horizon has broken the line. It has broken the line with trees and with fog. And so that is a concept that I need to apply to that area. So you can see this game still needs more work in this area. There's a lot more work. And it's funny, I've worked on this game for longer than I've worked on the original game. And this is the HD remaster, but I've worked on this way, way longer. Legal action, Smeagol Schmaction. Smeagol Schmaction. It's just about not being a dick. Exactly, don't be a dick. Nintendo did a lot to help me get these games out, because they shouldn't have helped me. They had to do a lot of work to get this stuff, and they had to produce a special version of Unity for me for both the 3DS and the Wii U, because that engine is broken. It was so broken on 3DS and Wii U, and I was trying to make these games work, and I was reporting it to them, and they actually rolled out specialized versions just for me, because I've reported and saying, look, the game's not going to work. The engine is broken, and they rolled out specific versions for me just to make it work. They didn't have to do that. There's a lot of legal stuff, a lot of paperwork. They shouldn't have done it, because they had wrapped up their services. But I told them, I said to Nintendo, like, people are so bummed out about the Wii U and 3DS ending, and I said, I just want to give people something that they have something to look forward to, something positive, so they're not bummed out about it. And Nintendo said, yeah, okay. Can you actually, they didn't say that, but it was a situation of, can you actually produce 7 games in this short amount of time? And so I'm grateful to the people that work at Nintendo, because they didn't have to help me. They did not have, they would have had to do a lot of paperwork to help me. And paperwork sucks. I know paperwork sucks. My stuff is bad. So there's this stuff spawns. Hey, my sister has the OG 3DS still. If her 3DS is if you have it homebrew enabled, I have made some of my games available to download. So you can download the ROMs through my itch.io, and you have my blessing. I mean, you can pirate the games if you want. That doesn't matter to me. I don't care. But the official ROMs that I've uploaded are updated, so they have improvements that don't exist, in the ROMs that you get through pirating. The ROMs that I put online are better. They're improved. So yeah, those are available for free on itch.io. I don't charge for them. I never will. And yeah, you can just download the 3DS games and play them. I haven't seen a goat. I'm gutted. So I'm now going to, on my notes, I'm just going to make sure I write down, increase the spawn rate for goats, for wild animals, a ton. I'll add a bear. I will add a bear for the daytime. I'll add some deer. 3DS was genius, completely genius. Oh, yeah. The 3DS is my favorite console. I will say that. And for many, many years, I would have said that the Super Nintendo was my favorite console. I can comfortably say now 3DS is my favorite. I shall let you know, but somehow youngsters don't know how to pirate like we do. It's funny, when you say that, it's not even a joke. It's not a joke. It's true that young people don't pirate like we do. I sound like some old fuddy-duddy. You know what? I should make this one with subsurface scattering. I will. I'll make this one with subsurface scattering, so it looks like light is entering the tent material. I'll do that. It'll look nicer. Anyway, I stepped on the trap. I stepped on the spike traps, and I killed myself. This is the cave. This is... Oh, this will be fun. So this is still very much 3DS. The ground. Have a look at the ground. That is the 3DS textures on that. So you can see it's vertex lit. It does not have normal mapping. It's low resolution. There's an item in here. I will take the item, though. And we have the character Bone Grizzly. There we go. You're supposed to be able to talk to him. The text doesn't show up right now. I have to reprogram this area. So this is the cave area. So there are items in here that will spawn that don't spawn anywhere else. Any in chat getting Lumentail? Ooh, Lumentail. Hold on. Let me look up Lumentail really quick. Lumentail. I can't show it on my screen. Lumentail looks so cool. Wait, I'm an adult. I could do whatever I want. Here's Lumentail. Let's see. Lumentail. This looks fun. Yeah, I'll get it. Oh, man. Yeah, this looks fun. I like this. This is something I like. I don't know anything about the developers or anything. Can I please have some resolution? Can I have some? I want to see the battles. Yeah, that's cool. I like it. I like it. I'll play that. Look at them monsters. See, here's the thing. Everyone has a weak spot when it comes to genres and themes. And my weak spot is monster games. I just love them monster games. I'll play them all day long. Okay. Have you considered releasing on PlayStation? I don't have a PlayStation dev kit. If I did have a PlayStation dev kit, I would release games on PlayStation. But every dev kit costs a lot of money. Lots and lots of money. The guy, Adam Eunice's game is Insignia. Wishlistable, not out yet. He streams the development. That's cool. I'll check out Insignia later. They made Pokemon Xenoverse. Oh, very cool. Very cool. Yeah, I like the Pokemon fan stuff and the mods. I like all that. And this was the game over state. So when you get killed in the overworld, I think this... Yeah, you wake up in the cave. That's what happens when you game over. But when you get killed, it actually, your punishment is you don't lose resources. I think that would be a huge pain in the ass. When you get killed, what happens is all of your stat levels decrease. And you can increase those when you defeat enemies. You get experience points and you can increase the levels. And so it is when you get killed, it decreases your levels. I'm going to add different trees to this area. In the original, this was totally bare. But I've got, different species of trees that I want to populate. So this area will have more stuff going on. And this kind of thing, I wanted this to feel like you're actually going through the mountains. And, I think this kind of thing is quite beautiful in its own way. I'm going to go up here. I'm going to see if there's a goat up here. 2 Aussie devs I root for are you and... Okay, I'll look up Adam Eunice. I don't know him. Adam. Because I live in Australia, but I haven't met him yet, But there's only like 100 people that live in Australia. I'm just kidding. We're not New Zealand. There's a lot of us here. Who do you get to test edge cases and break stuff? I have friends that come around and get them to test. To just focus on testing. I got stick. Stick is important for weapons. You really need sticks for weapons. I don't know if this question makes sense, but if you theoretically had a Switch 2 dev kit, can you still make Switch 1 games on it? If you are making Switch 1 games, you have to use a Switch 1 dev kit. Because a Switch 1 game will run totally differently. A Switch 1 game won't run the same as it would on Switch 2. So if you're making Switch 1 games, you have to use a Switch 1 dev kit. Because on Switch 2, the frame rate on this would be really good. We're struggling on the frame rate here, but on Switch 2, it would be much, much better. I'm just gonna I'm gonna hop on over there. I'm gonna go through the water. You have a fishing pole. I can't equip it right now because I need to finish programming the buttons, and I've gone underwater. So you can see that's one thing that I need to fix as well. You're not supposed to be able to go underwater because I have not set up a shader to handle underwater. This is what happens when you look underwater. It gets jacked up. I'm drowning. I'm drowning. I'm drowning, Anakin. Ashkin Hamadi, thanks for your time and expertise. I gotta go buy socks before they close so I don't have to do laundry. Okay, go, 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 go. Don't miss the store. Thanks for coming and hang out. Come back and hang out again another time. We'll be doing more live streams and hanging out, and yeah, we can talk again another time. See, I had to make the reflection resolution as low as possible on the water, but the water is kind of expensive when it comes to rendering. The night visuals, this is something I paid extra attention to because I want it to look good. Man, I want it to be visually satisfying. Tim, I'm not a game dev, but I feel smarter every time I watch your streams. There's a bunch of YouTube channels that I watch, and it's about stuff that I don't do. I don't particularly have, like any reason to watch them. Stuff like blacksmithing. And it's just fun to watch. I don't know anything about it. I have no investment in blacksmithing, but man, is it satisfying to watch expert blacksmiths talk about blacksmithing and a bunch of other stuff like antique restoration. Oh man, it's just interesting. This is an area that I think I've earmarked to populate with a different species of trees. So that's why. So here's why the frame rate is so bad right here is what is within view are my pawns. I have 1, 2, 3, 4. I know that there's 4 pawns that are within view. And the shader that I'm using for water is very expensive. Very, very expensive. So what I need to do is adjust the level of detail so that they stop drawing using that shader, and maybe they'll just use a flat plane that doesn't have any special calculation to it. So that will help with performance. This area, I want different kinds of trees here, just so it looks different, like a different biome. I want you to feel like you're going to different areas. So just in the chat, if there's any Pokemon fans here, what is the temperature for you guys on Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl? Are people really unhappy with BDSP, or have you just enjoyed it? For me, I really enjoyed it, but I would have really liked if they were more ambitious and did something. Did I see something moving down there? Is there an animal down there? This scene, this angle is something I paid extreme attention to because I love camping, I love hiking at night, and it's hauntingly beautiful when you hike at night and you're walking along the edge of a mountain and you look down and you see the silver fog and you see the moon shining on the silver fog and you see the tops of trees, poking up through the mountains. There are certain spots, like this spot in particular, I spent so much attention on this, crafting a scene that looked like this, because this is what it looks like when I go hiking at night. I wanted to share that with people. I think something like this there's something haunting and beautiful about it, and I wanted to share that with people. So there's just certain spots in this environment where I've spent so much time crafting it because I want to share this kind of feeling with people, because this is what it's like when you go hiking at night. And I really like that, and I think people will enjoy it. Let's go ahead. What I'm going to do is I'm going to Breath of the Wild my way up to that cliff, because there's another biome that I've created up there. I only played the original Diamond, but the remake looks the same with new paint. Yeah, and that's what it is. It's a faithful remake, and I'm not defending it. There's so many problems with it. They were belligerent about including the flaws of the original, and I think there was no need to include the logical flaws. You could have gotten rid of some of the design flaws, and they did. They got rid of some design flaws, and then they kept some design flaws in there. I'm just going to Breath of the Wild my way up here. There's no stamina system. I wanted people to just freely just do whatever, man. Go ham, have fun. I'm Breath of the Wilding my way up here. This is fine. There is a biome. There's an easier path up here, but I'm just going to Breath of the Wild my way up. Okay, and then there's a little biome that I've built here, and I thought it would be so cool if people, they got to build their little house here. They put their cabin here, and then they look over the edge. You build a house and it overlooks the valley down there. I think something like that is neat. And again, it's struggling because it's drawing anything that's here, whatever's behind it. This frame rate chugs, and yeah, it's a bummer. I'm just gonna have to find a way to make it work. I'll find a solution to make it work, but this chugs. Oh, look at the chunkiness of that. That is chunky. I'll find a way to make it work. I had considered mobility options as well. Like maybe you could make a craft and then, you could ride it around or you could glide around. That might be something I save for Diamond Island. Diamond Island will build on top of this, and it's it's in the series, but it'll be the same survival and crafting. But I want Diamond Island to be different and have its own identity. I might do that. I had considered. I had considered vehicles for this, but it was like I don't have time to implement that. That's going to take so much work. This environment, I wanted some areas to just be really dense, and it feels creepy as you're sort of making your way through here. And I think it's so fun. I've turned enemies off, like you can turn the option off for enemies, but I think it's so fun when an enemy just stumbles out of the darkness and it surprises you. I think it's really fun. And I think something like this looks satisfying. What's not satisfying is when you look over the cliff and you get 1 frame a second. Oh man, this is chunky. I gotta find a place where the frame rate is better. Okay, we're going downhill. The music that we're listening to is from Guardians and Metal Exterminators. Oh, maybe we should play some we should play some Guardians and Metal Exterminators. You know what? We'll switch to Guardians and Metal Exterminators. How about that? Okay. So that's it for Ruby River. That's all I have to share. I hope you guys have enjoyed. Hope you've had fun taking a look at Ruby River. It's been really fun sharing this game with you. I'm so excited to be able to share this with you. I'm glad when the game runs well and there's a decent frame rate. And then I'm heartbroken when it runs like this. I'm heartbroken. I'll do my best. I'll work on it. I'll keep improving it. I'll show you Guardians and Metal Exterminators. Interesting. Hey, how's it going? Good to see you. So yeah, this is Ruby River. This again originally was a 3DS game. So the fact that I can get it to look like this, just visually interesting, layering the fog. It's all manual work, and I'm so glad that it looks like that. And I'm so sad that it chugs in specific spots. I'll find a way to make it work. Good work, brother. I enjoyed seeing it. How's it going, Hard Lifestyle? All right, let's go ahead and we'll switch. We'll just take a look at some other Silver Falls stuff. So I'm so glad I got to share this with you. I haven't deployed top 15 caving disasters, so I don't have this set up for my computer. I have it set up for the Switch right now. So I don't know what's on. Let's just see what's on here right now. I have a question for you guys in the chat, for any Switch owners. Does anyone's Switch screen get scratched by the dock? Because the dock scratches my Switch screen, and everyone I know that owns a Switch has been gaslighting me, and they keep saying, "Oh no, I don't get the scratches on the screen," and I don't know why everyone I know sounds like Mario. No, you're wrong. The screen doesn't get scratched by the dock. Every Switch that I've owned, every dock that I have two. I have a development Switch and a retail Switch. I have two docks. Both my Switches and both my docks have been scratched by the screen. So what is up, man? Why? Why are my screens getting scratched by the dock? Mine does. Even my Switch too. Oh, Tim, thank you. Thank you. I thought I was the only one. Everyone was gaslighting. Here's what I've been doing. You see this Kleenex? All right, I usually get a microfiber cloth. That's neat. And then I tape the microfiber cloth in. The microfiber cloth fell off. I don't know where it went, so I've shoved a Kleenex in there. and shoving the Kleenex in there, it prevents the screen from getting scratched by the dock. Nintendo, can you do something about this, please? I think Nintendo's gaslighting me too, which is rude because, we're business partners. We work together. For Nintendo to go, no, you're imagining it, man. Switch 2 dock is so smooth, man. You don't get scratches on the. Look how smooth it is on the inside of the Switch 2 dock, man. And it's like within the first week, I was getting scratches on my Switch 2. Not sure. I think it's more when I whip it, when I wipe it with the top cloth. I've got scratches from microfiber cloths, but I have specific scratches from where the dock goes. You have to lift it out. Oh, I'm super careful. I'm like a surgeon whenever I take my Switch in and out of the dock. I'm like a surgeon. But there's going to be the 1 or 2 times where either you're not careful or someone else does it. That's when it gets scratched. The second I got my Switch 2, I put a screen protector on it. Trust me, you need a screen protector. I put a screen protector on a couple months after, so I've got one on there now. Okay, I'm looking for I don't play my own games. I don't. Once I launch my game, I don't want to play it. I want to do something else. Please let me do something else. Do I even have it on this? Do I have my game? I don't know if I have my own game. Am I... Why don't I have my own game? I think I never installed it because it's... Why? Why would I install it? I don't play my own games. I'm gonna give myself a copy of the game. Okay, if anyone wants a copy of this game, actually, I'll distribute Guardians and Metal Exterminators today. Then, oops, hold on. Let me go ahead and give myself a copy of the game. Guardians and Metal Exterminators. 1 second here. Okay. I guess I don't have a copy of my game. Bro, you need to stream Danganronpa. Oh, yeah! Yeah. You know what? We can do it now. We'll do it now. We'll do it today. 100% I defs have at least one. Still no screen protector, though. Yeah, once I saw my Switch 2 dock scratching my screen, I 100% immediately got a screen protector. I forgot how sluggish the Switch eShop is. Switch 2 eShop is so good. The original one is sluggish. Okay, let me redeem the code. No way, dude, I think you'd actually stream it. Oh yeah, I'll stream it. We'll do it. We'll do it today. Is Guardians for the Switch? Yes, Guardians is for the Switch. It originally came out on the 3DS. And it's for the new 3DS. Guardians and Metal Exterminators was originally supposed to be for all 3DS versions, and then something happened at the end of development, and it broke because Unity for 3DS was super broken, and at the last minute it broke, and it should have been, because the game was registered to work on all versions of 3DS. That meant that the game had to be canceled because my game was no longer valid for submission. And I told Nintendo that, and I apologized. I said, look, I've done all the work, but I've messed up, and I said, like, I've done something with development. I can no longer get my game. It stopped working on the original 3DS, and I said, I apologize, but I've failed on this one. And then I didn't even ask Nintendo to do this, but they went straight to the top. They had to do it in the US and Japan. So they went to Nintendo US and Nintendo Japan, or Nintendo North America, and they went straight to the top, and they asked them to do some paperwork and issue me a new code so that I could actually launch the game. And they shouldn't have done that because there's no reason. There's no reason why they should have done that. They had already ceased doing those functions. There's no reason for them to do that, but they went straight to the top, and then they said, okay, well, we've issued you a new code so you can submit your game. And I was floored at that point. because I was thinking they didn't need to, that would have been a lot of work, and you have to get the top permission to approve that because they had finished accepting stuff for 3DS at that point. So the fact that they did that, it was like, it really meant a lot to me that I told them I just want to make something for 3DS players to be positive about, and that Nintendo stood behind me on that, and they said, okay, then we'll help you launch that. And that's why I have respect for the people that work at Nintendo, is that the people there, I feel, and I've seen that the people that work at Nintendo, they do actually care about the gamers, because otherwise, why would Nintendo have done all that extra work to help me launch my game on the 3DS, Oh, I have to get out of this eShop. I can't be here. It's so sluggish. I can't be here. Yeah. I'm not a fan of the legal side of Nintendo. I think it's overactive, and unfortunately, the legal side has to protect their IP. There's always going to be overreach. I'm not going to comment on that. The legal side of it does suck, but there are people in Nintendo that genuinely, they're gamers. They care about, getting games out to people. The shop is always slow. The shop, that was painful. Where is it? Where do I have? Okay. You know what? I've never played this one. Let's go ahead and boot it up. I have to update it. How long is this going to take? A system update? Oh. No. It's restarting. I've never played Danganronpa 2. Let's boot it up, and then I'll show you. I'll play Danganronpa 2 a little bit, and then I'll show you Silver Falls Guardians. But if someone does want a copy of Silver Falls Guardians and Metal Exterminators, I'll distribute that today. So let me know, and I'll give you a download code. Where is it? Where is it? I've been planning to do episodes just playing Danganronpa, but I've been so busy with development. Spike Jones. I'm so hyper focused on working on my games, and I really want to get top 15 caving disasters done very soon. That's so fun working on that. So I'm gonna turn off Winamp and see if I can get music from the game. So Winamp, stop, and video capture. So let me know if the music is ever too loud at any point. I can't hear it. I cannot hear the game at all. So let me know if it's too loud or too quiet. I would like to try Guardians if that's the case. Yeah, sure. And you're in Australia, right? Okay. I don't like this silence. It hurts me. From the beginning. I like this. I like gentle, kind, and mean. I like that. I'll go kind. I'll kind. All right. Here we go. I know I'm doing YouTube wrong. I know that I'm doing YouTube wrong, and I'm not a real content creator. It's the whole having an online presence. Like, people use YouTube because they want attention and they want to be worshipped and they want to have a following. And I don't want that. I don't want attention. I don't want to be worshipped. I don't want a following. And it's just how it is with any social media. You have what's that term? The kind of relationship you have where, people feel like they know you, whatever that weird word is, and online, if you're an online influencer and that you're monetizing people, what you are doing, and we can be 100% honest here, I'm not trying to be mean, but when you have a presence online, what you are doing is you are pretending to be people's friends and you are monetizing the illusion of friendship and a relationship. That is what's going on. And I really dislike that and I really hate it. And I want to be extremely careful with the way that I conduct this channel, because I dislike that, and I want people to know that I respect them as people, and that when I see you guys, you are not just a username on a screen. You're not just a revenue stream like, oh yeah, people will watch this and I'll get ad revenue, and I want the attention in the comments, I want the likes. That doesn't matter to me. do not care about likes or views. I don't give a shit. And when I see people and I see comments and I see the avatars, I see a person. And I want people to feel like they actually matter and that, that I see you as a person and not a user on the internet. And it's tough because you cannot be a successful content creator online. If you do that, you have to be a successful content creator, you have to have numbers. It's a numbers game. You have to have tons of people following you and worshiping you, and you cannot treat people as equals in that situation. You have to treat people as a resource and a commodity. That's just how it is. I know it sounds mean, but that is what it means to be a successful content creator. And I don't want to be a content creator. I don't want to be an influencer. So that is not how I'm going to run my YouTube channel. So I know that I'm doing YouTube wrong because I'm going 100% against how you're supposed to do successful on content creation. That's not what I want. What I want is to hang out with you guys, and I want to talk about funny stuff. I want to talk about video games and movies and anime and fishing and hunting and camping and funny stuff that we see. That's what I want. And I know that I'm doing YouTube wrong. Okay, too bad. The code's already been used. Oop, I don't know. Oh, you know what? I'm sorry. I gave you the one that I just used. The Hard Lives. That's the one that I just used to give the game to myself. Tim, I respect you, bro. I'm just here because I think you're a cool guy. I appreciate that. I'm glad you're here. I'm grateful for anyone that just hangs out. That day, it wasn't just a typical day for me. It was a day that felt truly insignificant. And when that long-awaited day finally came, I felt proud in a way I can't really put into words. I'm like losing line of sight with my controller. I felt like I had just become a part of something greater than myself. Does that make sense? Do you guys know the anime sound? You know what I mean. It's an anime. And what does that look like on the script? I've always wondered what that, because it has to be on the script, right? And it's obviously the Japanese original dub has characters, and then you have to write it in English because the English parasocial. That's it. Epinuts. Oh, hey, Epinuts, good to see you. I haven't heard from you in ages. For me, it's important, to make an effort to try to at least remember people. I try to remember people, like the conversations we've had, stuff about your life that you guys talk about. I try to remember that because it lets you know that you matter. I'd like to make people know that they matter. That's important to me. Yeah, I want to know on the script what looks like. Hey, Ray, you're just a chill, down-to-earth friend? Yeah. See, I don't want to use the word friend, though. I think that's manipulative. And I've said it before on this channel, I think of you guys as coworkers, and I think that's the most respectful way to treat that. Because if you say friend, it's manipulative, And I see YouTubers and content creators do that, and I think that's so dirty, because you go, hey, we're friends. Would you guys subscribe to my Patreon? Would you mind, being channel members? We're friends. And I think that's so, it's manipulative. I don't like it. That place was so much more than a school to me. Kids who love to play baseball will long to join the major leagues. I don't know why I'm sounding scary. Hope's Peak Academy. Ooh, I like the artwork in this. This gives me the vibes of like PSP era, where the PSP had to use a lot of hand-drawn and pre-rendered stuff. And that's so charming, having all that hand-drawn art. It's so charming. Cool dude. Yeah, I feel like you guys are coworkers. That's what I think of you as. Gasp for anime grunt. But a gasp is, that's a gasp. But the noise is a. You ain't fake, and that's what's appealing about you. Appreciate that. Danganronpa 2 was it was a PS Vita game originally. I did not know that. My PS Vita, my cartridge. My reader won't read cartridges, and that sucks because my games are physical, so I don't know what to do. It's obviously jailbroken because I'm developing homebrew. but I would prefer to own a game physically. But I think I'm gonna have to just pirate games because my cartridge slot is broken. Oh, so all this artwork is upscaled from the original stuff. Oh, I know what these people are going through because I'm upscaling games right now. So I know what these developers have gone through to upscale their game. My name is Hajime Hinata.
There's only one reason I came to Hope.
You know what always kind of makes me panic? I don't say, well, it's like a minor panic, is when I think about when they localize a Japanese character for the West. You know, in Japan, they say their last names first, their surname, they say it first. And then I have a small panic when I think about when they're localizing it. Are they going to localize it to where they take the surname and then put it second? You know, do you know what I mean? You know, and then I'm not sure, because now when I see a localized game that's in English, I think, did they localize it and switch the surname around, or did they, you know? So when I saw that character's name, I'm like, oh, did they localize that for the West, or did they leave the family name? The family name is what you refer to it as. They say the family name first in Japan.
In fact, instead of calling it Admiral, that's why. To feel like a member of society.
I feel like a member of society, to become someone I can be proud of. I always wanted to be. Oh, I know that feeling. I always wanted to. For that reason alone, I always. Ooh, I like this screen effect. Yeah, I like that. Always, 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 always. A remake of 2 is coming called 2x2, but it's basically a new game because that's a different story. That's fun. I think if you've remastered a game and it's available and you want to do a remake and like mix things up, do it. You know, because we already have an HD remaster that's faithful. Ooh, this is creepy. Oh, look at this. Hajime Hinata. It's a door. I don't know if there's any Naruto fans in here. I'm pretty sure Tenten doesn't have a family name in Naruto. I don't think she has one. There's clan names and everything. I think, you know what? It probably 10 is the family name, and then 10 is her name. That could be it. You know, we don't even think about this, but that could be the truth. And I think I've stumbled upon. I think I've stumbled upon the truth. I'm going to refer to it as 10 theory, and that 10's clan is just a bunch of rich people that can afford a ton of throwing weapons, because somebody has to pay for those, right? It's not magic like, ooh, I've conjured up fire. Good for you, Sasuke. No one in Naruto has ever been injured by fire. Whoop-de-freaking-do. Throwing knives have to be made. They have to be purchased. So the 10 clan is actually absurdly rich, and they can just keep buying up all of the throwing weapons in all of Konoha Village. And then now there's like an inflated economy because now there's less throwing weapons for everyone else because the 10 clan has purchased all the throwing stuff. And then 10, that's the name. Her name isn't 10, her name is 10, and her family name is 10. This is it. This is 10 theory. This is what I'm going with. 10 theory. Ooh, look at all these fun characters. You know, as a fan of fictional media, when you see an interesting character, there has to be a hook. You know, your relationship with a character is formed immediately. As soon as you see a character, the way that they look, their facial expression, the way they stand is so important. As soon as you see a character for the first time, you have already formed a relationship with that character. And as a writer and as an artist, you have to understand that on a deep, deep level. And I look at these, and I'm looking at these characters going, man, I want to hang out. Who are they? Look at this. Look at that fun flight attendant back there with that long red scarf. These are fun characters, you know. And you have to be able to do that when you design a character. You have to show people a character that just looks interesting, that you want the viewer to feel, oh, hell yeah, I want to hang out with that person. That looks like a fun person. What's their deal? And I'm seeing that. I'm seeing it here.
Then you'll see for yourself. We're all
Internal tightening. Internal tightening push. Yeah, yeah. I wrote a book with Japanese characters, so figuring out family names was kind of confusing to me. Oh, interesting. The Ultimates. Red Skirt Lady, my fave instantly. She snuck up on me because she's quite understated, but I really like that design. I really like the croissant coif. It looks like a croissant. It's coiffed to the side. But it's like a little bit like a pompadour, so it's like a croissant padour. I'm going with croissant padour. It's a croissant pompadour. No clan family name for 1010. No, the family name is 10, and her name is 10, so it's 1010. That's my 10 theory. That's what I'm going with. It's funny if you bring up 1010 in Naruto, I'll start to ramble. I've got conspiracy theories about her family being absurdly rich to be able to afford all of the throwing weapons, because they're not magic. They're conjured physically. They have to come from somewhere, which means all of these throwing weapons are in her parents' basement. You know, I'm so fascinated by the logic behind this. My favorite character is Ibuki. She's the one with the horns and the pink hair. The one that was on all the way on that side, right? They're called Ultimates, but they're still high school students like me. I just enjoy characters so much. I just enjoy interesting, quirky personalities. And that was something I had in mind when creating the Silver Falls characters. I wanted every character to be interesting and unique, but I needed these characters to feel like real people. You know, when you have this is elevated reality. It's we can relate to it because they're people, right? We understand that, but we know that these are not real people. You know what I mean? Like, we know these are characters, and when you have a setup like this, these characters can be as outlandish, as creative, as wild, as big as you want, and that's a good thing. With Silver Falls, I needed these to feel like humans, and so that was the real challenge, was how do I get these characters to feel like they're real people while still finding some way to make them interesting. And that's such a challenge, and it's so satisfying for me to get a DM from someone who says, "Oh man, I love this Silver Falls character, and they were just so fun in this part. I really like them in this part of the game." It's satisfying to know that I didn't, if you'll pardon my French there, it's satisfying to know that I didn't fuck up when writing a character, and that I've made someone interesting for people. My approach with characters is I want to make characters that when people see that character, they think I want to hang out with that person, because that's what I like about fictional characters. I see a character and I think, oh, I want to hang out with that person. They're cool. And it's even better when a character has some kind of cool power. Obviously, I really like shonen. I like battle shonens. Heck, I like non-battle shonens as well. So all of that, it's so satisfying to have a cool character. I have not watched Naruto since high school. That's over 10 years ago. I stopped watching Naruto a long time ago as well. And I don't like the Boruto stuff. I would like an NTSC code. Oh, yeah. This is a cool... Is that the character that is this Ibuki? Is that your favorite one? She's cool. We have a question mark on the side, so I don't know the character's name yet, right? Otherwise, it would say the character's name where the question mark is. Tim, let me get you a copy of Silver Falls Guardians and Metal Exterminators. Let's see here. This is for the US. Whoa, I've given out a lot of copies of this game over the years. I forgot. Totally forgot. Okay, Tim, this is for Guardians and Metal Exterminators. I like this character! This is a fun character. I like... Is this a chef? I like the little chef hat. This is a croissant padour. I like this character. Can you hear the music? Because I can't hear anything, because the Switch is hooked up in a way that I can't hear it. Hey, Nani? Kore wa nan desu ka? I know all the anime catchphrases. I know. Minna, minna. Daijoubu desu ka? You know, all the generic catchphrases that they say in every single video game in Japan, and every anime that's in Japanese. They have all those lines. Daijoubu? Marth in Smash, he has Mina mita kore, right? That's a Marth line from Smash.
Very strange.
No matter how you look at it, it's unnatural. I have to sound fat. No matter how you look at it, it's unnatural. Even you stupid-looking ones would agree, right?
What's going on?
Did I sound fat just then? I'm not fat. I'm not making fun of fat people. I'm trying to sound fat to match the character. Nobody actually remembers how they came here. Hey, what do you mean stupid-looking? The moment you set foot on campus, you felt a strange dizziness, and now you're here and you don't know why. Marth, good stuff too. Yeah, that's Marth. Yeah, it's something about voice acting in games like you just want to repeat the lines because they're cool. The lines are cool. You want to say the cool lines. Melee Marth in Brawl, it was still like that, and in Brawl too. It wasn't until Ultimate where Marth, his lines were changed to English. Is that correct? Guys, one stream, not just one, but eventually we'll have to play Smash or something together, right? We can all just go online and play Smash or something. Everyone felt the same dizziness. That's weird. Even if it's just a coincidence, it feels too good to be true. So you're saying it's not just a coincidence, then?
In other words,
Meaning we can only speculate who's responsible for this strange phenomenon. Everyone watch this. Is that what is that Marth said? Oh, okay. Ah. You know what I really like? I like the phrase "gambare mashou." There's "ganbare," which is the short, do your best. "Gambare mashou" is "let's all do our best," and I love that. Because we don't really have something like that in English that's like a dedicated phrase for. I mean, you can say everyone, let's just do our best, but it's not the same thing. And for the Japanese to have a term like that, it's so endearing and it's so encouraging that they have that. And it's a phrase. It's not a rare phrase. It's "gambare mashou." Let's all do our best. I think it's really special. Language says a lot about culture and attitudes and your history and your personalities, your cultural personality. I think it's really... Ooh, I like how the environment sort of leans. As it swerves left and right, it feels like it leans a little bit. I need to have a close look at that. The door won't budge at all! Oh, Kazuya over here. Okay, Jin Kazama, whatever.
hey,
Hey, what's going on? I guess in Japan you'd be like, Oi, oi. Kore wa nan desu ka? What is it? I don't know. Go back to Tekken, man. Even with all my might, I couldn't open it. It'd be absolutely impossible for all of you.
What?
Huh. Oh, what's in the bag? What's in the bag?
Anyway.
Is it a sword? We're locked in the classroom. Has anyone seen Battle Royale? That is one of my favorite movies of all time. Battle Royale. It's the concept that Hunger Games copied. That's one of my favorite films of all time. Battle Royale came out, and I'm going to guess 1999. I think it's a Japanese film, and the Japanese government takes a class, and I think they're only fifth graders. I think, even though the actors are older than that, they're either fifth or sixth grade, I think, and they take them and put them on the island, and they give each student a bag. Oh no, the students have to go and grab a bag off a table. The kids are trapped on the island. They all have to kill each other, and only the last person left alive gets to leave. And so all the students have to go up to the table and grab a bag, and it has your resources. It has a weapon, and it has, food and drink, and you don't know what weapon you're going to get. So it is a random pull. And so the government traps these kids on the island, and some of them get actual weapons, and some of them get nothing at all. So in those bags, the weapons range from some kid gets a machine gun, a submachine gun for the purists, and then another kid gets like a pan, and I think the pan can like hit people over the head. And so it's a fascinating story because you see it's a study into the mentality of humans and what it takes for us to break and what the line that we cross from being human into animal and what we'll do to survive and how are people willing to adapt. Are you willing to kill your friends that you grew up with in order to survive? And you see these characters adapt and they use weapons. They'll use things that aren't necessarily weapons. It's some like stupid thing like a frying pan or something, but then or a two-way radio, and then they'll use it in a creative way to survive. Oh, I love that movie. I love that concept. I'm going to rewatch it after I've reminded myself. Battle Royale. Oh, Battle Royale. It's if you phonetically, but look for it. That's in my top 5 favorite films of all time. If you guys want a good movie, watch Battle Royale. I have a Danganronpa coloring book. Oh man, that is so cool. I haven't colored in a long time. As an adult, I probably would never use a coloring book. But if they made a coloring book for a franchise that I like, I would 100% buy it just to have it. If they did like this sounds hilarious, but if they did, like a Silent Hill or a Resident Evil coloring book, I would buy it. Absolutely, that'd be so cool. His game was not localized at the time he appeared. Oh, Marth's game when he first appeared. Hey, Lone Wolfie, how's it going? Right now we're just hanging out. We're playing Danganronpa 2. This is the Switch version. And then after that, we're going to play a little bit of one of my games. And I'm giving out copies of my games right now. So, yeah. I guess the only phrase here is good luck. But it's not exactly the same. Right, yeah. So, wakarimasu is I understand. Wakarimasen is I don't understand. So, ganbarimasu is do your best. So, ganbarimasen is don't do your best. Ganbarimasen! Ganbarimasen! Let's not don't do your best. That's terrible. It makes no sense. What year was this made? If it was a Vita game, it was probably around 2012, 2013, right? The original, and then this is an HD remaster. It's not an entrance. What was that just now? Came out in 2000. There's an anime. This came out in 2000? Oh, you mean Battle Royale. Battle Royale came out in 2000. Oh no, his game, Marth's game, the Fire Emblem he was in. Oh yeah, OG Fire Emblems with Marth and Roy were only in Japan. It's funny that Roy appeared in Marth first before his, what was it? Is it Path of Radiance is Ike? Is that Ike's game? I'm not. Here's the thing. Fire Emblem is the type of game and the quality of game that's one of my favorite, and I don't play it, and I don't know why. And I think I do know why. It's because when Fire Emblem became prominent and widely available, I was in the middle of developing my game development career, and so I was focusing on becoming a game developer, and I started playing games way less. So that's why I haven't played many Fire Emblem games, which is insane because that's one of my favorite kinds of games. I'm 100% into tactical RPGs. 100% absolutely into it. Oh man, see, I'm like hyping myself up here. Because I get really passionate about game development. That's what I love is game development. And I was just thinking, catching a monster racing game that is a tactical RPG would be so freaking cool to me. I would like that a lot, which is why I really like Final Fantasy Tactics, because Final Fantasy Tactics has monster racing. I could play that game over and over again. Danganronpa 2 was 2012. Did I get it right? Did I guess correctly? Kawaii desu! Ohayou gozaimashita! That is so Sailor Moon Scepter. Nani kore? Eh? Nani kore?
That's right. I am a squeezably soft
That's right.
stuffed animal.
That's right. I'm a squeezably soft stuffed animal. Magical miracle girl Usami, aka Usami. Suddenly it's a Papa Meat video. I may not look like it, but I am your squeezably soft teacher. That's how Hunter from Papa Meat would do it, I guess. Nice to meet you all. Danganronpa 1 was 2010 and 2 was 2012. You could make something as cute and fun as Chaos in Sonic Adventure 2. I'll buy 10 copies. Chouse. Is it pronounced Chouse? Bro, I wish you voice acted this entire game. Huh? Am I hallucinating? Am I the only one who's seeing this?
What's going on?
Nah, I see it too. What's with this talking chihuahua? Hey? That's a chihuahua? Check out that hair. Anime design characters have so much hair freedom. Hair freedom is something that we take for granted in the West.
Everywhere.
Does everybody here know what a rabbit is? It's a lovable animal that's very fluffy and soft. That's what I am. A singing, dancing, talking rabbit mascot. Whatever this character does, I want to know what this character does. Okie dokie. I'm a massive Sailor Moon fan as well, by the way. If you've played The Hero of Destiny, you'll see the Sailor character that you can have as a playable character is named Sailor and pays homage to Sailor Moon. Big Sailor Moon fan here. I can never see a stuffed animal that can sing, dance, and talk before. Have we seen this character before? I don't recognize this side cut here. Even if it's remote controlled, doesn't it look too lifelike? That's pretty advanced for a toy.
Stop talking.
Its movements and mannerisms are not the issue. More importantly, based on what it just said, it seems you know something about our current situation.
Leave it to me.
Of course I do.
No, I actually would like to hear the game now. But I can't. I'll play this later so I know what the game sounds like.
School trip?
Come on.
Hey, what do you mean school trip?
I like coloring books and I'm proud. I don't care if they're for kids. No, there's nothing wrong with that. They make coloring books that are specifically for adults, so they just have more complexity to them, you know. So I have seen those, but I haven't used a crayon. You know, I used crayons a while back to make a funny sketch video. Oh no, when I was making the Kickstarter video for Goo Buddies, I used crayons to draw some Goo Buddies. But like to actually use crayons, I haven't used it forever because I do all my art with my digital tablets now. Colored pencils. Colored pencils there's just a real appeal to them. There's the appeal of a colored pencil is that you also have the texture from the paper. You know, and it makes it feel so dimensional and interesting. And then you get to blend the colored pencils by color mixing, cross hatching. It's something that you cannot replicate digitally. There's something so deeply beautiful about colored pencils, and I suck at using them. And I would really like a visual aesthetic, a look for a game where that looks like colored pencils. You know what I mean? Yeah. Anything. I have a soft spot for magical girl stuff. Card Captor Sakura. You know. But this sort of thing, like there's a whole bunch of lore in Silver Falls that I wrote that pays homage to Magical Girl as well. It's something about it is just so cool. It's fun, and I'm not into it. You know, like some people want to be Magical Girl. They like it because they want to be Magical Girl. It's like role play or self-insert. That's not my approach for it. I just think it's cool. I think Magical Girl is cool, and I like it. I always like the token one guy. You know, the Tuxedo Mask is the girls get all these cool thing, and then Tuxedo Mask is like, and he gets to transform. Like we get to see his transformation once, you know, in the original series. Hajime Hinata.
Wah, 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 wah.
Are you kidding me?
This is a joke, right? Oh, this is the anime character archetype with the shark teeth.
Emergency!
Where are we?
Why?
What's going on?
Everyone!
Oh, interesting ocean waves in the background. Oh, those are billboards. See the waves? The waves are actually still billboards. They're single quads that have a PNG on them, and they're just moving this. But because there are layers of them, and they are staggered in terms of distance from the camera, they can position them and move them in a way that helps them look like waves. They look like waves. And then we have the other visual element, which looks to be a plane, and that plane is simply moving forward, then moving backward. And it is yeah, that one's just a transparent. It's a cutout transparent shader. These are both cutout transparencies. They slide forward and backward, and it's just PNGs moving around like this that create the illusion of waves. I like that. That's nice. Bro's exposing the secrets of Danganronpa. This is so fun, to look at games and see how developers implemented their visual solutions. Feast your eyes on this beautiful ocean. It's like your heart is being washed clean, isn't it? This, have a look at the mountain back there, is also a cardboard cutout. That is a cutout shader. It's just a PNG that's cut out. It's not dimensional. But that's more obvious. Ooh, there's a little seagull in the background. Just having a little bit of animation, something very subtle. It doesn't have to be a big deal, but little things like that seagull and the ocean waves, if you have movement in two different parts of the scene, it just adds dynamism, and it helps it feel more alive. Something like that I think is very interesting. I didn't know it was all two, but now I see it. Good explanation. See, these are the kind of things where you it's in the background, so you don't even think about it. But oh look on the rightmost wave, you can see underneath it. Look, you can see underneath the waves. You can see under the PNG. Give us the details. Where in the world are we? Where, you ask? Well, obviously we're out where it's better, down where it's wetter, under the sea. Something and see all the day, under the something and all day, down where it's something, down where it's wetter, under the sea. Dude, your voice acting is Oh, thanks. I don't know. This is how I play games when I'm hanging out with friends, is we just like to talk about the game and enjoy it. Please do not worry. The school trip has just started, that's all.
Hold on a sec.
But why are we on a school trip all of a sudden? You totally skipped all the stuff that comes first. She's right. We're all supposed to be attending Hope's Peak Academy.
I see.
I see.
Alrighty.
This is why we're having a school trip in the first... Oh, there's a video camera, right? Recording them? That makes me a little uneasy. So what is this? There's a radio in that tree. Oh, it's a TV. The hell you mean we should forget about it? This is the Bakugo of the group, I can tell. Deku!
Come on.
Die! What are you scheming?
Ooh,
What? Under the sea. This game inspired my entire life. I would say, oh man, I think a combination of Breath of Fire, Final Fantasy VII, Ocarina of Time, and Monster Rancher. I would say those games, and Resident Evil. I would say a combination of those games inspired my life. There's nothing dangerous on this island whatsoever.
Wait,
On this island. Are there any Death Note fans here in the chat? And what was up with the end of Death Note? L, to avoid... Look, it's spoilers for a story that's 25 years old, or however old Death Note is. But L is, L dies, and then they replace him with a clone that's oh yeah, I learned how to be just like L, and I'm a random that showed out of nowhere, and I'm just as L, but I'm kind of better. And it's kind of what the hell, man? L was supposed to be the best in the world, and he was important and special, and now there's a school, and so if you go to the school, you can be just like L. It felt so cheap, and then the character was just coming up with solutions out of nowhere to solve
what did you say?
the story. This is not a satisfying story. What was up with Death Note, man? Heart-throbbing school trip.
that's right.
Spend these peaceful and relaxing days nourishing. I'm blocking the text. I'm an adult. I can do whatever I want. Okay. Look at that. It's that easy. I thought it was an orphanage. Heart-throbbing school trip is... everyone's homework! What? What the hell does that even mean? How then? You can see the name. You get the name of the character is now speaking on the left. Let the heart-throbbing school trip begin. Okay, so Hajime. We are playing as Hajime. That's why we don't see Hajime on screen. Hajime Hinata. I couldn't follow her words at all. My mind ground to a halt. Should I should decrease the number of giveaways. I've already done. I forgot how many. I think that's at 6 or something. Right? No? Did I decrease it earlier? I guess we have 5. It's cool. Oh yeah, we got our anime intro. Nothing. There is nothing like an anime intro, you know. Oh, as an adult, yeah, I'm an adult. I can move my webcam thing wherever I want. I'll put it where I want. I'm an adult. When Misa came into the anime, I felt it went downhill from there. Definitely after Elsa. Yeah, it got really cluttered. Like it got pretty messy when Misa came in. Are you ready? I have to rewatch this with volume so I can fully enjoy and experience this. I want to write anime intro music so bad. One of my favorite things about writing music is to study different genres and styles and different time periods. I like style matching when it comes to composing music, and anime music, anime intro songs are so specific. It is such a specific genre of music that
Hey, can you hear
I
me?
deeply, deeply enjoy. I enjoy it so much, and I cannot wait until I have an opportunity to write some Japanese intro music.
To be honest,
We did. Ooh, do I get to do stuff?
hey,
Hey, are you okay? Leave me alone. There's no way I can leave someone alone when they look that pale. White sandy beach, crystal blue ocean. The sun's rays beaming down on me. Do you guys ever see a character in like a game or in animation, and the character looks kind of young, and then they speak, and they've got the deepest voice? And then sometimes you kind of recognize the voice actor that they've been in tons of stuff, and then sometimes you're like, this voice is way too deep. This soft tropical wind brushing my skin. That's why I think Meat Canyon and Papa Meat is so funny. I really enjoy Meat Canyon and Papa Meat. And part of the appeal and the humor is that characters that shouldn't have a deep voice will just have the deepest, gruffest voice. And it's so funny. It is the cognitive dissonance of the ill-fitting voice for a character is so delightful. You know, you'll have like a middle-aged, you know, woman going to Starbucks for her pumpkin latte or whatever, spice pumpkin latte, and then she'll have a voice, you know, and Papa Meat, give me my pumpkin latte. Oh man, Papa Meat makes me laugh.
you're right.
I have no idea what's going on. I don't know if you know Chip from Sonic Unleashed. Oh, I did play Sonic Unleashed. I played the beginning of it. He's a floating chipmunk, and he sounds like he's a 50-year-old man. Excellent. That's exactly what I'm talking about. Hilarious. Welcome to Duncan Island. I will explain the basic controls to you. You can move the reticle on the screen. If the reticle responds, press the A button. You can then examine that person or object. Also, you can shift your point of view with the right stick. If you press the X button, you can use a mysterious power to see everything you can examine. Sure thing. Oh yeah. check this monitor. Monitor. The screen is blank. What is this used for? Yay, this is similar. Okay, so Digimon Survive handles similarly to this sort of point-and-click visual novel. I suppose I will talk to Hajime Hinata. Before I talk to that guy, I should try to understand the situation I'm in first. Seagull! Oh, coconut tree. I wanted the seagull. It makes sense for there to be palm trees on a tropical island. It's a mighty fine palm tree, but now's not the time to be impressed by it. I really like just little descriptors like that. That kind of thing is so charming to me. I really like that in the first Resident Evil, where Jill would say something, you examine a painting, and Jill would say something like, I don't have the... Something like, this is a beautiful painting, but I don't have time to appreciate it right now. Things like that are... I don't know. I really like that. It helps you feel like you're part of the world. Of course it's a camera, a surveillance camera.
That's not it.
I wouldn't say we're being monitored. I think we're just being watched for our safety. Well, it's a waste of time to think about it. Best not to worry. What's with this guy? How can he be so calm in a situation like this? Maybe he's just a chill guy. I am. Okay. Ocean. Okay, now do I talk? So, how are you feeling? Are you calmed down now? I understand your confusion after everything that's happened. But why don't we start with an introduction?
I'm Nagito Komaeda.
Nagito Komaeda. Komaeda. Ultimate Lucky Student. Man, I've never been called an Ultimate Lucky Student before. I wish I knew what that was like. That wasn't a proper introduction. There's a lot of funny things you can click for no reason. That's what I enjoy in these kinds of games, is getting to explore the world at your own pace and then finding details. And the reason you found the details is because you've gone out of your way to explore the world. I really like that. I'm the ultimate lucky student. At least, that's what I'm called anyway. Ultimate lucky student.
You're right.
Through a countrywide lottery, apparently only one ordinary student is selected at random to attend. Hope's Peak Academy as the ultimate lucky student. Okay, my web browser crashed, but we're back. We're back. My computer's got... my computer's doing a lot of stuff. Bro, you're the ultimate voice actor. Thanks. Oh, it's just fun, you know, it's just fun trying to give voice to characters. Yeah, my Firefox freaked out. It crashed. For a while I was using Ice Dragon, which is it's a web browser that's based on Firefox. But I use Ice Dragon not because of any features, because it has a cool name. It's a stupid reason to use a web browser. No, it's fine. I have mixed feelings about this too.
Someone like me?
I never thought an average, talentless high school student like me would ever enter Hope's Peak Academy. At first I declined. I told them I didn't deserve it. But then they told me they really wanted me to attend. That is suspicious. This is a sacrificial lamb. Something bad's going to happen. Apparently this so-called luck of mine is a talent that even the school doesn't fully understand. To research it, the school picks the ultimate lucky student every year through an annual lottery. Hope's Peak Academy is amazing if they can actually research something as vague as luck. This is suspicious. There's something wrong with this character. So the appeal of these kinds of games is that you get to spend time with a bunch of different interesting characters. You get to know them and you get to figure out how they fit into the story. And then you get to see things happen to these characters. Silverfall, Survive, Digimon Survive has the same setup and appeal as it. You meet these characters, you spend time with them. I really enjoy character-based games. Something that I really want for Resident Evil, I want to be able to like the characters, and I want Resident Evil to be character-based, but that's not the direction that Resident Evil is going in, and it's more about the bombast and the monsters, um, and it's unfortunate they're leaning away from the appeal of the characters because I think Resident Evil characters used to be relatable and interesting. Huh? Without realizing it, my body began to shudder as waves of discomfort began pounding against me. Hajime, what happened? It's nothing. I guess I'm still pretty confused about all this. I'm having trouble remembering some things. So what does that monitor do? Can I save whenever I want? Digimon Survive lets me save in the middle of a conversation. Whoa, what's happened? So does on the top left, is that the name of the song that's playing? What the hell is this? It's like a PDA or a smartphone.
Are you okay?
Usami was handing them out. Usami is the bunny rabbit bear.
It's a handbook!
Sorry, I gave him a funny voice. I don't know what this. I need to hear what this character's voice is actually like. Otherwise, I'm just.
What the?
I'm sorry.
Oh, did I startle you?
Sorry. I know that's not what the character sounds like. I'll have to figure it out. Your voice acting reminds me of Yu-Gi-Oh! Oh man, Yu-Gi-Oh! Voice acting is so delightful. Not only is the actual Yu-Gi-Oh! Voice acting funny, the Yu-Gi-Oh! Abridged is just well, I don't know if it was abridged, but I'm thinking of, like, attention duelists, my hair gives me super strength. It's a well, so there's a spot in my brain reserved specifically for the Yu-Gi-Oh! Abridged or whatever it is, the attention duelists. Or how Pegasus at one point, like there's a security guard carrying Pegasus and he goes, he died the way he lived, draped in the arms of another man. Oh my god. Oh.
That's right.
Hey, Yugi. Ooh, I need some hope fragments over here. As your relationship with everyone improves, you'll be able to gather more and more hope. I need them. I need hope fragments. Give them. The main purpose of this school trip.
Love!
That's where you need to do it. The voice, the noise that I was talking about earlier. Hey. She's gone. A stuffed animal that moves, talks, and also appears wherever and whenever she wants. Regardless of who's actually controlling it, it still doesn't make any sense. There is a form of voice acting that is so specific to 1990s video games, and it would be such a delight. I really want to do a project in the future where I can get some voice actors in and we can do 1990s video game voice acting. It's so specific. And you'd have to look back at Silent Hill and Resident Evil and even Resident Evil 2. It's where the voice actors have no context about anything. The lines are not given to them in any logical order, and so they sound confused, like they're chewing the scenery and they're acting out to a mountain range. And it's so interesting for 1990s voice acting. It's so interesting to me. Screw the money, I have rules. I have rules. Wait a minute, let me... Yeah. I have money. Bro, if you need a guy, I'll do bad voice acting. Fantastic. Yeah.
Yep.
I think it's best if you at least introduce yourself to them. That's also true. But where did everyone go?
Perhaps.
And that was true. We've heard from voice actors that did voice acting in the 90s for video games, and they said that the directors for the lines just gave them a sheet with lines. They were not organized in any way. They're not organized in logical order. They were just like given lines and had to say the lines with no context. That's so interesting to me. That's what I would like to do as well. Eventually, I will do a project that's like that. I just want to give people lines that say, you just say the line, just do it. To feel so relaxed in such a strange situation. Perhaps it's the tropical climate. Or is it that, what's her name? Usami's fault. Actually, if I'm going to say it like an American voice actor, it's got to be Usami. What is it, Hajime? Let's get going. Right. Got it. Dan Green was my childhood. What does Dan Green do? What does he make? You are now able to use the handbook! Okay, I'll press the Y button. I want to press the Y button now. Can I press the Y button now? Okay. System. Ooh, I like this pixelated icon. I like that. It is diegetic. Or semi-diegetic. This is how the handbook, we're using the e-handbook, this is how it would look. This is cool. I like this. Report card. Reportocado. Reportocado. Little character faces. I recognize who these are. Where's my Croissant Pador right there? My Croissant Pador character. No, I'll play this more character. I'll play this game more later. I like this. Ooh, did I notice something? Ah, hold on. This is rendered at a higher resolution. When we press the Y button, it has to take a screenshot of the game, and the screenshot that it takes of the game is a lower resolution. So I'm going to press the Y button. Keep an eye on the resolution. Look at the trees and the character. It becomes lower resolution because I press the button now. See how it became lower resolution? That's because the game is taking a picture of the screen, and it's briefly just temporarily saving it as a screenshot. That's why it's a lower resolution. And in general, if you take a higher resolution screenshot, it takes longer to process and it uses up more memory. So this takes less memory and it's faster to do because it's lower resolution. That's a fun little thing. So you look at the trees, you see especially in the background, look at the background trees. This is where it's really noticeable. You can see it becomes really pixelated. That's fun. He did a lot of 4Kids shows. All right. If you go to Pet, there's a Tamagotchi. Yay! Hooray! This is what I like. Yes! Yes, 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 yes! This is what I like, baby! So in one of my games, Silver Falls Ghoul Busters, I wanted to create one of the tools that you get is a virtual pet. I wanted to create a full virtual pet, and I didn't have time. I just ran out of time. So, cool. I'll figure this out. I will play that. I like that. Big, big virtual pet fan. When I was a kid, a young kid, my dream, not like a dream, like my fantasy. You know, like some people had a fantasy of, oh, you know, I'll be rich and famous. My fantasy was when I'm walking home from school, I want to find like a virtual pet on the ground and like, oh, someone just didn't want it anymore and they threw the virtual pet on the ground and then I would pick it up and then I would have like a bunch of virtual pets. Stupid, so dumb. So yeah, when I was a kid, that was my fantasy. Was I just wanted to find a bunch of virtual pets so I could have them. What's funny is that Kaiba is also Brock from Pokemon. Oh, really? Oh, that's interesting. Bro, that's what real men dream about. It's the dream. Virtual pets. I bought some Tamagotchis the other day on Facebook Marketplace. There were two. They were new ones. I think there's like a Tamagotchi UFO and a Tamagotchi Angel. Maybe I don't know what they are. And I got them. And within half an hour, I was so sad because I thought, this is fun. I got Tamagotchis. It's cool. I haven't had one in decades. And I realized within half an hour I was too old for Tamagotchi because I kept yelling at it to shut up. Here I am working on my game development. I'm focusing on my stuff. The Tamagotchis are going off, and I'm realizing I can't afford to stop paying attention to my work. So now I'm yelling at the Tamagotchi, and I think, oops, this is not for people who have to focus on their work for a very long period of time. Okay, this is one of my games. This used to be a 3DS game. It was remastered, and now it's a Switch game. And if you guys want a copy of this game, just let me know in the comment section. I'll let you know. I'll give you a copy of the game. This is Guardians and Metal Exterminators. They joke about it in Yu-Gi-Oh! Abridged. I should look up Yu-Gi-Oh! Abridged again. I really enjoyed that. I haven't seen it. This is going back. So my first MP3 player was in Australia. You have Aldi. Um, Hard Life will know what Aldi is. Aldi. This might have been in like 2008. They had an MP3 player. It was like the jankiest. Felt hollow. Like if you knocked it, it would reverberate. It was the jankiest, most primitive MP3 player, but it had a screen, a color screen, and a video, and you could format videos and put them on there. And so I downloaded Yu-Gi-Oh! Abridged, and I put them on my little MP3 player so that when I went places I could watch Yu-Gi-Oh! Abridged. That, just describing that is what I think people these days call it a vibe. That is a vibe, watching Yu-Gi-Oh! Abridged on that old MP3 player. Oh, Tim said, I heard the Solid Snake voice actor doesn't even understand the Metal Gear Solid story. That happens very frequently, and I think it's awesome. I still call those round circle batteries Tamagotchi batteries. They are. They are. They've changed it. The new Tamagotchi that I got, they don't use the little batteries. They use the big batteries. So there's multiple games in this. There's Game 1, Game 2, and Frontier Guardians. Frontier Guardians is the modern game, but we'll play the LCD games first. So I'll press Y for Game 1. And again, if you want a copy of this, just let me know. I'll give you a copy. This is exclusive to the Switch, but also the 3DS. Obviously, I can't give you a 3DS game, but I can give you the Switch game. So this is fun. Like, having made this was so satisfying because I grew up. So if you press shield, right? You press shield and you can block those. So you attack the enemies and you shield the projectiles and you'll get points for getting the timing right. This is all hand-drawn pixel art. It was so satisfying making this. It was so fun because I got to imagine what if I was making a Tiger Electronics game. And I got to explore that. So working on this was very fun. There's little details, like there's imperfections. If you have a look at that bright spot on the screen, that actually is animated and it moves around, very subtly. It's not fast, but it moves around a fair bit during gameplay. And you see it's moving now, and there's imperfections to the specularity. So it's actually reflecting. There's a surface on the screen and there's imperfections on that, so that it's not just this inorganic perfect circle. There's imperfections to it to help it feel like maybe there's a light source behind you moving. There's dithering on the pattern of the graphics in the background to help it feel like it was printed on a low quality, like the actual graphics. So I studied a lot of Tiger Electronics games to recreate the look and feeling of a Tiger Electronics games. And getting that dithering look was so exciting for me to work on it for a few hours and to keep fine-tuning it, and then to finally get that dithered look for the background was really, really exciting. And I was like, oh man, this is the point where I thought, I've done it. I got the look. It's when the character, the character is ink. It's when they go behind the specular highlight is when you really see the I got hit. And that's when you see the imperfection. It speeds up over time, and I think it's satisfying when you're in the flow, right? You're in the flow of all of the projectiles and getting the timing right. Block the projectiles, attack the enemies. This is fun. Yeah. And I wanted to create it in a way that this could potentially actually be a game that could be made. So yeah, this could actually be a Tiger Electronics game. The way that it's set up, the actual core gameplay of it. But I also wanted it to feel vague enough, because sometimes you play the games, right, and then you kind of feel like, am I doing anything? Am I playing this right? Because a lot of times when you play these, it feels so vague, and you could, maybe you're doing nothing at all. Do the button presses actually do anything? I came over at 11:50. I wasn't. Bro created the glare of the school bus window. That's it. I wanted. I could have made it to where you keep track of the like use the gyroscope to tilt the glare. And I couldn't figure it out. I'm sure if I tried again, I spent some time on it, I could figure it out. But I think this is fine. It's good enough. How do I go back? Minus? Okay, yeah. So that's game 1. We'll play game 2 now. So there's 2 characters. This game stars 2 characters, Oxa and Gold. And this is Gold. And Gold has a different style of gameplay. You have jump, and attack. And I think this is fun. And there, I did make an error when I was working on this game, and it really upsets me. So he cannot block the projectiles. He can jump, but he cannot block them. So you have to move him around. This one's harder. This one's way, way harder. Ow. I made an error with this character. This character, if you have a look at his pixel art here, he is wearing suspenders, and his 3D model was supposed to have suspenders, and I forgot to give him suspenders. And then I launched the game, and then I realized, oh, I messed up real bad. I've messed up. His character design is supposed to have suspenders, and I just had to live with it. You know, I thought, oh, damn it, I really messed up. I had the Game & Watch 2 for Game Boy. Oh, so it had like packaged multiple games in. That's how you enjoy Game & Watch. Okay, I have to play carefully now. Oop, 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 oop. Ooh, I actually am focusing. Ah, this one's really hard. You have to pay attention. Dan Green still voices Yugi to this day. Oh, that's cool. But there's, they don't follow Yugi anymore. They follow other characters or whatever. Okay, so those just 2 fun LCD games, and then we'll play Frontier Guardians, which is a more modern looking mode. And this mode was designed to just be the ultimate chill game. If you've got a couple minutes here or there, you can take on some missions, level up your characters. You can get one-time use weapons. These weapons, you can use them once. I will take one because I'm just starting out, so it's good to buy some one-time use weapons. You could also buy a daily skill soda. The skill sodas last the whole day. They give you a random skill. I'll just buy one and see what it gives me. And I got Special Bandit. Oh, I think when I use special attacks, I steal moose tokens from the enemies, which is really cool. Okay, so let's have a look. We start out with 2 playable characters. We started with Oxa and Gold. Let's see what Gold is here. So these are the characters that you're playing as. Those little LCD games that I was just playing. These are those 2 characters as Oxa and Gold. He's moving very slow, but if we open our menu, you can see our stats. So we can level up our characters, So he starts out with really low speed, but you can level up the characters. So, some of them start pretty slow. So if we take a look if we press left or right, we can find another page of characters. And later on, we unlock monsters. So you can play as the cryptids as well. So not only do you play as humans, you play as the cryptid monsters. And to me, that's so fun. They kind of have all their own thing going on. They have their own quirks and a little bit of different variation on the skill system. And even the monsters, you have a different inventory, you have different weapons and different skills that they can get. To me, this kind of thing is so satisfying and fun that you can just play for a couple minutes every day, level up your characters, and you can just grind for some cool weapons. When you successfully complete a mission, you get random weapon drops, and I am going to move myself so we can see my weapon drops and my other stuff there. So there we go. Hey, Chance Paladin, how's it going? Good to see you. You probably said that before, but where did you come up with the name Silver Falls? It's just sounds like a name of a little town in a mountain, and it sounds mysterious, and I think it kind of like piques your interest. I think when you hear it, it has a rural vibe to it. And there's more to words than just their definitions. There's a subtle power that words have based on the sounds that they make. And when you put the sounds together, there's a subconscious effect that it has. And even saying Silver Falls, there's something about it that feels mysterious. There's Silver Falls, there's a degree of poetry to it. How does it apply to the iambic pentameter? So there's so much more to language that isn't obvious. We don't see it on the surface, but there's a lot of subtlety to it. And so that's how I came up with the name. Very Twin Peaks feel. Yeah, exactly. You get it. Triple D is one of my favorite games of all time. Chance, were you here earlier? I'll go back to it. I was showing everyone Ruby River. I'll go back to it in a little bit, but I was showing Ruby River HD, all the updated graphics. You know, there's still a lot of work to do, but there's a huge amount of work that's gone into it. Silver Falls sounds good. I just didn't know if it had a secret meaning. No secret meaning. Okay, so they want me to break 5 crates. So what I will do is I'll just find the crates. And the bonus is don't use special attack, and that is easy. So if I don't use my special attack, then I will get the bonus, which means you get more rewards, you get better rewards. That means that your weapon can spawn at a higher level, your weapon drop, but you don't get experience points unless you defeat enemies. You don't get experience points, but you do get a weapon drop. So this is why I bought that one-time use weapon. I can use my shield though. Oh, this guy will jack me up. Okay, so I don't want to fail the mission though. This guy's going to jack me up if I'm not careful, so we got to break some crates. You know what they say, if you want to make an omelet, you got to break some crates. Okay, this is going to be tough. This is going to be tough. Okay, hold on. Okay. I'm noticing like there's a lot of things that I wanted to fix and enhance. I haven't put this game into the new version of Unity because what I was explaining earlier is that when you use the new versions of Unity, it breaks everything in your game, everything stops working, and then the performance is way worse. This was made in Unity 2019, and if I used the new version, this frame rate would be halved again. This frame rate would be so much worse, which means I'd have to find a way to trick the engine into running better. Okay, so I got 38 experience points, which is good. And I got 125% bonus on the experience and the moose tokens. I'm going to open my reward, and I got a flame bow that has combo power. Combo power increases the power of your moves when you combo. Comboing, you switch between different weapons, and you actually build combos. So how the combo system works in this game is when you switch from one weapon to another, it builds up your combo meter. So it's good to have a lot of different weapons. Some weapons are better for combos. So something like a knife is weak, and it has low range, but it has really good combo potential because you can chain attacks together. If you have a strong weapon like a sledgehammer, that has really low combo ability. And so sledgehammers are not good for comboing. So it's about balancing out your characters. So I'm going to press the A button. You see the equip button there. I'm going to equip the flame bow, and your increased combo power by 5% per hit. Let's do it. I'll buy another temporary weapon. Camp knife. I was just talking about that. Okay. You know what? We're going to go space sword. Actually, if I was the right thing to do would use the handgun, but I'm going to take the space sword instead. Check it. This is what I like. A lot of my games, there's so many aspects to it where I've made it because this is what I like. And I just trust that, look, either people are going to like what I've made or people won't like what I've made. It's up to people. I trust people to whatever they want to do. If they like my game, they like it. Space sword is what I like. Yeah. Now, do I have enough experience to upgrade yet? I'd like to upgrade my attack speed, actually. Oh, yay! So I did one mission. You can see the experience cost is 30. So if I do another mission, I should be able to level up my stats again. So I'll just do another mission. Defeat one giant enemy. I'm gonna get killed. This is not a mission that you can do at level 1. This is bad for me. Does anything in this game have human teeth? This one, yes. Yes, this one. It's one of the enemies. One of the enemies that you get through Code Linker. So I have the flame bow. Oh, the flame bow is he's caught on bushes. This is janky, and I'm willing to accept that he's caught on the bushes. I should have let him stay. Are you seeing how strong my flame bow is right now? That was crazy. I didn't get a lot of experience points. It has human teeth. There is one enemy that has human teeth in here. If I use the code linker, I could unlock it, but I don't have it right now. Okay, so I'm just gonna do another mission. I'm gonna spam my flame bow because it seems really defeat 10 enemies, but see, have a look at that. Enemy level is 7. That's gonna be tough for me. So I'm gonna try it anyway. I'm not supposed to break any vases, but if I can defeat 10 enemies, that'll be fine. Okay. Ooh. Ooh. Yeah, I 110'd him. The enemies are going to be higher. They're level 7. This is going to be tough. Look, I can still, even if you get killed, you still get experience points. So what I'm just going to do is just try and get as many experience points as possible. I can't, that enemy has so much health. I'm running out of, oh, I'm allowed to use special attacks this time. Shield, I'm allowed. Okay, I'm just going to take down his, I can take one more hit, I think. There we go. Even if you get killed, you still get experience points. Getting the flame bow drop was crazy. That was the first drop I got. It's a really good weapon. Imagine sitting on that spiky monster. That's a cryptid that I created for this remaster, and it's, was it? No, that was in the original. There was 2 more that I created for this. But that enemy was in the original. But I thought this would be horrifying. Like if this thing comes rolling towards you, that's a nightmare. You're gonna get hepatitis or whatever comes out of that. Okay, let's see if I can upgrade. I need 3 more experience points to upgrade. I will upgrade. I don't know. Move speed is really good. Threat level neon. So you saw. I should have read that. I'm gonna get killed. I'm gonna get killed here. So this game has a rising difficulty. You know what? I'm gonna embrace the jank and I'm gonna spam these enemies with my flame bow. Let's see. I made it. I'm allowed to use the jank. Ah, there's a wolf on the left. Okay, I killed one enemy. It's my game. I get to use the jank. It's mine. My game. I'm getting ganged up from behind. Oh, I have a Molotov. I threw it in the wrong spot. Okay. All right. I should have gotten a secondary, a temporary weapon. Okay, I just got to keep. So the enemy is stuck, which is fine. I'll use my shield on this guy. So hold CL to use your shield. That activates the shield attack. Okay. I'm gonna spam this guy. It's my right. The music is such a vibe. I'm so glad people enjoyed this. You know, it was so exciting for me when people played first the original, you know, and people said, "Man, this is the best soundtrack of the series." I worked really hard. Every game I work, you know, my absolute hardest, but this one I put in a lot of extra effort into the soundtrack. And so for the remaster, this is the HD. I'm gonna get killed by these guys if I'm not careful. I'm just going to hold my shield out and let this guy hit me, and I'll knock him back. There we go. I was so excited. You know, I did a number of new tracks for this remaster, and people said they really liked it. They said, this is the best soundtrack. But then I also really like when people played Gaiden Deathly Delusion Destroyers, and then people said, oh, no, now this one's the best soundtrack of the game. So I'm constantly... I want to do even better than I've done before, so that when I do a new Silver Falls game, people will feel like, oh yeah, no, this one has the best soundtrack now. These guys are going to kill me, and they're ruining a good thing, right? Like, I could sit here, if these enemies weren't here, I could cheese the boss, but this is not going to end well in my favor. These guys are getting in the way of me trying to cheese the boss. You know the Tony Danza show? Cheese the boss. Screw the rules. It is my game, and I'm allowed to cheese the... This is jank, and I'm allowed to embrace it. When you released the original, I remember you dying every time you started too. I adjusted the difficulty curve a lot based on the feedback, you know, because I listen to you guys and I value what you say, so I adjusted the difficulty curve a huge amount with this. I just want this. I can't see how much damage I'm doing. Please, just die, dude. Yeah! Nailed it. Chance, Triple D has the best OST by far. I feel like that soundtrack is so complete that I was thinking, should I do more for the soundtrack? But then I felt like, no, with this, I always wanted to do more with this one specifically, with game, and I got to execute on that. I got to do a bunch more, but with Guide and Deathly Delusion Destroyers, I felt no, this is complete. That soundtrack is totally complete. I got a Camp Knife with Trap Expert, and let's see what that does. So Camp Knife boosts the damage of trap weapons by 80 is crazy. That's such a big boost. I have a C-Bang gun. Hungry Toughness, reduced damage received by 25% for 15 seconds after eating a healing item. That's such a good ability. And you know what is really satisfying to me with this game is you can upgrade your weapons. So if you go to this machine here and you press the A button. Oh wait, I purchased that. Oh no, you're supposed to go down here. See the flame bow, I'm blocking it. I'll just move myself. With this game, you can upgrade the level. So the flame bow, you can upgrade the flame bow, and you can also add a skill, and the skill is permanent. So, I don't know if I should upgrade the... I'm going to add a skill. This is going to be permanent. So I'm going to press R. It cost me 150 tokens. It permanently added a new skill to my weapon, and that weapon is... Did it double up? There's no way it doubled up on combo power. There's no way. That drop would be insane if that's what I got. There's no way. No, you guys. Oh my god. This is so blessed. This is the most blessed combo you have ever seen. So the inherent skill that this has is combo power. And then I upgraded it and added a new skill and it added another combo power. That is insane. Oh my god, dude. So that doubles the effect and you can level up the ability of that. That's crazy. I'm so blessed, guys. That is the most blessed drop you have ever seen. I'm going in, man. I got it. I got my Christmas rod. I'm going in. Okay. That is blessed. Got to do another mission. Oh, I should level up one of my stats. Hold on. Attack speed is really important. I cannot stress how important attack speed is. I'll just put in power. Okay. Oh. Well, there's a. We'll watch the dialogue scene here. I'll just move myself. Okay, and then after this, Chance, hang around, Chance. I'm gonna show you Ruby River HD. I'll just do this. Tim, I have a random question. When you release a game, do you worry other people will like it because it's like putting yourself out there? No, I don't. It's natural to worry about that, but for me, I'm not worried because I know that there's going to be people that like it and there's going to be people that don't like it. And it's like that with any media. It's like that with any meal. It's like that with anything. Is people are going to either like something or not like it. And if they don't like it, that's just how it is. I don't feel that it's a personal attack if somebody says your game sucks, I hate it. It's not a big deal, you know. It's something that I've made, I've done my best, and there's no guarantee. It doesn't matter that I've done my best. It doesn't matter that I really care about this. Regardless of that, there's still a real chance that I could have just made something that sucks, that just really sucks. And you have to accept that. Even if you've done your best, you could make something that absolutely sucks. And when I make something, I'm confident that I've done the very best of my ability up until that point. But you can always improve, you can always learn more, you can always get better. And when I make something, I know that I've done my best. Maybe it sucks. Who cares if it sucks? Who cares if people don't like it? There's going to be some people that like it. And if there's anyone at all that enjoys what you've made, then to me it's worth it. And for other people, it'll be different. We all feel differently about the things that we create. For me, I've done something that I care about. I did my best. I can always do better. That's why I'm constantly pushing to improve. So no, I don't worry. I don't worry that people will like or dislike my game. Okay, so Oxa, you can leave if you want. I'm staying here. You can't be serious. These things will kill us. Oxa, I didn't come here to go on a date with a coward. Ouch. Coward, you've got it wrong. This is survival instinct. Besides, I didn't come here to go on a date and get eaten by alien monsters. Fine, I don't hold it against you. Leave if you want. I'm going to stop these monsters from attacking the ranch. There's something about the UI here. This is my favorite UI that I've made. I want every Silver Falls game to have some unique identity to the original soundtrack and the UI. So I put a huge amount of thought into the UI. And for this game, because this game was designed around the Tiger Electronics, this game is set in the 80s, and I specifically picked this color and this glow around the edges because I wanted it to feel like a Indiglow watch, which became prominent in the 80s. You push the button on the watch, your watch glows. And so this color scheme, the fact that things glow, that is what I had in mind when I created this UI, and to execute it on this, and even the font has the look of a digital clock. I'm so pleased that the UI turned out this way. This is my favorite UI that I've created for any game. Locktron90. Hello, how's it going? Hello from Australia. If you'd like, this is my game, Silver Falls Guardians and Metal Exterminators. If you'd like a copy of this game, let me know, and I'll give you a download code. You can have a copy of the game, and you can just have some fun. A chance. Also, sometimes the game comes out at the wrong time. It might resonate more later. You're absolutely right. A big example of that is Haunting Ground. They released that like 2 or 3 weeks before Resident Evil 4. Capcom, what are you doing? What are you doing, Capcom? You released a survival horror game like 3 weeks before Resident Evil 4, a new IP up against your existing IP. What are you doing? What is the title of your book? Oh, my book is... It's not published yet. It's still finished. There's Silver Falls Heavy Shadow. This one is on the Switch. This is Guardians and Metal Exterminators. This is on the Switch. So I just need to break 5 crates, and I'll get some experience points. So I'll go ahead and do that now. Threat level Neon. So this game, the more missions you play, the more difficult the game gets. And the difficulty resets on the next day. So tomorrow the missions will be easier again. So it rewards you for playing the game, and then it rewards you for taking a break. So I get a bonus if I don't block attacks. So that's fine. I can break the vases. It's fine. Okay. Oh, this is my favorite. This is my favorite Silver Falls cryptid. This one here. Have a look at the scissor guy. This guy is crazy. I'm not allowed to block attacks or I lose my bonus. This is how insurance companies function. You're not allowed to, let anyone actually benefit from paying insurance, or you lose your bonus. It's the same how this game works. You're not allowed to block attacks or you lose your bonus. Okay, but I'm going to get killed here if I'm not careful. I need to break that. I'm just going to go for the mission here. Ow, 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 ow. You can change the camera angle as well if you want to view your character more closely, if you want to enjoy the cryptids. So the scissor one, that was not in the original. I created that cryptid specifically for this remaster, and I'm so pleased. I think he looks so cool. Monsters are just so cool to me, and just look at the scissor guy. I gotta find more crates. Okay. Ow. Special attack! I'll use my shield. I got my Christmas rod out. I use my shield. Knock him back. The game is secretly about insurance scams. I knew it. Oh, Molotov. I need this. I need the Molotov. Okay, I'll chuck it. That'll stop him for a little. I don't know what noise I made. It's right there. The crate is right there. Is that the last one? I have a shield. I have a shield. I'll use the shield. Okay. Throw the Molotov. I need... this is the last crate. This is the last crate. No, no, no! Ooh. Okay, I got some health back. I'll try and knock him back. But you know what? Now I have some health. I will do some attacks. Okay, I got it. I got the crate. 42 experience points. I blocked attacks. Oh, nobody reminded me I wasn't supposed to block attacks. Why did I do that? I lost my bonus. Did you ever play the rhythm? Oh, yeah, yeah. Any of those fun, quirky rhythm games, I'm absolutely into that. Cowboy Grease is great. Let's see what the ability for Cowboy Grease is. Locktron90, I would like a code for European Switch eShop. Sure, let me get you a copy of this game. Okay. Okay. This is 90. Okay, have fun. This is Silver Falls Guardians and Metal Exterminators. I should not have blocked it. I wasn't. See, I was busy just like hanging out and chatting with you guys, and I forgot I wasn't supposed to. So every mission, there's a random bonus that you can fulfill. So if we take a look at my weapons that I got a shotgun, and it comes with cowboy grease. The ability that it comes with is cowboy grease, and cowboy grease, it boosts the gun accuracy by 20%. What it actually does is it increases the attack range. It increases the hitbox of your guns. So it's actually much easier to hit enemies with your guns. Having that on a shotgun is already crazy. That is crazy. So I'm using my flame bow, but you know what? I will switch to the shotgun just so I can use that. I'm gonna save my money because I use a lot of my money to add a new skill to enhance my flame bow. So I used a lot of money, so I will save my money on that. I'm gonna see if I can upgrade. Oh yeah, I'm gonna upgrade attack speed, and I might give myself just a little more health. There we go. I've got 1 experience points left. Okay. Ooh, the mechanic. Best of greetings to you, madam. Let me just move myself. This game is just a fun dungeon crawler action game with RPG elements, and it's just meant to be relaxing and fun. You can play at your own pace. You're meant to come back to it and play, like 15, 20 minutes here or there, or you can just keep going. There's a ton of playable characters, and there's playable monsters as well. So, this is the mechanic. Best of greetings to you, madam. Are you some kind of flasher or something? There does not appear to be a reasonable answer to your question. Oxa, listen, it's dangerous out here. You should go indoors and hide. There is no need to concern yourself with my safety. You are referring to these creatures, yes? Yeah, just stay back and let me handle things. Yes, you appear to be the right lady for the job. Lady, the name is Oxa. Nice to meet you, I guess. Mechanic, I am the mechanic. I am here to assist you. Collect blue machine parts, and I will build a useful tool for you. I get the feeling there's no point arguing with a weirdo like you. I will wait here. The parts should be scattered around that crash site. Right, I need to find these blue machine parts, huh? Sit tight and leave it to me. Something to play after work. I hope you have a lot of fun. I hope you enjoy. As you play, it's how you progress the story is you enhance your stats. You press the R button to upgrade. When you upgrade your stats, that makes the story progress. And then as you progress the story, more characters become available to play, and then the monsters also become playable. And there's heaps of monsters to play as. They all have their own unique things. What's so cool about the monsters is that with the humans, they have to be mostly balanced, right? They have to have some strength and weakness. But with the monsters, I can have like ridiculous stat spreads on the cryptids. So that was really fun getting to use like weird, bizarre stat spreads and attacks for the monsters. It was really fun making this game. Here's the other character you start out with, but as you progress, you get more characters. And if you connect to the other Silver Falls, there's like a bunch of Silver Falls games. If you connect to the other Silver Falls games, then the characters from the other Silver Falls games cross over and become playable in this game. So yeah, there's that. Okay, so I'll just do one more. I'll do one more, and then we'll switch over, and then I'll show you Ruby River HD. So what are my... Okay, I'll go in. I'll just see what the mission is. Hey, Astronaut Penguin, how's it going? Okay, so success is use 4 health items. That's easy. Easy success. Bonus, don't break any vases. Okay, easy. Don't break these, and I will get a bonus. Just like how insurance companies, if you don't let any of your customers get paid out, the CEO gets a bonus. Ugh. Ow! That did so much damage. I'm allowed to shield. Okay, I am allowed. They're doing so much damage. Hold on. Something that really frustrates me, I didn't put in muzzle flashes, and I didn't catch it. This was extremely stressful working on this game because Unity was beyond broken. the version that I had, every time I was forced to upgrade to Unity, it was so beyond broken. And the version for this was extremely broken. So I didn't even get to do things like add muzzle flashes because I was busy fighting the game engine. I failed on that one. Those circular monsters remind me... Oh, Jimmy Neutron's brain when he does a big brain blast. Okay, defeat 30 enemies, level 8 enemies. So you can see the game is getting quite a bit more difficult now. The enemy levels are getting higher and higher. And so you can either wait for tomorrow. For every day, the difficulty resets, and then the enemies become easier to beat. Or what you actually I built in a secret cheat, and the cheat is if you close out of the game and go back to the main menu, then it will actually reset the difficulty. And this is a difficulty system that rewards you just taking a break and then coming back and playing the game tomorrow. So this has that cowboy grease ability, so I don't have to aim that much. I can just sort of do whatever, and then the gun will have a bigger hitbox. So this shotgun has cowboy grease built in. Oh. I'm going to get defeated here in just a moment. I found a green orb on the field tonight. I don't know how it got there. I think it's a ball. I didn't want to touch it. Don't touch glowing green balls, green orbs. Don't do it. See, these enemies are too high level now. So let's see what happens. If I go up to this, the enemies will be high level. See, level 8, right? Let's go ahead and just exit the game now. That loading logo, though, something about that was really satisfying. So, Taku, hey, man, I bought your Hero of Destiny game. It's pretty cool. I really appreciated that. Thank you very much, Taku. I really, really appreciate that. Thank you. Be sure to share your thoughts if you have any requests for any kind of cool features or anything that you want. I am working on an update for Hero of Destiny, and yeah, I'm listening to people and adding some things that are requested. So the difficulty will have reset now. This has a scaling. See how the enemy level is now back to 3. And I wanted a way to incentivize people just taking a break and then coming back and playing it again tomorrow, you know? And it lets you, like earlier in the day, for the easy missions, you can use your characters that are low level. Like if you have a character with low stats, then earlier in the day, you can use those characters. And then when the enemy levels get higher, that's when you use your characters who are a little stronger. You know what I mean? So, yeah. I put the green orb in the fire pit, so as a cozy place to be instead of the field. I wouldn't touch a green orb. That's worrying. We aren't supposed to touch glowing balls. No, no, no. Unless you're playing Hero of Destiny, in which case, yes, touch the glowing balls. So I don't have Hero of Destiny. This is my Switch, my original Switch. Otherwise, I would play a little bit and just talk about it. I'd talk about Hero of Destiny. I have that on my Switch too. But Zoltaku, if you look at my channel, I think last week I uploaded a video. The most recent video I did talking about Hero of Destiny, I just share some tips on getting started and how to power up your characters pretty efficiently. So yeah, give that a watch if you want some tips and tricks. So let's go back to, so now I'm going to go back to my development hardware. So you guys, I will now show you Ruby River HD. So this is my remaster of one of my 3DS games. It's 2 games in one, actually. But Ruby River, I'm especially excited about. I've put in just a huge amount of effort into this game. My dog is barking. Okay. Alrighty. Make sure I don't show anything that's NDA protected. Let's see, and then fix the frame rate thing. Here we go. Okay, and then bring the one cam. Okay. Can I... Did I lock that? I must have locked it by accident. Where am I out of the way here? Okay. Transform. Fit to screen. And then we'll just put the... put some chill music on. Here. Turn off the capture device. And turn on the desktop audio. There we go. I did use a grabby claw in case it was radio... Good thinking. You used a grabby claw in case the ball was radioactive. Good thinking, but I'm not sure if that's enough. I think you need to do more than a grabby claw to avoid getting radiation sickness. The thing I miss most with Hero of is regroup the last party, and I don't have to talk to everyone again when they die, and that they are... Yeah. So when your party is defeated in the Hero of Destiny, everyone leaves your party, and that is the penalty. The penalty is the inconvenience of having to recruit everyone again. Otherwise, when you're defeated, when your party is defeated, if I didn't do that, then there would be no penalty. The only other options were to be, oh, you lose some resources, you lose items, or you lose, something, and I didn't like that. So the penalty is, it's more tactile, and the penalty for getting defeated is the inconvenience of having to go and recruit everyone again. And to me, I think that's a fair trade-off. There has to be some penalty. There has to be some motivation, and it's not anything that's hugely destructive to the gameplay experience. If it was like, oh, you lose your items or something, I hate that. I absolutely hate that. And so the penalty is inconvenience. You have to go and talk to your characters again. So it's not the worst thing in the world, but it is a tangible penalty. And if there isn't a penalty for having your party knocked out, then you start to feel like there are no consequences, and who cares? There are no consequences to being defeated. So in this case, there is a consequence to being defeated, and the consequence is, that's kind of inconvenient, isn't it? There's also permadeath for your characters. So if you want to play the tough way, permadeath is on, but you can go to the options and turn off permadeath. I always turn off permadeath, So what I've implemented in Ruby River, this is running on the Switch. It's the HD remaster, is quite a complex volumetric lighting and fog system. It's things like this where during the sunrise you can see the sun peeking over, the hills and the valleys and the mountains, and I'll just walk up this hill here. I'll see if I can find my house that I was building earlier. And I will be adding a feature to the Hero of Destiny to where you can remove one party member at a time. Right now it's to where when you're defeated, or not when you want to remove your party members, you have to remove everyone all at the same time. So I'm going to add a feature where you can remove just one party member. And the reason why it's not in there is because when I was developing the game, there was so much work I had to do. And if I were to create a system where you could remove one character at a time, it would have introduced a ton of glitches. So it would have taken a massive amount of work to implement that. And so I chose to focus on making the core gameplay experience as good as it can be. And there was so much work I had to do with balancing the combat and balancing the characters. So this is what I'm most proud of with this, is that Ruby River is able to just have these expressive lighting and fog and colors, and something like this I think is just nice to look at. So I've been working so hard to get the game to look like this. You have the subsurface scattering on the trees, and the sun is just poking through the mountains like that. Oh, this looks great, gorgeous. I appreciate that. Thanks, Chance. So I've worked on this game for way longer than the original. I built the original game in less than 4 weeks. And I've been working on this for way longer, and it's a miracle. We've been talking about it throughout the stream, but see that everything is interactable. There's so many different kinds of this is just visuals. I think I have to make it so I can, for some reason I can't cut that. So, there's more work that I have to do. I think I was just testing the visuals with that. So that is something that you will be able to cut that down and have bushes. Right now it doesn't, but you will be able to chop that. There's more work I need to do with optimizing so the game will run better. I'm going to try to find my house that I was building earlier. So let's see if I can find it. Looking very humid, buddy. I am still fine tuning it. This is still a little too intense, especially the sun set. It takes so much work, and Unity, I'm forced to use the newest version, and it's a nightmare because it keeps crashing, and it's extremely slow working in Unity 6. And I don't get to play this game in the editor because it crashes. So what I have to do is make minute changes to the lighting, and then I have to deploy it, which can take 20 minutes to an hour and a half because God bless Unity 6, and it's, if you'll pardon my French here, it's fucking broken and they don't care. And I'm forced to use that version of Unity that's broken. And it's a nightmare. It is an actual nightmare that I want to make one minor change to my game, and then I have to wait an hour and to be able to test it. So that's just how it is. I have to accept that I'm forced to use that version of Unity, even though I was originally developing this in Unity 2019. I'm forced to update to Unity 6, and it halved the frame rate. The frame rate used to be so much better than this. And Unity, every time they update Unity, it gets worse. Everything about it gets worse. It's less stable for the developer. It crashes all the time. Performance is so much worse. So many features break. And that's just, you have to accept it. So I've accepted it. I'm not going to complain that it's broken, but I do have to point it out. I do have to tell people and explain Unity needs to do a better job because what they're doing right now is not good enough. They keep making their engine worse. But I accept it and I'm using it because the engine itself, the engine is still worth using, but the editor, good Lord Almighty, their editor is garbage and it just gets worse with every update. It's as if they don't want you to use their product. Absolutely. Why does it feel like Unity doesn't want me to use their product? It's hot garbage. The fact that this game was running, this was close to like 35 frames a second, right? Before I updated it. And it took a lot of work to get it to that point. And then now it's like it's like 5 frames a second, 10 frames a second. I'm going to keep trying to improve it. I will do everything I can to improve the game. Here's my concern is that I'm going to put in months of work to optimize it, get it running well, and then and I've had this happen. As I'm uploading my game, I'll get an alert, and then it'll be Unity saying, you're not allowed to submit a game using that version of Unity anymore. You have to use the new version. This has happened after I've uploaded my game. And that happened on Guardians and Metal Exterminators, was suddenly a bunch of shit is now broken. You now have to rebuild your entire game with the new version of Unity, and a bunch of your stuff will randomly be broken. So, hey, have you put in 400 hours of testing? Guess what? Those 400 hours of testing are a waste of your life because those 400 hours no longer mean anything because you now have to deploy your game in the new version of Unity, which has broken your entire game. And if that does not drive you insane, I don't know what will, but that is what it is like using Unity. It is, pardon my French here, it's an absolute fucking nightmare using Unity. And somehow it's still worth using Unity because the core engine itself is still good. But the editor is hot garbage and their business practices are just a dumpster fire. So there's me ranting. I don't get to rant about this often, but it is a nightmare that I can put in hundreds of hours of testing and then for Unity to force me to update. And then they go, yeah, you've wasted your life. You wasted hundreds of hours on your life because now you have to rebuild your game and you have to put in 400 more hours of testing. It drives me insane. Whenever you update, everything breaks. Absolutely. With Unity, so much stuff is going to break. And you don't have a choice. They will not let you submit your game if you do not update to the new version of Unity. Give me this. Give me my thread. Just tried the Silver Falls game. Looks and runs great on Switch too. I hope you enjoy it. If you want to, Locktron, we have a Discord, so if you want to ask for tips and advice, or if you want to hang out with other people, talk about my other games, yeah, go to our Discord. And everyone's, we enjoyed. Everyone in the Discord plays Silver Falls, basically. But you know what? You can talk about Hero of Destiny as well. So I'm going to fine tune it. It won't be as blinding, every time I change one little thing, it takes a long time to test and develop. But you know what? That's what it is. That's what the engine is. I'm still using it, so I accept it. I'm going to keep using it. Oh, ooh, I got some stuff outside. This is my janky house that I built. I was looking for a goat earlier. Yeah, give me walnuts. Give me them. I can make a walnut pie or a pecan or whatever that is. Okay. Those are spikes. I died earlier by stepping on those. I'm just gonna. I have like a syndrome where if I see a sparkly, I have to pick it up. That's a tree branch. I need that for crafting. I do need that. Okay, so I built this corral because I was looking for a goat, and I was trying to find a goat and then lead him into my corral, but I couldn't. I couldn't find a goat, so I'll keep looking later. So you could just change it so it's a slow-moving nuclear blast. So yeah, it's taken months and months of work just fine-tuning the visuals. You know, I want to have this feeling of looking over a mountain valley as you wake up in the morning. This is using like 3 or 4 different types of fogs. It's using a number of different imaging techniques to achieve this kind of visual. I completely forgot about the goat as well. I forgot we were even looking for him, but then I saw the corral. We will find one. We will find a goat eventually. But what I will do is I'm going to increase the wild animal spawn rate. So there's going to be heaps more wild animals. So if you wanted, you know, you could build multiple corrals and have a bunch of different wild animals in there. So right now, I think the limit is 2 or 3. The game only spawns 2 or 3 because that was a 3DS logic. My headcanon is that isn't the sun, it's just a slow-moving nuke. Yeah, and it's so slow that you get to enjoy basking in the heartwarming glow of the nuke. I need this item. Cloth. I need that for crafting. And the challenge with this is, you know what? This is like an outdoor seating area. Oh, you know what? I'm putting a campfire here. We'll get rid of this bush. That gives me some crafting materials. Let me go ahead and build some stuff, man. This is going to be my outdoor fire pit. Outdoor fire pit. Okay, we're going to start out, change the category. So you can see what the control scheme is. And this is fun. You can see some of the icons are HD and some of them are still the low-res 3D icons. Have a look at the leaves. That one, if you have a look, it's still the low-res icon. So I'll go to standalone. I'll put a campfire right here. And right now I'm relying on a cheat code so I don't use up my resources. Put a campfire there. And I'll put some seating. Just some nice benches or something. Let me see what I got in terms of furniture. Furniture. I got a bench. You know what? Put an angle like this. I want an angled bench like that. Oh, yeah. Well, we'll put a bench here, you know. Because you have friends that just want a quiet moment to themselves, right? So you'll have a bench. Friends can sit back there. You'll notice all of the graphics are totally different now. There's every single visual element is overhauled. See, you know, you have a more organic looking bench. Okay, we'll put some benches here. Okay. Something like that. I don't want to, you know, you got to have walking room. You got to be able to walk through there, right? Can you imagine how cool would this be if this was like an online multiplayer game and then you got to build stuff and hang out there with your friends in Silver Falls? I think that would be cool. I just want to leave some walking room there. Okay. You know what? We'll put a bench. We'll need a table for snacks. And I am going to have way more stuff that you can pick up. You know, like how in the other Silver Falls games there's snacks, all kinds of different snacks and whatnot. Oh, there's a glitch because I'll fix that. There's a glitch there, but I will fix it. And so there's going to be stuff that washes up on shore, and you'll be able to populate your house with more stuff. Okay, standalone. I think I'll put a rock. You know, like some people like sitting on a rock. You know. Planter box, rain dish, pillar, shade, spike trap. Terrarium. Campfire. Okay, so I think it's on furniture. Oven, flour mill, bookshelf. Support block. Support block S. That's kind of like your rock that you can sit on. I have enough material, but I'm just going to use my cheat code anyway. Huh. There, see, you can hop up on that rock. Sit up on that thing. Let's put another rock over here. You know, sometimes you like to have like the pyro friend that likes to sit too close to the fire. You know. There we go. That's it. How about some outdoor shelves though? Let's get some shelves out. I'll put some shelves here. Um, Get like a bookshelf so we can put stuff in there. You know, weapon, structure, furniture. Okay. The arrow. You point forward, or your shelf is going to face the wrong way. Bookshelf L. There we go. Use my cheat code. Okay. There we go. And some outdoor storage. Can I fit one here? I don't want to block the view from the window though. Oh, you know, there's space right here. Yeah, I just want to add heaps more stuff, like objects that you can place around your house. I want to add more options for furniture, things like that. Anyway, this is how the game works. I'm still fine-tuning and adjusting all of the controls because it was originally designed for touchscreen. So it is really, really complicated trying to get the touchscreen controls to work. Just tried and saw it, and I'm already on the Discord server. Oh, hey, cool. All right, we'll see you in the Discord. All right, Ray, have a great day. Take care. Oh, good night. Take care, Ray. Awesome. Thanks for hanging out. All right, we'll see you next time. I caught a crash, but I appreciate you. I appreciate you, Chance Paladin. Thanks for hanging out. I'll wrap up here as well. I've been streaming for almost 5 hours. 5 hours? It's been a long time. Oh, it's past 5 hours. So I just want to thank everyone for hanging out. Thanks for having fun with me here on the stream. It's been so fun just hanging out with you guys. I'm going to work on the game some more. So I got to fix all the glitches that we found, make sure I write them down. I got to make myself a meal in real life because I have not had anything to eat today. I've had a cold coffee and that's it. So thanks for hanging out, everyone. It's been a lot of fun. Take care. I'll see you. The next time we hang out on live stream, I'll most likely be placing the geometry foliage in the terrain, and then we'll play the game some more and we'll fix things up. I'll have more wildlife around. They'll be spawning significantly more. Hopefully I'll implement more furniture and stuff and objects that we can place. It's a lot of work. There's so much work that has to go into this. So I appreciate you guys. Thanks for hanging out. I'll see you around. Oh man, this is so cozy. Look at how cozy this is. This is cozy. See you, everyone. Take care.